The god scoffed at Hero Allen, his voice booming with absolute certainty. "It's over," he declared. "Your power is nothing before a supreme deity." He hovered in the air, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he looked down on the mortal. "With this," he mused, "Hashim will finally return to its origin." He warned the hero that resistance was futile. But Allen's gaze never wavered. A confident smirk formed on his face as he simply said, "Just watch. I will protect everyone," he vowed, his head held high against the divine pressure. The deity's face twisted in displeasure at such defiance. "Know the power of a supreme god," he roared, concentrating a storm of magical energy. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a devastating beam of light. In response, Allen let out a powerful cry. With a single, mighty swing of his sword, he cleaved the divine attack in two. The god, relentless, fired another blast, but Allen expertly parried each strike, creating a momentary opening in the celestial onslaught. Seizing the chance, he kicked off the ground, launching himself into the air. He was now face to face with his divine foe, his jaw set with grim determination. The god's eyes widened in pure shock, completely blindsided by the hero's audacity. As they clashed, a wall of crackling energy erupted between them. But even that couldn't stop Allen's momentum. With a fearsome war cry, he leaned in, his sword poised to deliver the final, legendary blow. This epic scene played out across bright city banners. This was The Legend of Hero Allen, a global phenomenon, a certified bestseller. On the streets below, crowds cheered wildly, their hands raised in adoration. The Legend of Hero Allen was more than a novel. It was a world of swords and sorcery. The story had been adapted into countless anime, games, and movies. It was a universe beloved by millions across the globe. But while the world celebrated his creation, the author himself sat in a dark, empty room. His only light was the cold glow of his monitor screens. His face was gaunt, his body frail and sickly, yet with a stubborn fire in his eyes. His fingers flew across the keyboard. He knew he was close. "Just a little more," he muttered, "and the legend will be complete." Suddenly, his assistant rushed to his side, his face etched with worry. "Please, you need to rest." But the main character, ignoring the sweat dripping from his brow, gave a sharp reply. "Don't get in my way," he ordered. "I'm going to die soon anyway." "That's not true," his assistant cried out. "The author of the legend can live. You just need to get treatment." The writer looked back with a weary gaze. "Life-prolonging treatments," he scoffed. In his current state, he knew he couldn't possibly finish his work. "And who else could complete it?" he asked, his jaw tight with resolve. "I was born a writer, and I will die a writer." With that, he hunched over the keyboard once more. His assistant stood frozen, watching his mentor's final burn. His shoulders slumped in defeat. Closing his eyes, he made a decision. He would no longer try to stop him. "I'll handle everything else," he promised. "Just finish the legend." Without breaking his focus, the author offered a quiet word of thanks. His mind was clear. There wasn't much left to write. His hands trembled with exhaustion. But still, he reached for one last key. Completing The Legend of Hero Allen was his entire reason for living. And then, it was done. After a final, satisfying keystroke, his life's work was complete. In the very next moment, his body gave out. He slumped from his chair, collapsing onto the floor. His assistant cried out in panic, rushing to his side. "Sir, are you okay?" But the author said nothing. A profound sense of satisfaction washed over him. He had given his all to the story. There was nothing left for him in this world. He hoped his readers would find a little happiness in his legend. And then, he awoke in the body of Will Campbell, his eyes shooting open in shock. "Am I alive?" He looked around the unfamiliar room, at the curtains swaying in the breeze. He felt no pain, no sickness. He thought he had no strength or spirit left. Pushing himself up, he stared down at his own palms. His body felt healthy. He stood up, walking slowly and running a hand along the wall. This was no hospital room. Where am I?" he wondered aloud. His head turned, and his eyes landed on a mirror hanging on the wall. He froze. Turning his entire body, he stared at his own reflection, his face contorted in disbelief. This can't be happening. Why have I become Will? He muttered, his mind racing as he placed a hand on his chin. He remembered everything. Will Campbell, a minor character from his own novel. The Legend of Hero Allen. He was a noble with a tiny bit of magic, but absolutely no talent. Worse than that, he was a bitter, mean-spirited man who knew nothing but how to abuse his family's authority. He was, in a word, trash. The author could perfectly picture the character he'd written, stomping through hallways, screaming at servants, and lazing about with entitled arrogance. He gritted his teeth. Is this for real? He asked himself. To be reborn in his own world was one thing, but to be reborn as Will Campbell of all people? The irony was crushing. He pushed the thought aside and opened the door. Stepping into the hallway, he was in the residence of the Earl of Campbell. This meant he had been reborn somewhere near the beginning of his own story. As he looked around, he saw a family portrait on the wall, a portrait of a family destined for ruin, a family that would fall because of their wicked deeds. If he followed the original plot, his future was one of utter darkness. It was his own creation, a cruel fate he himself had written. But if he was being given a second chance at life, he was going to enjoy it. To do that, he realized he had to change this family's destiny. He had to steer the House of Campbell towards the light. And he had to save Saren, a character he had killed off purely for the sake of the plot. He pictured her silhouette, a pang of guilt hitting him. To write the perfect legend, to elevate Alan's character, he had sacrificed her. But now, living inside this world, that was a price he could no longer afford to pay. The author would now surpass his own creation, vowing to forge the perfect ending. He recreated his former self in his mind, clenching his hand into a fist. A determined smirk spread across his face. The main character now had a clear objective. As he dressed, a thought solidified. First, he needed to become stronger. Will possessed no magic, nor any knowledge of combat. But there was no need to worry. A sly grin formed as he tapped his temple. He was, after all, the creator of this world. He held all the knowledge. Every secret, every loophole was locked inside his head. With his knowledge of the original plot, he would become this world's strongest. With a satisfied smile, he stepped out of the room, fully clothed. Sometime later, the day of the Solaric Magic Academy entrance exam finally arrived. A man stood waiting before Will. He stopped by the carriage meant to take him, bowing deeply. He smiled, asking his father to place his trust in him. But then, his demeanor shifted. His expression became serious. He announced he had some advice for his father. The man's eyebrows shot up, perplexed by his son's words. You must stop the clandestine forced labor in the underground facilities. Instantly, his father's face broke out in a cold sweat, his brow furrowing in rage. How could you possibly know about that? He demanded. Will met his gaze, his eyes sharp as steel. Did you really think you'd never be caught? If this becomes public, he warned, our family will face ruin. His father crossed his arms, ordering Will to never speak of it again. Just focus on getting into the academy. Yet, his voice softened. I will. Consider what you've said. The main character simply said, I understand. Turning away, he climbed into the cart. As the journey began, his thoughts started to churn. He had used the exam as a pretext to leave home. In truth, he had no intention of ever taking it. Once he reached the capital, his true path would begin. Father, forgive me, he thought. First, he needed something critical. To even use magic, he had to retrieve the magic ring from the ancient ruins. A confident smile formed at the thought, but it was violently shattered. The carriage jerked with incredible force. Will cried out in surprise as, in the next instant, a powerful attack slammed into the earth nearby. The carriage shook even harder from the blast. The main character was thrown from his seat, crashing onto the street outside. Landing hard on the ground, he lifted his head in shock. What is this? He stammered. A terrifying giant shadow fell over him. He realized it was a red dragon, an A-rank monster. What was a beast of this level doing all the way out here? While he stared in shock, the carriage driver was already scrambling away, screaming in absolute terror. Seeing this, Will turned with a flash of anger. But in the end, he understood. This was to be expected from the servants of a family on the brink of collapse. Shaking his head, a chilling thought struck him. An event like this, was never in the original story. But he had no time to think. The dragon opened its massive maw, unleashing a new torrent of fire directly at Will. With a cry, he barely managed to dodge at the last possible second. He clenched his jaw, hiding behind a large rock. The dragon's fiery gaze was locked onto him. He had hit a dead end, right at the start of his second life. Frowning, he analyzed the situation. There was no way to escape from a red dragon. In that case, only one option remained. He had to defeat this monster. He knew all of its weaknesses, all of its abilities. But there was a catch. It would take powerful magic to defeat it, and Will couldn't use magic at all. Realizing this, he asked himself, what now? Suddenly, a figure raced past him, launching off the ground. A man soared into the air with a cry. A brilliant aura of magic enveloped his entire body. Will's mouth fell open in amazement as he looked up. Is that really Alan? At that moment, Alan concentrated his energy for a strike. Face this, ice shard, he shouted. With a focused frown, he unleashed a powerful attack straight toward the monster. The dragon was surrounded by streams of ice magic, which formed into sharp, dense spikes. Watching this unfold, Will could only ask himself in disbelief. Is this some kind of joke? The dragon roared and unleashed its own fire magic, completely shattering Alan's ice. Alan leaped back, startled. He screamed, barely dodging the dragon's counterattack. Will also cried out in surprise, his face a mask of horror. In the end, Alan was forced to retreat behind a rock. Panting, he said he had come to help. Will still stared at him in disbelief, but thanked him for the save. A slow smile spread across his face. To think the hero of the story had come to his rescue. He studied the determined look on Alan's face. Could this really be a coincidence? Alan was still charming, with his burning sense of justice. But Will also noted that he was still at the level before awakening his true power. As they got to their feet, Will watched Alan peek cautiously from behind the rock. Right now, he was no match for a red dragon. At least, not yet. But Will wasn't worried. He was certain they could win. Suddenly, Alan got his attention. I called for help before I got here, he said seriously. We just need to be patient. We can escape when the chance comes. But after hearing those words, Will gave up on the idea of running away. A smirk appeared on his face as he announced, We can defeat the red dragon, together. Alan froze. Are you serious? The main character confirmed he was deadly serious, his face becoming calm. He wanted to give his words credibility. This opponent is easier to defeat than to endure, he added. That made Alan laugh. He was surprised at how much Will believed in himself. Do you have a strategy? He asked. The main character replied that he did, but there was no time. There's no time to explain. He glanced sideways. After I make my move, can you start throwing ice shards at the dragon's wings? With a firm nod, he drew his gleaming sword from its scabbard. He would sort out the rest on his own. Charging towards the dragon, he roared with unwavering faith. I believe in you, Alan. Even this seemingly indestructible beast had a weak spot. As the main character raced forward, his plan was clear. Deep in the dragon's chest lay its core, a magical organ known as the fire dragon core. If he could shatter it, the beast would fall. But as he closed in, a massive paw with razor-sharp claws swung down to stop him. The dragon unleashed a warning roar, its maw gaping wide. A crucial detail clicked in Will's mind. The creature had a hidden status. Its overwhelming physical abilities, something no one in the original story had noticed. Using his own agility, he leaped into the air, evading the crushing blow. A grin spread across his face as he watched his opponent's every move. In a world without magic, his own physical prowess was top tier. With that thought, his blade sang through the air, carving a deep gash into the dragon's scales. Blood and dust filled the battlefield. The red dragon reared its head, screaming in agony. It spread its massive wings, preparing for flight. Seeing this, Will shouted, Alan! He drew the mage's attention, signaling it was time to act. Now! He yelled in his mind, and Alan raised his arms with a cry of effort. Bracing one arm with the other, he focused his mana, weaving the spell with intense concentration. Then, he unleashed the attack on the dragon. As the magical projectile slammed into its body, the monster shrieked in pain. Will saw his chance and praised his companion. Alan, good work. Keep firing at its wings. With a serious frown, he refocused his own efforts. He had to strike the fire dragon core. He held his sword ready, preparing for the final assault. He lunged forward again and again, a whirlwind of steel against the colossal beast. Throughout the battle, a relentless, enthusiastic smile never left his face. Watching him, Alan could only gasp in awe. Amazing. He was dodging every single one of the dragon's devastating attacks. Hearing the praise, the main character's smile only widened. It was all thanks to one simple fact. This monster was from a virtual game, a copy of the original. Its movements were identical, predictable. There was nothing to fear. Suddenly, the dragon's gaze turned sinister. Flames erupted not from its mouth, but from its tail. Will froze, his confidence shattering. What is this? He had never seen this attack before. A knot of fear tightened in his stomach as he watched the bizarre flames. The monster swung its tail, unleashing the attack. "Will, look out!" Alan screamed. The main character frowned, but the dragon was too fast. Before he could dodge, the blow landed with sickening force. Will cried out as blood erupted from his mouth. He collapsed to his knees, his face a mask of pain. Blood poured from the gash in his stomach. He cursed himself. Alan watched in horror, realizing Will was about to die. Overwhelmed by sheer emotion, a torrent of magical energy exploded around him. An oath formed in his mind. "I have to save him." The magical light around him intensified. He clenched his fists, amplifying his power until bolts of energy shot out in every direction. Closing his eyes, he drew upon every ounce of magic he could muster. He waited for the power to reach its peak. After a tense moment, he frowned. His lips pressed tight. His eyes snapped open. At the same time, blood continued to pour from Will's wound. He gasped for air, realizing he'd lost too much blood. "I'm going to die," he thought with bitter irony. The dragon then unleashed another torrent of flame, aimed at them both. The main character cursed his fate. To be reborn, only to die again so soon. But suddenly, Alan's voice cut through his despair. "I won't let you die." He unleashed his full magical power, vowing to save his friend. He stared at the dragon with new resolve. Will turned, his eyes widening in shock. These were the signs of super high-level magic activation. The dragon roared, intensifying its inferno. But even as the flames rushed towards him, Alan stood his ground. He swung his hand forward, unleashing his ultimate spell. Absolute Zero. A wave of pure ice energy shot from his palm, meeting the fire head-on. Where ice and fire collided, the magic only grew stronger. Will's mouth fell open in disbelief. At this point in the story, Alan wasn't supposed to know Absolute Zero. But then again, given his latent abilities, it wasn't impossible. He never dreamed he could make the protagonist stronger than he was in the original. This was a feat born from the desire to save another, a power only Alan could achieve. He scrambled to his feet, moving to the side. The dragon was slowly being encased in a tomb of ice. Will realized these new abilities could be a powerful asset in the future. Moments later, the dragon's entire body was frozen solid, a silent, icy statue. But Alan also stood frozen, staring at his hands with wide-eyed astonishment. He lowered his palms, the magic receding. He was in awe of his own strength. But then he turned, seeing Will collapse to his knees again. Shivering, Will clutched the wound in his stomach. "Are you okay?" Alan rushed to his side, forcing a laugh. The protagonist nodded. "Thanks to you. I'm fine." Just then, a group of knights on horseback galloped towards them, announcing that they had come to help. But as they took in the scene, they froze in shock, frowning in disbelief. One of them asked, Did you two already defeat the dragon?" Sometime later, the knights loaded the dragon's frozen corpse onto a massive cart. They gave Will and Alan first aid, ensuring their survival. Now, they were all on their way to the capital, riding in one of the carts. Alan looked at the main character, his voice filled with worry. "Are you really okay?" Will closed his eyes and gave a cheerful smile. "I'm fine, don't worry." Alan was overjoyed to hear it. The protagonist thought to himself, "When we get to the capital, the first thing I need to do is create regeneration magic." Suddenly, Alan looked at Will with a new expression. How do you know my name?" Alan asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Will froze. His lips pressed into a thin line. He had no idea how to answer that. He recalled shouting Alan's name during the chaotic dragon fight. He quickly admitted, "I was just curious," hoping to sidestep the question. "Did that really happen?" Alan pressed. Will turned away, cursing himself internally as sweat beaded on his forehead. He knew he shouldn't have been so careless. Alan watched him with a look of disbelief. A sudden realization dawned on the main character. Alan didn't remember his own childhood. This was his chance to craft a story. Besides, as the author, whatever he said would become the truth. But Alan was still staring, expectantly waiting for a real answer. Will finally spoke. "A long time ago, I lived in a small village east of Sick. I had a friend there, who looked just like you." A flicker of hope lit up Alan's eyes. "Wait, you lived in Test?" He cried out. Will confirmed it, then asked, "Could you be that same Alan?" It's possible," Alan stammered with excitement. The main character pushed a little further, drawing attention to his hesitation. "I don't remember my childhood," Alan confessed. "But there's a chance I'm the one you knew from Test." Will breathed an inward sigh of relief. Alan had amnesia. This was the perfect way out of a tricky situation. Alan apologized for not remembering Will's name, but Will just waved his hand. "Don't worry about it," he said. "Let's just be happy we met again." He then recalled how Alan had saved him from mortal danger. With a slight bow, he thanked him. "You saved my life." Alan just laughed heartily. Anyone would think we were both in deep trouble. The main character was genuinely delighted. He thought, "Alan doesn't hold it over me, and he isn't arrogant about his power. He's a true hero." Just then, Alan asked, "Could you tell me your name again?" The main character extended his hand for a handshake. "I'm Will. It's a pleasure to meet you properly." He had a strong feeling that he and Alan were destined to be together for a long time. Alan grasped his hand firmly. "The pleasure is all mine." And just like that, their journey together began. Sometime later, they finally arrived in the capital of Sick. As the carts rolled to a stop, the city streets fell silent. Residents stared, their eyes wide with shock at the massive dragon corpse. Shouting in pure amazement, one villager rushed forward. "I'll buy this dragon from you," he declared to Alan, "for 10 platinum coins." A gasp went through the crowd at the huge sum. Alan was stunned by the offer. Will just smiled. This was to be expected. He calculated that 10 platinum coins was the equivalent of 100 million yen. In the end, Alan agreed, taking the heavy pouch of money, but he still seemed hesitant. "Can I really take all 10 platinum coins?" Will put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It's your right. You're the one who defeated the dragon." Alan looked at him and smiled warmly. "I wasn't the only one who defeated it. Without you, Will, we never would have succeeded." The main character was surprised to hear this. Alan then smiled brightly and offered to share the reward. "We should split this," he said, gesturing to the bag. Will smiled back, testing him. "Are you sure if I take this money? I won't be giving it back?" Alan simply laughed, taking out a coin. "Of course you more than deserve this, Will," accepting his share. The main character closed his eyes and chuckled. "You're a simpleton, Alan." He laughed, admitting, "Honestly, I don't even know where I'd spend so much money." Will decided to accept it as a thank you. Alan agreed with a happy, thoughtful smile. Will stepped away, realizing that 5 platinum coins was more than enough to get started. With this much, he'd be able to obtain the magic ring much faster. As he pictured the item in his mind, he decided it was time to say goodbye to the Will who couldn't use magic. A moment later, Alan approached him. "So, what will you do now?" he asked. "Are you here to enroll in Saran's Magic Academy?" Will closed his eyes with a faint smile. "That's an incorrect assumption. I'm a traveler," he explained. "I still have many places to see." Alan looked a little disappointed, but smiled nonetheless. "That's a shame. I thought we could take the exams together." The protagonist chuckled. "Just passing the exams for the toughest school in the Sarah Kingdom is a feat in itself. So let me give you some advice," he offered. "Your magic was amazing back there, but I noticed something. It seems like you have trouble controlling it. Am I right?" Alan's eyebrows shot up. "How did you know that?" He gasped. The main character gave a knowing thumbs up. "Your mana flow was visible during the battle," he explained. I think your power could improve enormously if you focus on just one thing. One thing? Alan asked, confused. Will nodded. Gather all that power at a single point. That was the heart of his advice, but it took Alan a moment to grasp it. A single point, he asked. The main character prompted him. Magic is activated by passing through the channels in your body, isn't it? Alan's eyes widened. But before he could ask more, Will warned him. If I say more, it's not advice. True improvement requires understanding and experience. That's all I can tell you. Whether you listen to my advice is up to you, he finished. Alan's face lit up with determination as he clenched his fists. I'll definitely listen. I'll try to understand what you've told me, he declared, full of new energy, seeing him so encouraged. The main character turned to leave. Then try your best in the exam, he called out. I will, thank you. Will? They waved goodbye and parted ways. Will closed his eyes and smiled. Alan really is a good guy, he thought. Just what you'd expect from my ideal protagonist. Pushing such thoughts aside, he decided it was time to focus on his own goals. He began to walk forward, but suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. A carriage rushed by, and sitting inside was Serena. Will froze in place, his world coming to a standstill. His eyes followed the carriage, and what he saw inside made his breath catch in his throat. A gasp escaped his lips. Through the window, he saw Serena. As the cart faded into the distance, Will simply stood there, watching. He felt a wave of relief. She was real. He remembered her tragic death in the original story. And now, she was the one he vowed to protect. Although he was not yet strong enough to even face her directly, he swore to himself he would save her. A fierce resolve hardened his expression. He suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment, covering his mouth. He couldn't believe how cute she was in person. Shaking his head, he refocused on his mission, heading for the capital's slums. He walked the crowded, grimy streets. This was the dark underbelly of the capital, where the city's forgotten people lived. The air itself felt heavy. With no law to speak of, illegal guilds thrived here. This entire district was a breeding ground for crime, drug trade, and human trafficking. Will had come to this dangerous place to seek the help of one specific person. But before he could reach his destination, a voice suddenly called out to him. He stopped in his tracks. Turning around, he saw several shady men approaching. Their leader grinned maliciously. Hand over your money if you value your life. His cronies chuckled, hungry for a score. But Will remained unfazed. I'm not giving you anything, he replied calmly. The man's grin vanished. He pointed a finger at Will. If you don't, we won't leave a single piece of you behind. He gave the order. Get him? The other thugs laughed as they rushed forward to attack. Will effortlessly fell into a battle stance, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. He may be a minor character, he thought, but he's far from weak. With a flash of steel, his sword left its scabbard. A series of swift, precise swings cut through the air. The bandits who charged him screamed in agony. As the blows landed, they collapsed to the ground. Lowering his blade, the protagonist noted to himself, this is more than enough to enter the Magic Academy. The men were writhing in pain before him. Their leader, his jaw clenched with rage, trembled as he stared at his defeated crew. Will's gaze fell upon him. You were saying something about not leaving a scrap of me, he asked with a chilling tone. The man shrieked in terror. He turned on his heel and fled, screaming apologies over his shoulder. The main character watched him go for a moment. Then, with a sigh of annoyance, he continued on his way. He finally stopped before the building he was looking for. A crooked sign swayed ominously in the wind. Will pushed the door open and stepped inside, his eyes scanning the cluttered room. It was filled with countless strange and mysterious objects, but he paid the decor no mind. Walking directly toward a cloaked figure, it was the woman known as Nora, hiding her face in the shadows of her hood. She smirked at him. Well, well, what's a little noble boy doing in a place like this? She was certain he was hopelessly lost. Will just smiled back. Don't be so quick to judge. I have money. He produced a gold coin, letting it glint in the dim light. I came here to request your services. But I'm not here for Nora, the slum's information broker. He leaned in slightly. I'm here for you, as an elf. Hearing this, Nora fell silent. You surprise me, she finally admitted. Tilting her head, her voice sharpened. Who told you that? Will met her gaze calmly. He knew she was the very same information merchant the original protagonist relied upon. No one told me, he said aloud. I just know. In fact, he added, my knowledge is far superior to yours. She considered his bold claim. Is that so? Then tell me something that will truly surprise me. A sly smile played on her lips. You want something from me, right? If you can genuinely shock me. I'll provide my services for free. Will laughed. I appreciate the offer. He accepted her challenge without hesitation. All right, let's start with your real name. You call yourself Nora, but that's just a pseudonym. He paused for dramatic effect. Your true name is Garnet. You're 180 years old, tired of the rigid traditions of elven society. You ran away from your home, but with nowhere else to turn. You ended up here, in the slums. Posing as a human, you use your innate wind magic to eavesdrop on gossip, becoming the ultimate information merchant. As he spoke, Garnet froze. Her eyes widened, her mouth falling open in utter disbelief. A cold sweat trickled down her face as she stammered. How do you know that? He decided to press his advantage. I also know your measurements, 84, 59, and 87. Stop, Garnet yelled, thrusting a hand out. She tore the hood from her head, revealing a beautiful but completely bewildered face. How can you possibly know all of this? Instead of answering, the main character simply asked, do you now admit that my information is better than yours? Garnet's expression soured. She let out a frustrated cry. Finally, defeated, she slumped forward, resting her head on the table. Fine, I understand. You win, just don't say anything more. Will watched her, a satisfied smile on his face. He put a hand to his chin, thinking, perfect. Now I have my tour guide. Garnet looked up wearily. A tour guide? She asked in exasperation. Where could you possibly need me to take you? If you're so well informed, you shouldn't need me at all. But he just shook his head. I told you, I need you as an elf. I need you to guide me to your homeland. We're going to the elven forest. At those words, Garnet's jaw dropped. She stared at him, completely stunned into silence. Some time later, night had fallen. Under the pale light of the moon, a lone cart traveled through a dark forest. The main character sat inside, while Garnet drove the horse. Looking around at the twisted, lifeless trees, she murmured, this place, it's completely dead. Will crossed his arms. It wasn't always like this, was it? He asked knowingly. A small smile touched his lips. This is one of the reasons I had to come here. Garnet turned, her brow furrowed in confusion. What are you talking about? Closing his eyes, the protagonist simply replied, you'll understand soon enough. But she wasn't satisfied with that. Tell me everything. I can't explain it right now, Will said calmly. There's a lot on my mind. His gaze fixed on something beginning to appear in the distance. His smile widened. Their destination was finally in sight. As they reached a fence of sharpened stakes, Garnet brought the cart to a halt. In the next moment, a figure emerged from behind the barrier, his brow furrowed with authority. He commanded them to stop, warning that this was forbidden territory for other races. With his spear pointed as a clear threat, he ordered the visitors to leave the forest at once. At his words, Garnet closed her eyes with a weary sigh. Must you be so boring, she pleaded, hopping down from the cart to approach Eric, because her face was concealed by a hood. He didn't recognize her at first. He cautiously asked who she was, wondering how this stranger could possibly know his name. Garnet simply echoed his question before throwing back her hood to reveal her face. Frowning, she declared, I know it because it's me. Finally recognizing her, Eric was stunned. Garnet! He called out her name in pure shock. She pointed to Will, still sitting in the cart, and stated that he was her friend, asking Eric to let him pass. He was too shocked to speak, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. But at last, he calmed himself, announcing that he understood. As he swung the gate open, he invited her inside. She got back into the cart and picked up the reins, but offered a serious warning before entering. I'm not coming back for good, she clarified. I'm just visiting. Despite these words, Eric joyfully shouted to the village that Garnet had returned, and the children playing nearby froze. They turned at the sound, happily crying out, Is it really Garnet abandoning their games? They watched as the cart rolled into the village. Will and Garnet parked the cart in a designated spot and secured the horse in a paddock. Before heading deeper into the village, Garnet smiled affectionately. She stroked the horse's mane as the children finally ran up to her, happily congratulating her on her return. Laughing, she patted their heads warmly. "I'm home," she said softly. The main character watched, thinking he had assumed she left her homeland out of disgust for elven customs and traditions. However, the reality was clear: she was their beloved princess, and all the elves adored her. He smiled as he continued to watch her lift a small elf girl into her arms. Looking at Will seriously, she asked what his plan was here. As the other two children hugged her legs, the main character asked if Garnet would lead him to the elder. She agreed, turning to walk toward the right place. Meanwhile, the little girl in her arms playfully began to tug at her cheek. Will smiled faintly and followed Garnet. Soon, they arrived at a great treehouse where the elder emerged to meet them, looking a little disappointed. "I had thought you'd finally returned," he said, "but instead, you have brought an outsider." Garnet ignored his sharp tone and turned to Will. "This is the elder, just as you wanted," she stated. The main character thanked her, but the elder let out a cry of indignation, furious at being ignored. "Do not disregard me," he commanded. He quickly calmed himself, however, and simply told Will to leave, as he refused to speak with outsiders. Will's expression hardened. "And what if I told you," he asked, "that I can help with the phenomenon plaguing the elven forest?" The elder flinched and froze at his words. He stared for a moment, then demanded an explanation. Will stated, "The spirit of the wind is raging through this forest, and because of that, its very ecosystem is in chaos. That," he said, his gaze serious and unwavering, "is why the trees are dying. Is it also true that you intend to make a sacrifice without even trying to subdue the spirit?" The elder turned toward him, sweating with anxiety. "How could you possibly know that?" he demanded. Before the protagonist could even respond, Garnet intervened, frowning in frustration. "The trees were dying all along the path here," she shouted. Will just smiled faintly. Hearing this, the elder clenched his hand into a fist. "Are you the one responsible for this?" he accused. But Will simply said that wasn't the case. "You could even say it's the opposite," he replied cryptically. Not understanding, the elder asked him to explain. Will closed his eyes for a moment. He smiled serenely, placing one hand to his chest. "I am a servant of God," he declared. With his other hand outstretched, he added that he had come on a divine mission. "I am here to save the elves on God's orders." The elder's eyes widened in amazement. "A servant of God," he stammered. Garnet frowned, her own unease growing. Is he really talking about a god? She wondered to herself. Meanwhile, he explained that the gods cannot directly influence the world's affairs, and so they choose agents like me to fulfill their divine will. That is why I, an outsider, know this forest better than you do. The elder grew increasingly agitated as he listened to every word. Closing his eyes, the protagonist declared, "The gods would not abandon the noble elves." Cupping his hands together, he promised, "I will save you all." With a gasp of pure relief, the elder was overjoyed that the gods hadn't forsaken them after all. Will was silent for a moment, processing the reaction. In truth, he'd completely made up the story on the fly and never expected the elder to believe it so easily. He also decided to keep quiet about his real goal to make a contract with the spirit and claim its magic for himself. Out loud, he smiled and said, "What the elder says is true. However, my power alone cannot calm the raging spirit of the wind." He then asked if the elder could lend him something. "Your hidden tools, the mirror of spirits, and the fairy bell." The elder was stunned that this outsider knew of their sacred artifacts. It could only be because he truly was a servant of God. Realizing there was nothing to be done, he relented. The main character thanked him, but the elder held up a hand. "Before I hand them to you," he announced, "I have one condition." "A condition?" Will asked in surprise. Sometime later, Garnet, and another elf were walking through the forest. The protagonist thought to himself, "Considering what the elder asked for, this isn't surprising at all." Suddenly, Garnet turned to their companion, Shell, with a smile. "I never thought I'd see you following us," she confessed. Shell smiled back warmly, surprised by what he saw. Will asked if they knew each other. "Of course," Garnet confirmed. We're childhood friends. Picking up on her words, Will asked just how long ago their childhood was. She thought about it, then finally answered. About 100 years ago. Shell agreed that it had indeed been that long, leaving the protagonist marveling. He was amazed at the elven sense of time. He'd never known Garnet had such a friend and, closing his eyes, he smiled, noting she hadn't appeared in the original story. Still, he assumed she must be quite capable. He was suddenly distracted when Garnet spoke, noting that it wasn't just Shell with them anymore. There were other elves as well. A tracker is more fitting, she thought, a faint smile on her face. She explained to Ruel that it was her fate, as the sacrifice who would subdue the spirit. Will and Garnet could only stare, their faces etched with disbelief, their mouths hung open, utterly stunned by her calm acceptance. When she finally managed to compose herself enough to speak, Garnet rushed to Shale, placing her hands on her shoulders. Are you truly willing to do this? She asked, her voice trembling, still smiling. Shale replied that she wouldn't mind, if it meant the forest could return to its former glory. Garnet's confusion deepened. How could this be the only way Will then spoke, calling it a noble wish of self-sacrifice? But he added with a hint of sorrow, that it wouldn't bring the forest back. Shale's smile vanished. Garnet turned to him, demanding to know if he knew this, because he was a servant of God, or from some hidden knowledge. Will explained that the raging wind spirit was a symptom, caused by a disturbance in the local dragon vein. If they didn't fix the root cause, no number of sacrifices would change anything. Shale lowered her head, her hope fading. Then, what should I do? She whispered. But before she could finish, a powerful surge of magic exploded from the trees. An attack was rocketing straight for them. Garnet, sensing it first, screamed a warning to the others. In that split second, Will moved, shielding her and Shale. He raised the mirror, deflecting the blast with impossible ease. As the magical energy shot harmlessly into the sky, Garnet froze. Her eyes were wide with shock, fixed on the spirit's mirror in the protagonist's hand. She couldn't believe he had deflected such a powerful attack. Will straightened up, a smirk on his face. Did you really think I couldn't? He guessed. That was why Shale had been sent with them. The elven girl, knocked to the ground in surprise, could only look up at him with reverence, whispering his name. He cut off her excuses, simply telling them to rely on him. In his mind, there was nothing more thrilling than saving someone. With that, he pressed onward. The main character paused, his mind racing. That had to be an attack from the wind spirit. It must be near the spirit's tree. But that was still far. The distance was troubling. Will frowned. Is all of this the spirit's doing? He wondered. Just then, magical energy began to swirl between the trees again. Garnet saw it first. What is that? She yelled, pointing for Will to look. Shale, seeing it too, let out a terrified cry. It's coming! A new magic attack, even more powerful than the last, materialized and shot towards them. The elves cried out, shielding their faces in terror. But our main character remained calm, a confident smile playing on his lips. He watched the concentrated energy approach, almost welcoming it. I'm grateful, he thought, that the spirit is coming to me. As the winds settled, they saw it. The wind spirit, Jean, hovering before them. The creature spread its wings, focusing its gaze on the group. A wisp of immense magical power gathered in the air, condensing into another attack. The spirit flapped its wings, and the blast flew forward. It was aimed squarely at Will, but he didn't even flinch. He simply watched it come, a fearless smile on his face. As the energy was about to hit, he flicked his wrist. The mirror deflected the attack, sending it crashing back into the spirit. The monster shrieked in pain. The main character just smiled, holding the mirror steady. Jean's face contorted in a furious scowl. With a roar, the creature lunged forward for a physical strike, but Will ducked under the blow with lightning speed, appearing behind it. His smile vanished, replaced by a look of concentration. The moment its magic was countered, Jean had immediately switched to physical attacks. Even enraged, the spirit was thinking logically. Our main character realized that if the monster wouldn't use magic, then he could try a different approach. He drew a dagger from the sheath on his belt. His fingers brushed the blade, imbuing the weapon with raw power. Flames erupted around the dagger's edge. Will swung the weapon, unleashing a fiery arc directly at the wind spirit. There was a thunderous roar. And because the attack was so fast, Jean had no time to dodge. The flames engulfed its body, and the creature screamed in agony. The protagonist glanced at the weapon still humming in his hand. It was a magic item he'd found in the dark market of the click slums, a fire dagger. He brandished the flaming blade. "I will destroy you with this," as he charged. He noted that while Jean's magic was dangerous, its close combat skills were weak, and while enraged, its movements were predictable. Will swung his dagger, closing the distance while Jean was still reeling from the flames. He remembered a key fact: the wind spirit could be easily neutralized if you understood its weakness. He prepared a new magic attack. The spirit, finally noticing him, roared and flapped its wings, sending gusts of wind to counter several magical blades shot forward. But the protagonist was ready. He leaped high into the air, dodging the assault and swinging his fiery dagger. He somersaulted over the monster, landing perfectly behind it. He tightened his grip on the dagger's hilt and slashed with all his might. Blood sprayed into the air. As the spirit screamed, Will revealed a chain in his other hand. He ran in a circle, expertly wrapping the chain around Jean's body, and landed firmly. He yanked the chain tight, binding the creature. Surrounded by flames and chains, the spirit continued to howl. The main character stood, a grin spreading across his face. As the fire began to die down, he declared, "The binding is complete." He had tied Jean with another magic item, a flame chain, with his back still to the spirit. He announced that its weakness was fire, so he'd prepared for this in advance. He knew that with his current power, he couldn't actually defeat Jean. However, as the author who knew the original story, it wasn't difficult for him to weaken the spirit. Thinking about it, his expression turned serious. But then he smiled once more. This knowledge was his greatest weapon. Suddenly, Garnet approached him, leaning over the now-bound spirit. "It can't be. Binding it was that easy," she stammered. Will just smiled and closed his eyes. "I had to do at least this much." Garnet's jaw dropped, her eyebrows raised in pure astonishment. Shael knelt nearby, silent for a long moment. But then, unable to hold it in, she burst into tears, thanking Will for saving her life. Tears streamed down her face as she squeezed her eyes shut, her hands clenched into fists. She reacted fast, he mused, but the spirit was still dormant, lost in a chaotic dream he knew would soon end. He produced a fairy bell from his jacket. With a few delicate shakes, a crystalline melody cut through the air, stirring Jean from its slumber. With a mighty roar, it shattered its spectral chains. Fire scattered as it flapped its wings, looking down at its paws in shock. Has this mortal's rage truly vanished? Its primal speech was lost on the others. Garnet stared at Will in utter disbelief. Did Jean just say something?" she stammered. She confessed she couldn't understand a word. Will remained silent, a profound truth echoing in his mind to comprehend a spirit's tongue. One must be a being greater than the spirits themselves, and as Garnet and Shell gaped at the spirit in wonder, he could do just that. Will's expression was one of intense concentration. This was possible for one reason alone. He was the one who created the language of the spirits. With a relaxed air, he slipped his hands into his pockets. Using their ancient tongue, he announced, "I am the one who quelled Jean's rage." A grin spread across Garnet's face. Just what I'd expect from a servant of God, even if he was speaking incomprehensible nonsense. She'll simply clenched her fists, her eyes wide with admiration. "So cool." Jean stared at Will, its voice filled with awe. You can truly understand me." The main character simply confirmed the impossible. The spirit realized the truth. Without him, its rage would have incinerated this entire forest. It offered its deepest thanks. But Will held up a hand. "I don't need your gratitude," he stated seriously. "In return, I wish to form a pact with you and wield your magic." Jean bowed its head. "If that is what you need, I will gladly grant your request." "What is your name?" the spirit asked. A faint smile touched Will's lips as he spoke his name. Instantly, a torrent of magical energy erupted around him, a glowing circle materializing at his feet. The contract was forged. The wind spirit bestowed its power upon Will. As the swirling energy subsided, The magic of wind was now his to command. A small, controlled gust of wind danced over his palm. "Thank you, spirit of the Jing forest." He clenched his fist, a determined smile on his face. The spirit's magic was his. The first step was complete. A short while later, as the last of the energy faded, Garnet spoke, her voice filled with astonishment. "Was that really the magic of spirits?" Will confirmed it was. "I received it for saving the elven forest," he explained. "When did you even manage that?" she pressed, crossing his arms. The protagonist simply closed his eyes. "I did what was necessary." Garnet's brow furrowed. "Do you have any idea that only an elder of the previous generation could command spirit magic?" She was completely baffled by his power. Standing behind her, she clenched her fists, still captivated by the miracle she had just witnessed. Will, however, simply knew this was the author's privilege. Sometime later, they returned to the elven settlement, where all the inhabitants rushed out to meet them. Garnet smiled, immediately going to play with the children. The elder noticed them and approached, his eyes wide. You've returned already." Will smiled calmly. "As promised, the spirit has been subdued. But the trees, they are still dead," a villager pointed out. The main character explained, "That is because the wind spirit has only just awakened. I am certain they will return to normal in time," he said, before adding with a confident gleam, "However, if the elves desire it, I can restore them right here and now." The elder stammered in confusion. Will simply confirmed he could, and with a snap of his fingers, called for Jean. Vortexes of pure wind energy swirled around him. Soon, the majestic spirit appeared in the center, ready to heed Will's command. The elder stared, breathless. "Is that truly the wind spirit?" The other elves were frozen, their mouths hanging open in utter shock. Will commanded, "John, return the trees of this forest to how they were before." "It will be done," the spirit promised, unleashing its magic to restore the forest. Garnet gasped in shock. "The forest? It's glowing." Looking around in awe, Shul whispered, "It's beautiful." Sometime later, every last dead tree had been restored to life. "Thank you, Jean," Will said. He then added, "You must also repair all the dragon veins, so that this power never runs wild again." Jean finally announced that it was all understood. As the magical energy faded, a stunned silence fell over the village. The elder opened his mouth to speak, but stopped, his expression shifting to one of overwhelming emotion. He raised his head to the sky and roared with joy. "He is our savior!" Turning abruptly, he pointed a finger at the other elves, announcing, "Tonight, we shall hold a feast in our savior's honor." Without hesitation, the elves erupted in cheers and immediately ran to prepare the festivities. Soon, the settlement was alive with light and laughter. Garlands were strung between the trees as the elves smiled happily, sharing food and conversation. Will stood slightly apart with Shell, his arms crossed, admiring the celebration. He watched, frozen for a moment, as the villagers finally found their joy again. Shell spoke softly, a little embarrassed. "You've done such a great thing for us, Will." He smiled at her as she added, "It has been so long since I've seen anyone smile so heartfully." She focused on the smiling elves, then bowed deeply to the protagonist with her eyes closed. "Thank you." He looked at her thoughtfully. He remembered how she was willing to sacrifice herself for this place. Shaking off the heavy memory, he suggested they change the subject and enjoy the feast. He smiled and held out his hand to Shell. Her mouth fell open in surprise, making her even more embarrassed. But in the end, she accepted. Together, they walked forward to join the merry elves. Garnet, watching from the side, smiled with her eyes closed, admitting to herself her surprise at how fast the shy Shell had opened up. He chuckled softly. Then again, he mused. That's exactly what you'd expect from a savior. After that, the main character enjoyed the feast, sitting at the table with the others. While tasting the food and drinks, he thought about how elven culture is closed to other races, yet they welcomed him. Saving others was the basis of any good fairy tale. After all. Later, as he lay in one of the village homes, he closed his eyes and smiled. Being thanked felt good. When he opened his eyes, he was genuinely happy. He had managed to save the elven forest, a place that was destroyed in the original story. But that very thought brought a chilling question to mind. How would this change affect the story from here? He looked out the open window, into an unknown future he had just rewritten. He gazed out, wondering how the world would change, now that an extra like him was caught in its gears. Fear and curiosity warred within him. The next day, he and Garnet left the elven village, escorted by grateful elves. He was heading to the next stop on his grand quest. When he and Garnet finally reached their destination, he decided this was the place to part ways. Stepping down from the cart, he stared ahead with purpose. After a moment of silence, Garnet finally spoke up, asking if he truly planned to walk from here. She insisted that after all his help, they wouldn't mind taking him all the way to his destination. Will just smiled, saying his path wasn't far. Besides, she needed to return to the capital and resume her work as an information merchant. Garnet smiled, accepting his decision. With a final farewell, she closed her eyes. Will said his goodbyes, while Shale, who had stayed with him, waved, wishing her a safe journey. As Garnet's cart disappeared into the distance, Will watched her go. Only then did he turn to Shales, who was watching him with anticipation. Our protagonist had to ask, was she certain about this? He reminded her that the elven forest was safe now. A flicker of sadness crossed her face. She admitted leaving everyone was hard, but declared that her place was now by Will's side. She wanted, more than anything, to be useful to him. Seeing his questioning gaze, she suddenly lowered her head, assuming she was a burden. But our main character just smiled, assuring her that wasn't it at all. In fact, he was glad to have someone like her join him. He thought to himself, she probably didn't even realize her own strength. Hearing his praise, her expression hardened with resolve. She thanked him, promising to do her absolute best to be of service. Will said nothing, simply watching her with a warm smile. And so, after saving the forest of elves and Shale, a new story began, one that wasn't in the original game. The plot was diverging, but he had no idea just how much fate would change. He and Shale continued their journey. Arriving at a bustling port city, Will's next objective came into focus. He needed to acquire a magic ring. With it, he could finally use magic, without any restrictions. As they boarded the ship, he recalled the ring's origins. It was an ancient artifact from a distant continent, and to reach that continent, a long sea voyage was necessary. Stepping onto the deck, they both looked up. Will wore a small, satisfied smile, but Shale's jaw dropped, her eyes wide with pure wonder. This was unlike anything she had ever seen. As they walked, she took in everything, completely amazed. Noticing her reaction, Will figured this was her first time on a ship. This only made him smile wider. He realized she had likely never even left the elven forest before. He watched as her head swiveled from side to side, her eyes drinking in every new sight. To her, this entire world was new. Closing his eyes, he mused that in a way, he felt the same. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted by a conversation nearby. Two merchants were talking just a short distance away. One mentioned they'd be escorted by a B-rank adventurer. The other seemed relieved, hearing that the adventurer was an outstanding mage. Will repeated the words with a thoughtful smile. A B-rank mage. He knew what that meant. B-rank was the top 10% of all adventurers. He recalled the world's adventurer classification system. D-rank was for rookies, C-rank for novices, B-rank represented the competent, professional adventurers, and above them were the high-level A ranks and the legendary S ranks. With a B-rank mage on board, it was no wonder the merchants were so relaxed. Will was curious to see this mage for himself. Getting Shale's attention, he told her to come with him, and they headed towards another part of the ship. She nodded and followed close behind. Soon, they arrived at the ship's bow, where a man named Dominic stood. He laughed, addressing the crowd, telling everyone to leave the ship's protection to him. He held a grimoire and a magic staff, which he dramatically thrust to the side. A brilliant magical aura erupted from the staff in dazzling streams. He grinned, full of confidence, declaring that under his watch, no sea monster would dare attack them. The other passengers gasped in awe, their eyes wide with surprise and admiration. But our main character just frowned, unimpressed. This guy was clearly a show-off. Will could tell he loved playing to the crowd. Shael also looked displeased with his flashy behavior. The mage then turned his attention to Will, asking if he was also an adventurer guarding the ship. Closing his eyes, Will simply stated he was a passenger. Dominic let out a disappointed sigh, saying that was a shame. "You carry a sword," he noted, "but it looks like you lack the strength to use it." Will stared back, his expression turning cold, but he remained silent. Shael, on the other hand, frowned, barely hiding her anger. But before she could speak, Dominic used a flash of magic to announce that his performance was over. He leaped off the ship, landing gracefully back on the docks, raising his staff high. He wished everyone a safe journey. The crowd erupted in applause as they watched him go, but Shael did not share their excitement. Clenching her fists, she muttered that Dominic was a brute. Will just chuckled, remarking that he was a typical adventurer. In the original story, most of them were just like that. He smiled. As long as he protects the ship, he can act however he wants. No need to cause trouble. Gazing out at the vast ocean, he declared their journey was beginning. It would be a 5-day voyage to the new continent. Soon, the ship set sail. Will and Shael stood on the deck, enjoying the cool sea spray on their faces. But after some time had passed, things took a turn. Shael rested her head on a table, groaning miserably that she felt terribly sick. Will instantly knew what was wrong. She was seasick. She apologized weakly, but he told her not to worry about it. He knew she wasn't used to this and was probably exhausted. "We'll get this fixed right away," he said, taking out a glass of water and a small packet of medicine. He handed it to her with a reassuring smile. Shael took the medicine, and just as she did, one of passengers burst in, their voices echoing with alarm. They announced they were under attack by the very monster Dominic was fighting. A wave of excitement swept through the room as everyone rushed to see. Will watched them go, treating the danger like some kind of spectacle. But then again, out here on the endless sea, there wasn't much else to do. Shay, having taken her medicine, squeezed her eyes shut and swallowed. She washed it down, sighing heavily as she opened her eyes. "You can go without me," she offered, with a soft laugh. Will took the glass from her. He thanked her for the offer, admitting he was curious too, but he decided he could catch the next monster show another time. After all, if they were attacked on the very first day, there were bound to be more chances. He took a sip, as Shay gazed at her own reflection in the water. "You're too kind, Will," she said quietly. He set down his mug and leaned forward on the table. Not at all. He knew how hard the constant rocking was on her. With a gentle smile, he tried to distract her. "Let's talk about your abilities." Shay looked up, confused. The main character just nodded. As we know, elves are masters of wind magic, and Shay's potential was among the greatest. But she quickly denied it, insisting she couldn't use magic at all. Will held up 2 fingers. "There are 2 reasons you might not be able to," he began. "The first is that you lack any magical pathways in your body." He explained that this was his own condition. No matter how hard he trained, magic would forever be beyond his reach. Then, he revealed the second possibility. "Or you simply don't understand how to use your magic pathways." He added this was far more common, and that it perfectly described her situation. Stuttering in surprise, she asked how he could possibly know. In response, our main character produced a small device. "I know everything, thanks to this." Shay stared at the object in his palm. "Is that a compass?" She then noticed it seemed broken, its needles spinning wildly. "It isn't broken," Will explained calmly. "Tell me, where are the needles pointing?" Shay looked closer, and her eyes widened. One of them was pointed directly at her. Her jaw dropped in utter disbelief. Will closed his eyes, a knowing smirk on his face. "This is a compass of magical power. It points toward things with immense magical energy." He remembered a time when Garnet was still with them, one of the few elves who could actually use magic. He caught himself, realizing he'd used her alias, Nora, and quickly corrected himself before continuing. He explained that even when Garnet was near, the magic compass always pointed toward Shay. Although she couldn't use her power yet, she possessed an unparalleled well of magic, a sign of truly outstanding talent. Shay was floored by the revelation, staring down at her own hands. Is that really true? She whispered. She'd honestly never realized it before. Will nodded. We just need to train you to unleash it. But their important conversation was suddenly cut short by the loud voices of several men coming down the stairs. One of them was boasting about leaving the monster to him. It was Dominic, flanked by his usual cronies. You were amazing, one of them cheered. There's no mage like you. Dominic just laughed, smugly agreeing with the praise. Will waited for the group to pass their table, before quietly promising Shay that she would one day wield magic far stronger than Dominic's. She flinched, a doubtful frown creasing her brow, but it soon melted into a shy smile. If you say so, I'll try my best. He held out his hand, smiling back. We can even start practicing right here on the ship, as soon as your motion sickness finally passes. She closed her eyes and agreed with a slight nod. As the ship continued to slice through the waves, ever closer to its destination. 4 days had passed since they set sail. The voyage was surprisingly auspicious, as the B-ranked adventurer, Dominic, effortlessly defeated any sea monster that appeared. After each battle, the crowd would erupt in cheers for him. And while Will knew many complained about Dominic's character, he wasn't going to pay them any mind. As long as the man was doing his job, that was all that mattered. While the other passengers surrounded the arrogant mage, our main character stood off to the side. His arms were crossed, a serious look on his face. Shay's seasickness had vanished in a day, allowing them to finally begin her magic training. She stood with her eyes closed in deep concentration, as a powerful aura of magical energy began to swirl around her. Will leaned against a wall, watching from the side. At a certain point, Shay's focused expression turned to one of intense strain. Noticing this, the protagonist immediately gave a warning. That's enough. He frowned gravely as Shay collapsed back onto the bed. This is so hard, she gasped. You did great. Will praised her. You're already getting better at controlling your magic power. She heard his words, but she looked too exhausted to be happy about her success. But Will continued speaking. He reminded her that when they first started, she was at her limit within a single minute. But now, on the 3rd day, she had held her aura for 5 minutes straight. That means you've already improved 5 times over. Hearing this, a spark of interest lit up in Shay's eyes, and she turned toward the main character. With a determined frown, she thanked him for his praise. Then, standing up, she declared, I want to learn as fast as I can, so I can become useful to you. He smiled warmly. I'm relying on you. As Shay resumed her training, he marveled at how quickly she was learning. It was all because of her naturals. Talent for magic. If this kept up, he could expect great things from her. He smiled. He never imagined that a character he barely knew would have such incredible power hidden within her. After reaching her limit, Shay once again dispersed the magical aura with a tired sigh. But before she could say or do anything else, the entire ship was rocked by a sudden, violent jolt. Her mouth fell open in surprise. She looked around in shock. Will was just as startled. The ship continued to rock violently, as terrified screams erupted from the upper deck. Is that a monster? A man screamed. A colossal beast erupted from the waves, its eyes locked on the deck. The crew scrambled, fleeing in absolute terror. But some, standing at a safe distance, watched with excitement. The great beast was back. One of them was certain Dominic would handle it. With a confident laugh, his friends agreed, wrapping their arms around each other. They closed their eyes, completely relaxed. Dominic, get over here, they shouted, pointing him toward the creature. But he was frozen in place, a single drop of sweat tracing a path down his face. He clenched his jaw, forcing his terror down. He had to put on a show. Don't worry, he smiled. You can count on me. But as he faced the creature, a horrifying realization slammed into him. This was the Leviathan, the A-class monster known as the Sea Dragon. He was a mere B-ranker. You got this, Dominic, the men cheered from behind. Beat that monster like you always do. This was a death sentence. Dominic laughed nervously. Of course, I'll take care of it. Internally, he cursed himself. This beast was on a whole other level than anything before. But if he didn't fight, they would all drown. He gritted his teeth with grim determination. He had to do something. Anything. Focusing all his mana into a single point, he roared, thrusting his staff forward, "Take this lightning blast!" A bolt of crackling energy shot toward the beast. The Leviathan watched the attack with almost curiosity. It didn't even bother to dodge. The lightning slammed directly into its head. A direct hit, Dominic felt a moment of relief, but it vanished instantly. Something was wrong. His attack. It did absolutely nothing. In the next moment, the Leviathan let out an ear-splitting shriek, its massive jaws gaping open. "My magic! It has no effect!" Dominic cried in horror. He fumbled for his spellbook, desperately searching for an answer. But the Leviathan was already arching its body, a section of it swelling with terrifying power. A devastating wave of magic energy erupted towards Dominic. He threw up a lightning shield, but the Leviathan's attack shattered it like glass. What is this power, he wondered, as the force of the blast sent him flying. His staff and book scattered as he crashed hard onto the deck. Seeing this, one of the men ran toward him, not with concern, but excitement. "Dominic!" The others stood back, a dreadful thought dawning on them. "Not even Dominic can stop this monster," his companion whispered in disbelief. For a moment, they stood frozen, their smug smiles gone. Then, raw terror took over. "Dominic lost!" they screamed in unison, turning to run for their lives. On the deck, Dominic pushed himself up, his face a mask of despair. "The Leviathan! It's too strong," he thought, slumping to his knees. "I can't win." The monster coiled its body, gathering energy for the final blow. It unleashed another torrent of power straight at the fallen adventurer. Dominic threw an arm up, bracing for the end. "This is it," he thought, clenching his jaw. But just then, Will's calm voice cut through the chaos. "G, protect Dominic!" The spirit responded instantly. G leaped in front of him, swatting the devastating attack away with a single paw. The expected impact never came. Dominic opened his eyes. What is this?" His jaw hung open as G stood defiantly before the Leviathan. Will walked closer, arms crossed. "It's obvious," he stated coolly. "A B-class adventurer can't defeat a Leviathan." Dominic scowled, recalling Will was just a passenger, registered as an E-class adventurer. The main character. Will admitted he only looked like an adventurer, but added with a smirk. "Still, I know how to fight a little." He smiled. "Looks like I'll be stealing your job." Dominic stared in utter disbelief. With a bitter grin, he asked, "What did you just say?" Will stood before him with unshakable confidence. "I said," he repeated calmly, "I'm going to break this monster," Dominic snapped. "Are you insane? Do you really think you can win?" Annoyed by the question, the protagonist replied, "I do." When Dominic tried to argue again, he simply ignored him. Turning to G, "Watch me fight. And learn." As she moved closer, she replied, "Understood," clenching her fists. She stared intently, ready to absorb every detail. Will gave her a slight smile, then turned back to the Leviathan, his expression hardening. It was time to begin. He stepped forward, standing beside G, and sized up the wary sea dragon. "Let's test the power of a spirit's magic," he proposed. Instantly, immense magical energy erupted from his body, swirling around him and G. The water dragon watched, cautious, releasing its own powerful aura in response. But Will only smiled. G, too, looked perfectly calm, facing its opponent. The dragon's caution grew as their combined magical pressure intensified. Eventually, unable to bear their overwhelming aura, the monster dove back into the water, retreating from the ship. Will simply dispelled his magic. He stood perfectly balanced as the ship rocked violently from the monster's wake. The others stumbled, struggling to stay upright. The main character analyzed the situation. Was the monster trying to lure them into the water, to a battlefield where it had the absolute advantage? He knew that if the ship broke, they were all dead. The vessel continued to heave as everyone on deck screamed, trying to find their footing. Will looked at G. "Let me on your back. We're taking this to the sky." The spirit crouched low. "Understood." With the main character on its back, the spirit soared into the air. One of the men on the deck pointed up, shouting, "He's flying!" His friend screamed in shock beside him, from his new vantage point. The main character spotted the dark silhouette of the monster moving beneath the waves. First, he had to draw its attention. While still riding on G's back, he prepared his next move. He activated Windmill, thrusting his arm forward. Several streams of mana shot toward the beast, exploding on the water's surface. The light from the attack caught the Leviathan's eye. In the next instant, it burst from the sea, sending a colossal wall of water into the air. The Leviathan suspended itself magically in midair. "Gee," Will commanded, his focus absolute. "Activate defense." The spirit reacted instantly, gathering its mana into a single point. The Leviathan unleashed a devastating torrent of pure energy right at them. But Jean was already prepared. A powerful magic shield materialized, meeting the monster's devastating blast head-on. The attack shattered against the barrier, splintering into countless streams of energy. Through the shield, the protagonist's eyes remained fixed on his foe. Unable to sustain its flight, the massive beast crashed back into the waves. Yet, its attack had been immensely powerful. So powerful that a spiderweb of cracks fractured across the shield Jean had summoned. Will was stunned to see the barrier compromised. The wind barrier. It cracked, he murmured to his spirit. Meanwhile, on the ship's upper deck, Dominic watched in utter disbelief. His face twisted in shock as he yelled, "This is impossible!" Beside him, Shaw clenched her fists. Her gaze locked on Will with fierce intensity. Just then, Jean warned that the summoning's time limit was approaching. Will's expression grew grim. He agreed, realizing he was burning through his magic power far too quickly. He had to end this now. To finish the Leviathan, he needed to strike its one weak point, the dragon core. He scanned the churning water, searching for the beast's approach. Just like with the red dragon, aiming for the core was a massive risk. But this time was different. A flicker of light from below the waves told him it was time to make his move. Stealing his resolve, he and Jin descended closer to the churning sea. The Leviathan erupted from the depths once more, its maw wide open for another attack. Dominic, watching the chaos unfold, clutched his staff, his face a mask of desperation. "I'm a B-class hero," he shouted. "I can damage that thing." He began to chant a spell. Holding out his staff and a grimoire, he prepared his magic. Seeing this, Will screamed in horror. "Dominic, stop!" But his warning was ignored. Dominic poured his mana into his staff, roaring, "Leviathan, taste my ultimate lightning blaster." A storm of lightning bolts flew towards the monster, crashing into its massive body in a brilliant flash. When the light faded, only smoke and faint sparks remained. The Leviathan let out a piercing shriek before diving back into the abyss. Will watched, his focus unwavering. He knew from the violent spray that this was bad. The enraged beast would now target Dominic on the ship, and the vessel would surely sink. "It's going to attack the ship," Will announced, just as a colossal wave, stirred by the beast's dive, slammed against the hull. Dominic, however, laughed triumphantly. "See, I scared it away." But Shaw and the other men stared at the water with expressions of pure dread. They weren't celebrating. They were terrified. Will watched them, his mind racing. He couldn't let the Leviathan destroy the ship. Suddenly, a simple, audacious plan formed in his mind. He turned to Jin and gave a startling command. "Fly to the ship." "We're doing this now," the spirit replied instantly. "Understood." The protagonist then shouted a warning to everyone on deck. "Grab onto something tightly," Shaw yelled back. "Got it," and wrapped her arms around a mast. Dominic stared in confusion, but did the same. In that instant, the Leviathan burst from the sea, glowing with concentrated magical energy. Seeing this, Will commanded Jin, "To the ship now!" The spirit shot forward, moving so fast it became a blur of pure magical energy. They reached the ship's waterline in a heartbeat. Without slowing down, Will clenched his jaw in concentration. Thrusting both palms forward, he unleashed his wind magic. A massive gale erupted, sending spray everywhere. The entire ship was lifted from the water and into the air. Shaw screamed in shock. "The ship is flying!" She held on for dear life as the Leviathan, which had just launched its attack, froze in midair, its target having vanished completely. Will flew up behind the stunned monster. "Perfect timing," he said. Hearing his voice, the Leviathan began to turn, but now the beast was exposed. He could easily hit the dragon's core. He focused his power on the vital spot and activated his skill. Vortex gun. A spiraling torrent of wind shot forward, growing more powerful with every rotation. The main character poured all his focus into the attack, keeping it stable. The vortex gun slammed into the Leviathan, piercing straight through its body and shattering the dragonstone into 1,000 pieces. The monster let out a final, agonized scream before its colossal body crashed into the sea, sending a tidal wave in all directions. Even high in the air, the ship rocked from the powerful shockwave. The crew cried out in alarm before realizing the truth. The Leviathan was defeated. They stared in genuine disbelief at the impossible scene. Will looked down at the now calm sea. "Did I win?" "For a second there," he admitted. "I thought it was all over. But now, it seemed everything was fine." He let out a relieved smile. He was glad that, just like in the old tales, a crisis had turned into an opportunity. He glanced at the utterly dumbfounded Dominic. "Maybe I should even thank him a little," Will mused. Sitting down on the deck, Jin, sensing its help was no longer needed, bid Will farewell and faded away. Watching the last streams of mana disappear, the protagonist whispered his thanks to the spirit. In the next moment, the ship's passengers swarmed him, bowing their heads. "We are in your debt," they cried. "You saved us all." Will looked at their grateful faces, then closed his eyes with a good-natured laugh and accepted their thanks. The day after their victory, they finally reached the mainland of Ursus. The ship docked at the pier, its perilous journey finally at an end. Stepping ashore in the port of Hollow, Will squeezed his eyes shut and stretched, thankful to finally be on dry land. But Shale was even more ecstatic, exclaiming with joy. Just standing on solid ground again brought her an overwhelming sense of peace, and a brilliant smile lit up her face. But their moment of calm was suddenly shattered. Two men approached them with wide smiles, thanking Will for helping them survive the perilous journey without any losses. One of them stepped forward. He eagerly offered the main character a place in his company, hoping for a future partnership. Will and Shale exchanged a thoughtful glance, but the other man shoved his companion aside, his voice trembling with competitive spirit. He declared that if Will wanted a reliable firm, his was the only choice, even resting an elbow on his rival's cheek. The first man refused to back down. He shot back that his company was far more profitable. Watching their rivalry unfold, the main character just laughed, crossing his arms. The two men turned on each other. Frowning, their argument escalated, clenching their fists as if ready for a brawl. Just then, a familiar voice called out Will's name, demanding his attention. With a wary look, he turned to see Dominic approaching, his eyes closed. He placed a hand on his chest, offering a sincere apology for his earlier words. He admitted Will was far from weak. The main character was stunned by Dominic's sudden change of heart, who confessed with a mournful look that, after the battle with the Leviathan, he'd reflected on his actions and realized he got swept up in the heat of the moment. Will smiled, noting that adventurers are often ruled by their emotions. Dominic returned the smile, remarking that Will must come from a noble family. "An aristocrat, huh?" the main character thought to himself. Dominic's expression brightened as he offered his belated, yet heartfelt, "Thanks for defeating the Leviathan." Will graciously thanked him in return. He admitted Dominic had made the journey quite enjoyable. After one last thanks, they shook hands, and Dominic departed, leaving Will and Shale to continue their way. Shale smiled, remarking that Dominic seemed unpleasant at first, but turned out to be a good person. The main character agreed, adding that people like him were a rare find, even among adventurers. He smiled, guessing that since Dominic was a mage, he was likely more educated than most. Shale frowned at Will's incredibly thorough analysis, noting that it was just what she'd expect from him. Turning his back, the protagonist closed his eyes. He explained he just knew a thing or two about adventurers, while thinking to himself, "That's because I'm the one who created them." Shale suddenly broke the silence. "Where are we headed?" Will simply told her they were going to a second-hand store. She assumed he was planning to gear up for their trip. The main character confirmed she was right, but clarified that her assumption was only half correct. Confused, she repeated his words, utterly surprised. Her mouth hung open, but Will offered no further explanation. Soon, they arrived at a small, isolated building. Shale looked around skeptically. "This is it?" The main character confirmed it was. Shale, recalling the much nicer shops they passed, wondered why he chose this place of all places. She squinted at the worn sign, but she followed without another word. As she and Will stepped inside, the man behind the counter, Tant, peered at them wearily. "Who are you?" he grumbled, explaining that he'd never seen Will's face around here before. The main character calmly replied that it was because this was his first visit, his hands casually in his pockets and a faint smile on his face. Tant sighed, calling him a charmer, then took a long swig from a flask on the counter. "If you see something you like, bring it here," he mumbled. But Will didn't move. Instead, he stepped closer and said, "I need you, Tant, as a sorcerer." The man flinched as if struck by lightning. Shale gasped in amazement. "Tant is the sorcerer you need." Her jaw dropped, while Tant's eyes narrowed on Will. "How did you know?" The main character explained that a friend of his had praised Tant's skills, and that he desperately wanted an item bag crafted by him. As he spoke, he pictured it an item bag, its internal space expanded by magic itself. A massive convenience, he mused, and absolutely essential for any traveler. While waiting for a reply, Will recalled everything he knew about the man named Tant, a talented sorcerer who, until recently, enchanted weapons for adventurers. But a bitter falling out with a partner caused him to abandon his life as a wizard entirely. Will imagined Tant in his prime, frowning with intense focus, enchanting a weapon in the heat of battle. Then his thoughts returned to the present, to the man who was now just a simple shopkeeper. Rising from his chair, Tant flatly refused. "I don't do that anymore," he said, warning Will to give up and leave. But the main character just smiled. "Then just lend me your enchantment table." Tant froze, staring at him in utter disbelief. Will repeated his request, promising to pay. Taking out a coin, he tossed it to the shopkeeper. "Consider that the fee—" Tant caught it with a frown, but before he could protest, Will was already heading toward a display case. He grabbed a strange stone and the plain bag, then walked back to the counter with a confident smile, leaving Tant completely stunned. "Are you going to make the bag yourself?" he stammered. Will confirmed it. Tant awkwardly ran a hand through his hair. "It took me years of training before I could craft a bag like that on my own." The main character simply said, "I know, but I can do it." Tant paused, a conflicted look on his face. Then he erupted into laughter. "A masterpiece, he says." He howled, squeezing his eyes shut. After calming down, he finally agreed. He would lend Will the enchantment table, but for the price of 1 gold coin. He also warned that if the main character failed, he wouldn't get his money back. Will agreed without hesitation. Shale watched the exchange, her head turning back and forth, amazed by this bizarre negotiation. Tant finally moved aside, opening a door behind the counter that led deeper into the house. "Follow me," he said. Will and Shale followed him into the next room, where a special enchantment table rested on a rug in the center. Waiting, Tant identified the setup as an enchanting table. As gravely added, there would be no instructions. Will simply replied that it wasn't a problem, and placed the Shamshad core stone in the center of the table. He knew that enchantment was merely the art of carving magical symbols, a special language of power. With the right knowledge, anyone could enchant an item. As if to prove his point, a dim light began to pulse from the stone. The protagonist smiled. He recalled there were 2 types of item bags, the first requiring immense skill and resources. Picking up the enchanting pen, he noted that this method was far simpler. All it required was placing a spatial magnification charm on an ordinary bag. As he waved the pen, the light erupting from the stone grew brighter and brighter. It spread throughout the room, a dazzling flow of magical energy so intense, the stone itself vanished from sight. Soon, when the energy finally dissipated, a bag lay on the table in its place. Tant approached, his voice thick with disbelief, asking if Will had actually created it. The main character simply smiled, delighted with his creation. Behind him, Shaw clasped her hands together, whispering to herself that Will was truly amazing. Closing his eyes, the protagonist acknowledged that this was just an ordinary item bag, something everyone in this fantasy world knew about. He was pulled from his thoughts as Tant moved closer, his shock evident. He begged to see the bag. Will picked up the item and handed it over. As Tant opened it, he stared in awe at the glow emanating from within. It just couldn't be. He stammered, "This was a genuine item bag." With a deep frown, He looked hard at the main character and demanded to know who he was. Will, ever calm, stated he was just a knowledgeable traveler, smiling slightly as he crossed his arms. After he and Shaw left the room, Tant stood frozen in place, his hands resting on the enchantment table. How did he know the magic symbols? He wondered aloud, his mind reeling. He was genuinely shocked, recalling that very few people in the world were capable of making an item bag. He was lost in thought, questioning the main character's true identity, as Will and Shaw departed from his house. Back on the bustling city streets, the protagonists declared their first task complete. Now that they had the bag, it was time to start, preparing for their journey. Shaw looked at him, getting his attention to ask what their next move was. He explained they were heading to the market to buy supplies. She held up a finger, her eyes wide with curiosity, asking if the market was truly a place where many people gathered to trade. Will was taken aback by her question for a moment, then confirmed her description. He remembered she had never once stepped outside the elven forest. It dawned on him that elves rarely ventured into the human world, seeking to preserve their long lives. Shaw closed her eyes, confirming it was true. Clasping her hands together, she smiled, admiring how new and interesting everything was. Soon, they were on their way again, and the protagonist, seeing the joyful expression on her face, confessed that her words made him happy. They soon arrived at the Grand Market, a sprawling area filled with countless stalls. People were everywhere. As they walked, Shell's head whipped from side to side, desperately trying to take in every sight and sound they passed. But suddenly, Will was startled from his thoughts. He noticed she had frozen in place. Realizing the sheer number of people was overwhelming for her, beads of sweat formed on her face. Her expression twisted in pain as she began to shake her head, trying to clear her senses. The main character gently advised her to try not to look directly at people. She forced her focus onto him, still confused. He explained that elves have far superior eyesight than humans. When a human face enters her field of vision, it unknowingly strains her eyes, causing disorientation. With a wink, he added that if she avoided looking at the crowds, it wouldn't be a problem. She exclaimed that she understood, then closed her eyes tightly. She pressed her lips together and clenched her fists, telling herself not to look around. But with her eyes shut, she didn't see the protruding tile on the ground. She tripped, letting out a startled cry as she fell forward. Unable to brace herself, she couldn't soften the impact. The fall was quite painful. Looking at her, Will thought to himself that she was a bit distracted. Shell almost cried from the stinging pain as she raised her head. The protagonist knelt beside her, helping her up and warning her that this would take some getting used to. A little uncertain, it admitted it was only a guess, but Shell ignored his doubt, promising she would watch her step as she rose to her feet. Tears still glistened in her eyes, but she looked ahead with renewed resolve, ready to follow him. He smiled and decided it was time to start their shopping. A few hours passed, and as evening began to fall, he had purchased cooking utensils, dishes, canned goods, tea-making supplies, and more. Finally, with everything they needed, he announced that they were now ready. Shell, despite being used to the main character's capabilities, still looked at him in surprise. She couldn't believe everything had actually fit inside. He explained that this was the magic of an item bag. It held countless items, yet the bag itself remained light. In his view, creating this bag was absolutely the right decision. Shell didn't say it aloud, but she thought that crafting such an item was something most people couldn't do even if they wanted to. Yet Will had managed it so easily. She was pulled from her thoughts as the protagonist declared that was all for the day. He warned her they would buy a horse early the next morning and finally set out. Shell smiled with interest, asking where they were headed. Will replied that she would find out when they arrived, warning her the journey would take several days. The next day, as the sun climbed high, he bought a horse. Mounting the steed, he started down the road he intended to take. Glancing back slightly, he told her to channel a bit of magic power onto him and hold on tight. With a determined frown, she declared that she was ready. Will explained that this would be a training exercise in controlling her magical power, and he warned her to use as little energy as she could manage. He also added she should be careful not to fall. Frowning in concentration, She promised she would and began the exercise. After some time, evening approached. A little distracted, Shell smiled as she watched the birds fly past and the scenery roll by. A small smile touched Will's lips. He had to admit, her learning curve was astonishing. She could already maintain perfect mana control. It was a feat he thought only a story's protagonist could achieve. That sudden realization wiped the smile from his face. He focused his gaze. This world, his own creation, was becoming more real than he had ever written it to be. As dusk approached, he announced it was time to make camp. Sheil nodded, understanding immediately. Soon, night had fully descended. They built a crackling fire, hanging a pot over the flames. Their tent was pitched just off to the side. Soon, the stew began to bubble in the cauldron. Will served the meal onto their plates, closing her eyes in gratitude. Sheil began to eat. Once their plates were empty, Will set them aside. He warned that monsters could attack in the night, so they would need to take turns on watch. Sheil nervously asked what they would do if attacked. His reply was calm and absolute. "We will win." She frowned hesitantly. "But can I really do it?" Will closed his eyes, a confident smile on his face. "You might not realize it yet," he said, "but you have a remarkable talent for magic. The monsters here won't stand a chance against you." Sheil clenched her fists, a spark of resolve in her eyes. She would do it. "You should get some rest," Will offered. "You must be exhausted." She thanked him, admitting that the day's training had taken all of her focus. A small, grateful smile touched her lips as she looked at him. The main character admitted to himself he hadn't expected her to last this long. As she retired to the tent, he sat alone, gazing into the bonfire. Some time later, a weary frown crossed his face. He tilted his head, catching the faint sound of footsteps. He listened intently, his senses on high alert, thinking it was a pack of monsters. He rose to his feet, but it wasn't long before he saw several figures approaching, weapons drawn. They were grinning with malicious intent. Will realized they weren't monsters, but humans. A thin smile formed on his face. One of them brandished a knife menacingly. "Hand over everything you've got," the man growled. His companion added, "If you don't, you can say goodbye to your life." To prove his point, he held a knife to his own throat. It was a clear threat of what they planned for Will, but he was utterly unfazed. Smiling, he raised an eyebrow. "I was just wondering," he mused, "whose life we'll be saying goodbye to?" The bandits froze, completely bewildered by his words. "What did you say?" Remaining perfectly relaxed, he called out a name. Spirit Gene. Magical energy erupted beside him, and from its center, the Spirit Gene appeared. Gene scowled at the thugs. Will warned them calmly. "You men picked the wrong enemy." They were paralyzed with fear, staring in absolute shock. A moment later, they turned and screamed in horror, scrambling away into the darkness of the woods. The main character let out a quiet sigh of relief. He was glad the confrontation ended so easily. But in the next instant, a sharp cry escaped his lips. An unexpected wave of agony crashed over him. He collapsed to one knee, his balance shattered. Jean cried out a warning. "You've used too much of a spirit's magic in such a short time. Any more and your mana core will burst." Despite the searing pain, the main character managed a weak smile. "I know," he gasped. "That's why we have to hurry to our next destination." When morning came, Will and Sheil continued their journey. She frowned, looking around at the menacing new landscape. This place felt terrifying. Suddenly, a startled gasp escaped her lips. A colossal dragonfly hovered in the air just above them. Will's reaction was instantaneous. He clamped a hand over her mouth, silencing her cry. The creature, undisturbed, flew past them. Once it was gone, he slowly removed his hand. "The monsters in this forest," he explained gravely, "are on another level. We have to avoid a fight at all costs." Realizing her grave mistake, Sheil apologized, her voice trembling. Will nodded. "It's fine, as long as you understand." He then added, "We're almost there, just a little further." She looked around, her expression shifting to one of focused determination. A resolute cry escaped her, glad their goal was near. Meanwhile, Will's thoughts drifted. This was the Great Forest of Zolder, a unique ecosystem. It was formed by intense humidity. The average rank of monsters here was a B. After a while, Sheil wiped sweat from her face, panting heavily. Compared to the elven forest, this place is suffocating, she admitted. Her entire body was slick with sweat from the oppressive heat. Though he said nothing, Will noticed she was struggling. In a place like this, her fatigue was understandable. Even he was feeling the strain. Still, he hid his exhaustion behind a smile and offered to take a break. Sheil wearily exclaimed that she agreed. Soon, they were resting beneath trees laden with juicy fruit. After picking a few from the branches, the main character approached her. He handed one to Sheil, telling her she could eat it. Her eyes lit up as she took the fruit and thanked him. After taking just one bite, she closed her eyes in pure bliss. Leaning a hand on her cheek, she exclaimed, "This is so sweet and delicious." Will was happy to hear it. "They're called pulma fruits," he explained. "They're nutritious and full of water." They were also supposed to help replenish one's strength. When he tasted one himself, he had to agree. Sheil stared at him, her mouth hanging open in surprise. "You seem to know everything." Closing his eyes, he replied modestly, "It's the only thing I can be proud of." Puzzled, Sheil asked, "Is that really all? But I'm sure you can do anything." He warned her that she was overestimating him. "I just know a little more about this world than others." Sheil fell silent, a little saddened by his modesty. She went back to eating, thinking that Will was being far too humble. Ever since she met him, she'd been constantly surprised. A little later, after they finished the fruit, the main character stretched with a smile. "We're almost there," he noted. "I suppose it's time I explained where we're going." She realized then that he had never actually told her their final destination. Will just gave her a knowing smile. He knew that without an explanation, she would be left with an endless stream of questions. Puzzled, her mind latched onto the word he'd just used. But our hero offered no direct answers. He simply promised that she would understand everything very soon, because their destination was the ancient ruins. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Such a place actually exists. Will watched her reaction, finding it far calmer than he'd anticipated. In fact, her lack of shock was the most surprising part. Suddenly, the main character understood. The reason was simple. She had spent her entire life isolated in the elf forest, knowing nothing of the outside world. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion as she stared at him, silently demanding an answer. Will began to explain that the ancient ruins are places lost to modern history. They are the remnants of a civilization known only as the Lost Generation. He unfolded several old maps. These ruins, he explained, are scattered across the globe, shrouded in secrecy, which is why they are almost never discovered. A great and powerful magical civilization once thrived in the age of the Lost Generation. Now, explorers seek out these ruins, hoping to find artifacts of immense power hidden within them. His own goal was to acquire one of these very items, a legendary magic ring. As Will spoke, an image flashed through his mind, a man holding a torch, descending into the depths of a ruin that glowed with a brilliant light. She listened to his story intently, her hand resting on her chin. "So, these ruins are incredibly valuable," she murmured. Our hero confirmed her suspicions, adding that navigating them is a near impossible task. She shot to her feet, her expression still puzzled. Will stood beside her, promising she would understand everything once they finally arrived. They pressed onward. After some time, she made a confused sound. "Are you certain the ancient ruins are here?" she asked, frowning into the distance. Will smiled slightly and confirmed it. "That's right," he said. "The ruins are just beyond this waterfall." The two of them stood at the edge of a cliff. Before them, a colossal waterfall crashed into the basin below. Sheil asked in awe, "How can anyone get past that?" She watched the water explode against the jagged rocks. Will thought of Jean, the spirit. This was the very reason he had come to the elven forest in the first place. He recalled the moment he'd acquired the wind spirit's magic. This was why he had forged a pact with Jean, the spirit of the forest. His plan was simple. By summoning Jean, they could fly directly through the cascading wall of water. But for that to work, Sheil would need to conjure a powerful barrier of wind magic to shield them from the crushing torrent. Upon hearing her role in the plan, she cried out in panic, "There is no way I can do that." But our main character was resolute. "We have to try," he said. Though she was on the verge of tears from self-doubt, she decided she would try. just because Will asked her to. He gave her a confident smile. Don't worry. You've spent this whole week training your magic with everything you have. You're much stronger now. He assured her that she would shock even herself. She looked at him with a glimmer of hope, hesitantly clenching her fists. Is that really true? Our main character nodded firmly. Believe in me, he urged. Finally, she relented. I believe you. Her lips tightened with newfound resolve as she remembered how Will had saved her life. With a determined look, she promised she would use all her strength to aid him. He smiled, watching her transformation. You're the best partner I could ask for, he said aloud. In the next moment, he stretched out his hands, concentrating his spiritual energy. He called out its name, summoning the spirit John as the magnificent creature appeared. Will and Shiel climbed onto its back, and with a powerful push, they took to the sky. To the waterfall, the main character commanded. Shiel clung to him in terror, but forced her eyes open to witness the incredible sight. Jean acknowledged the command and shot forward like an arrow. The spirit accelerated, and Shiel gasped as they hurtled toward the wall of water. As they drew closer, our hero told Shiel to prepare her spell. She would need to erect the wind wall on his signal. He pictured the plan in his mind. Shiel yelled her agreement, but Will was distracted by Jean's voice asking if the girl was truly capable of such a feat. He replied with unwavering conviction. She possesses immense magical talent. He gave Shiel an encouraging smile as she huddled closer. The spirit was moved by its master's absolute confidence. He continued to smile at Shiel as they flew even closer. We are in position, Jean announced. Is she ready? Will placed a hand on Shiel's shoulder and asked that very question. She cast aside her fear, her face hardening with resolve. I'm ready, she declared. Our hero's expression grew serious as he roared. Now! In that instant, she screamed the incantation, Wind Wall. A vortex of energy began to swirl violently around them, shielded by her magic. Jean plunged directly into the waterfall. Shiel gritted her teeth, feeling the immense pressure crashing against her barrier. The crushing force was overwhelming, and for a second, her arms began to falter. But with a defiant frown, she forced them back up. I will not give up, she screamed. A torrent of magical energy erupted from within her, reinforcing the shield. Finally, they burst through the other side. We did it! Will yelled victoriously, praising Shiel for her power. She stumbled backward, nearly falling. But our main character caught her. Even Jean was stunned by what Shiel had just accomplished. Staring down at her own hands, she whispered in shock. I really did it. Then she turned to Will and thanked him. He just laughed, asking what she was thanking him for. Because, she explained, you believed in me. He finally understood her meaning. After flying for a while longer, the main character breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived. He urged her to look as well, declaring their destination ancient ruins, their dilapidated forms barely visible in the encroaching darkness. Before her very eyes, the legends were made real. This was an ancient ruin, just as Will had said. As Jean carried them deeper, Shell admitted that while she trusted him, seeing it for herself was a completely different story. Awe filled her voice. Will simply nodded, adding that even though he knew of this place, witnessing its grandeur in person was still breathtaking. At last, they arrived at their destination, dismounting from Jean. Their journey now continued on foot. Before them stood a pair of colossal, ancient doors. He offered his thanks to Jean, recalling her warning. The path forward would only grow more perilous. Will steeled himself, knowing he had to stay vigilant. And with that, the spirit vanished in a whisper of magical wind. Shell stood frozen, mesmerized by the display. Her attention then turned to the imposing doors. It looks like it's sealed, she observed nervously. The main character confirmed her fears. Despair washed over her. After everything we went through to get here, she cried. But Will just offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, he said softly. You can count on me. He knew that even if modern mages studied this seal, it would take them over a year to decipher it. The reason was simple: the very foundation of modern and ancient magic were fundamentally different. Without understanding the ancient principles, breaking this seal was impossible. However, a confident smile played on Will's lips. He extended his hand, knowing full well he possessed that very knowledge. As he chanted the ancient spell, The runes on the door blazed to life. The light intensified, casting brilliant shadows around them. A mystical wind began to stir. But the protagonist remained focused, his concentration unwavering as he channeled his power. Streams of pure mana swirled around him. And then, with a deep groan, the ancient doors swung open. Lowering his hand, Will paused, gazing into the darkness beyond. Shell's face lit up with a brilliant smile of relief. The protagonist met her gaze and suggested they move forward. She eagerly agreed, ready for the next step. As they stepped through the entrance, Will scanned their surroundings intently. Shell's jaw dropped in sheer astonishment at the vast chamber before them. She recalled how the main character knew of this place, and how he had effortlessly shattered a seal that should have been unbreakable. How was it possible, Will simply reminded her. "I am merely a servant of God," Shell's smile returned. "Ah, of course that explains everything." The main character was almost shocked she bought it so easily. This servant role was proving incredibly convenient. A while later, they paused, and Shell began to look around. Her head swiveled, taking in the labyrinthine halls. Will chose a path, urging her to follow. "Stay close," he warned. "It's easy to get lost in here. You must not stray from my side." Realizing she'd fallen a few steps behind, she quickly apologized. "I will," she promised. As they pressed on, Will mused to himself. The ruins were designed as a dungeon, a treacherous maze, but he held a secret advantage. The map of this place was his own creation. This meant he knew the perfect route through the dangers ahead. As they walked, Shell commented on the sheer size of the corridors. The main character simply agreed. But then he added a grave warning. "If you get lost in here, you might never find your way out." Terror flashed in her eyes. With a panicked yelp, she vowed never to leave his side. After walking for some time, they finally arrived at their true destination. "We're here," Will announced. Crossing his arms, he began to explain. "Now, about the magic ring." But his words cut short as Shell's gaze fell upon the room's center. Her jaw dropped in absolute shock at what stood before them. The protagonist's tone turned serious. "To get it," he warned, "we have to defeat the Guardian. First." In that very instant, the towering stone statue began to glow with immense power. A single, ominous eye opened in its center. "Defeat," Shell stammered in disbelief. Her mind reeled at his words. Will calmly explained that the golem before them was a security measure, designed to seek out and automatically attack any intruders. Shell screamed in pure terror. "We have to fight that thing!" The main character calmly confirmed her worst fears. "And they are quite powerful, but there is a way to win." Hearing this, determination replaced her fear. Clenching her fists, Shell declared, "If there's a way, then I'm ready." Will nodded in approval. "The method is simple," he explained. "We just have to erase a single letter from the spell on its chest." His gaze fell upon the ancient word carved just below the golem's eye. The word meant truth. But if you erase the first letter, he thought to himself, it becomes a new word, a word that means death. Will then explained that to land the final blow, they'd have to get in close. And to get close, they first needed to stop the monster in its tracks. He summarized the plan for her. "So, the first step is... we must fight the golem and incapacitate it." Their battle against the ancient guardian was about to begin. The main character considered his own abilities. He couldn't use spirit magic, and his mana reserves were low. This meant the outcome of this fight would depend entirely on Shell, who possessed a massive amount of mana. A confident smile spread across her face. "I understand," she declared. But then, she froze, the true weight of his words finally sinking in. She whipped around to face Will, her eyes wide with horror. "Wait, what does that mean?" The thought that she had to fight it made her tremble with fear. Will offered a gentle smile. "Don't be afraid." He promised to attack the golem head-on. "Your job," he explained, "is to blast it with magic from the rear. The surprise attack will cause it to freeze." With a focused frown, she processed his strategy. Finally, understanding dawned. She steeled her resolve. "All right, I'll give it a try." Will saw the confidence return to her eyes and smiled. Then, his expression hardened with determination. "Then let's begin," he declared, stepping forward. Shell nodded in agreement. The golem sensed their approach and began to radiate even more magical energy. Its gaze locked onto him. For a moment, there was silence. And then suddenly, the entire chamber began to shake violently. Debris rained down from the ceiling. Caught off guard, Shell struggled to keep her footing. The golem's aura flared as it raised a colossal stone arm and swung it down with terrifying speed. Will's eyes widened in shock. The monster was far faster than he anticipated. As the devastating blow fell, he leaped aside, barely dodging the attack. Even before his feet hit the ground, he yelled out Shell's name. "I'm ready!" she called back instantly. She unleashed her power, summoning a torrent of wind magic. A pneumatic/wind converged into a piercing blade, striking the golem's core. But the attack merely bounced off its stone hide. The magic faded without leaving a scratch. The beast refocused on its true target. Unleashing a crushing blow, Will dodged just in time. The golem's fist missed its mark. Pulverizing the cavern wall instead, Will leaped away from the debris as Shaw frowned in frustration. She realized a simple wind blade was useless. She needed something with far more power. A new plan forming. She began to channel her mana, unleashing a wind cannon. With both palms outstretched, she fired the golem, momentarily distracted from Will, turned to face the new threat. The blast slammed into the creature's chest. It staggered, nearly losing its footing from the sheer force. Will saw his opening. "Nice one, Shaw," he thought. This was the chance she'd created for him. He narrowed his eyes in concentration, preparing for the decisive blow. The golem stood stunned, completely motionless. Will charged forward, his jaw set, knowing Shaw's magic couldn't land the final hit. That was why he'd asked her to create an opening. From the sidelines, she watched with bated breath, her part of the plan complete. To end this in one strike, he needed a special kind of spell. As he closed the distance to the monster, he gathered his power. His hand ignited, forming a storm bomb. He slammed his fist into the ground next to the golem. Powerful streams of magic amplified his impact. The shockwave sent the golem flying into the wall. Stones rained down from the ceiling as the colossal beast finally crashed to the ground. Seizing his moment, Will leaped onto its fallen body. "This is the end," he declared. He drew his dagger, slashing it sharply across the seal. As the first rune on the golem's chest broke, raw magical energy bled from its body, dissipating harmlessly into the cavern air. Seeing this, Shaw asked, Did we really win?" Will nodded, confirming their victory. "Somehow we managed." She smiled, eyes closed in pure relief. Will turned to her, offering his thanks. "We won because of you." Embarrassed, Shaw tried to deflect his praise. "No, it was all you, Will." He gave her a curious look, his lips pursed. Then a warm smile spread across his face. He stepped closer, telling her that ordinary mages could never meet his standards. "You should be proud. Your effort made this possible." Stopping beside her, he gently placed a hand on her hair. She froze for a moment, but as he gave her a reassuring pat on the head, a genuine smile bloomed. "Thank you," she whispered. His gaze shifted to the now unobstructed gate. "Our prize is just ahead," he said. "Let's get what we came for." Together, they pushed the doors open, revealing a chamber bathed in a brilliant glow. As they drew closer, they saw its source, a radiant treasure chest. Inside, resting on velvet, was a magic ring. Will felt a wave of relief. He had made it in time. A small smile touched his lips as he prepared for the original protagonist's inevitable doom. He picked up the artifact. "Is that a magic ring?" Shaw asked, captivated. Will confirmed it. "It is." As he loosened his grip slightly, fiery energy coiled around the ring. "With this," Will explained, "its wielder can use any kind of magic." But there was another secret he kept to himself. He thought back to Serene's tragic fate, knowing that with true magic, he could have saved her. His thoughts were interrupted as Shaw raised a finger. "Wait, but you used magic earlier," she pointed out. He explained that it was spirit magic, completely different from conventional casting. "I have magical power, but no talent for casting." The truth finally dawned on Shaw. She admitted she thought he could already use magic and was teaching her. He clarified that he only knew the theory. But, he added with a grin, now with this ring, I can finally cast it myself. Shaw's eyes widened. He was even stronger now. This is just the beginning, Will admitted. I'm still lacking. She looked at him, completely stunned. Really? He nodded seriously, then turned to her. And you need to get stronger, too. As they began to leave the chamber, she promised she would try her best. Hearing the doubt in her voice, Will told her not to worry. He promised she would grow stronger in no time. Shaw sighed. That would be nice. But then her eyes snapped open, a sudden thought striking her. She frowned. Wait, how do we get back? She had completely forgotten panic set in. But Will simply told her not to worry. He claimed that now. They could leave the waterfall on their own. She clenched her fists, utterly confused. But Will just smiled without explaining. A short time later, they stood on a cliffside overlooking the cascade of water. Shaw knelt at the very edge, looking down at the waterfall. She was in total shock. We actually made it out, Will declared. Nothing beats real magic. He knew all the knowledge from the novel. Was a powerful cheat code. Thanks to the magic ring, he could now use a wide variety of spells. He remembered the moments just before, when he held Shaw in his arms, using a spell to leap through the air to safety. A confident smile played on his lips. As long as a spell existed, this ring would allow him to wield it freely. Suddenly, a stern voice cut through the air. Who goes there? Hearing the strange voice, Shaw scrambled to her feet. She rushed to Will's side with a cry. He, however, turned calmly, facing a robed man holding a staff. What are you doing here? The man demanded. Will's eyes immediately fell upon the man's robes, specifically the emblem embroidered on them. A magician from Lux Magna, he questioned, a memory stirring. Lux Magna, a malevolent organization whose sole ambition was world domination. They had countless members, yet operated from the shadows. They weren't well known. Yet, Will knew that in the future, this cabal's power would swell to the point where entire countries would unite to fight against them. They were destined to become the main antagonists for the original story's hero. He pictured their shadowy ranks, countless silhouettes with burning, fanatical eyes. He didn't recognize this particular magician, which meant he was nothing more than a low-level grunt. The wizard's face glistened with sweat as he demanded in awe. How do you know about us? The main character simply replied, I know everything. I also know why you're here. You're searching for ancient ruins, for your masters, Lux Magna. The man's eyes widened in shock. Will had stunned him. He realized that if they knew this much, he couldn't let them live. But faced with a death threat, the protagonist only smiled. He knew the mage never planned on letting them escape anyway. A dark smirk confirmed his suspicion. Will gave a slight, mocking bow and said, Excellent. With a beckoning finger, he taunted the mage to attack. He needed a test subject for his new magic. He called him a mere lackey. The insult struck a nerve. Do you realize who you're talking to? The mage stepped forward, assuming Will had no idea of the true danger he was in. Tossing his staff into the air, he sneered. You want to practice magic on this. Catching it, he warned the protagonist. Don't get ahead of yourself, you novice! He began to chant, and the very ground started to rise up. The man promised that he would make Will regret his disrespect. The main character turned to Shell. Get back, it's dangerous. Stay away from here. She agreed, scrambling away in terror. The mage laughed, lifting chunks of earth into the sky. There's no time to worry about her anymore. With a fierce shout, he raised his staff. The earth compressed, forming into a deadly projectile. Noticing the powerful attack, Shell cried out, Will's name. But he stood his ground, perfectly calm. Drawing his sword, he watched as his opponent unleashed the clay spear. The earthen projectile shot toward him like an arrow. The main character recalled that in the story. His body had immense physical strength, but he was from a weak class, unable to use magic. However, that was no longer the case. With a quiet breath, he activated Water Sword. Azure streams of mana coiled around his blade. His eyes narrowed in concentration as he unleashed a single strike that shattered the clay spear into pieces. Now that he could wield magic, his immense willpower was a weapon. This was the power of high physical strength combined with close quarters magic. As the fragments rained down, the magician shouted in disbelief, "Impossible! Is that a magic sword?" He was utterly astonished. Casting a spell without an incantation, just by swinging a sword? Will scoffed. "You're only a mage. A subordinate like you is the perfect training dummy." Rage burned away the magician's surprise. "You insolent brat!" He prepared for his next spell, a wicked grin on his face. "How about this?" Will flinched as the ground beneath his feet began to warp and twist. It shot into the air as the mage activated. Clay. Prison. The rising earth formed a cage, trapping Will behind bars. The wizard looked down at him and sneered. "Did you really think you could break out of this? Just in case, I'll make it even stronger." The main character simply watched him in silence. The mage began to transform the clay prison into solid iron squinting. He taunted, "How's that, Will? This is property-changing magic. You'll never break through it with brute force." Will admitted it was an unexpected skill for a subordinate to have. A smirk played on his lips. "Then I'll just have to use more magic power." He readied his sword, activating a powerful surge of energy. A brilliant light enveloped him as he swung the weapon. All of that energy concentrated on the blade's edge. The sword's power was enhanced by magic, and the steel bars were sliced apart. Will walked out of the ruined cage, completely unhindered. The magician stared in horror. Sweating with fear, he stammered, What are you?" With a desperate cry, he decided to kill the main character, no matter the cost. "If you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish." He readied his staff, concentrating all his remaining magical energy. Will frowned, his focus absolute. He held his sword steady as it hummed with power. Closing his eyes, he sharpened his senses, preparing for anything. This way, he could react to an attack from any direction. With intense concentration, he expanded his awareness, and the world around him went quiet. When he felt ready, he opened his eyes, only to find his opponent had completely vanished. Frowning in shock, he wondered, where is he? He scanned the area, sword at the ready. Just then, Shell cautiously approached him. Will, she said, drawing his attention. "That man? He ran away." She pointed a finger towards the woods. Will's mouth hung open in surprise. Then he chuckled. The mage had indeed escaped. His presence was gone. At that same moment, the mage was panting, running for his life through the forest. He knew in his heart he couldn't defeat Will. Fleeing was his only option. Meanwhile, the main character sighed. "Every time we encounter people like that, they always end up running away." He noted that the mage was just a minor servant, but his thoughts were interrupted when Shell tried to smile. "Isn't it good, though?" she asked. Everything ended well. The main character agreed, though he admitted he still wanted to train his magic. When he smiled, she finally relaxed and laughed. Will suggested they head home. She happily agreed, and together they continued on their way. But before they got far, Shell didn't notice a rock on the road, and tripped, almost falling. As they went on, Shell hesitated, realizing something. "Will, are we going the right way?" She pointed to the side. "The city is in that direction." He wondered if she remembered the path they had taken earlier. He chuckled, admitting he didn't really remember it. As he moved closer to her, he gently placed a hand on her head. He assumed it was because she had grown up in the elven forest. "You must be well versed in nature." After looking around, she nodded. It really did seem that way. Closing her eyes for a moment, she decided, "All right then, if that's how it is, I'll guide you." With a nod, Will admitted the suggestion was a good one. But then he gestured in the opposite direction, declaring this was their true path. Shell stared, confused. They had never traveled this way before. Will confirmed her suspicion, but simply said it was normal. She didn't understand. With a puzzled frown, she wondered what he could possibly mean. Meanwhile, he recalled the Lost Age, a time when great magic flourished. In that era, methods of travel existed that were unthinkable now. He thought of the various magical symbols, marveling at the sheer innovation. It was one of the very reasons for the prosperity of that ancient age. In short, it was all about fast travel. Will closed his eyes, certain this was a feature added in the game adaptation. Lost in thought, they ventured deeper into the woods, but suddenly, he froze. An obstacle blocked their path, a monstrous spider. Sensing their presence, the beast focused its many eyes on them and began to skitter sideways. Shell let out a startled cry. "Is that a giant spider?" The main character grimaced, noting the creature had built its nest here. Their destination was just beyond it. As if on cue, the spider lunged, spitting a thick web forward. Will dodged with ease, but then he heard Shell's shriek. She was caught, unable to move. The sticky webbing had her completely trapped. "It's so sticky," she cried out, squirming. But the main character told her not to worry. "The threads are strong, but the poison isn't fatal." He gave her a reassuring smile. It did little to calm her nerves. She squeezed her eyes shut, crying that it was disgusting. "It's all right," Will promised. "Just leave this monster to me." He stepped forward, facing the spider as it readied another attack. He had to admit, the giant spider was a terrifying sight. In the next instant, the creature launched a magic attack, but he summoned a fire barrier to defend himself. The barrier dispersed the spell instantly. He then charged forward, closing the distance to the beast. With a final push, he kicked off the ground. He soared high into the air, right above the spider. He gathered fire magic into the palm of his hand, concentrating the blazing energy. Pointing his palm down at the monster, he unleashed his skill. Dragon Flash. A torrent of fire consumed the spider, utterly destroying it. Once he was sure the monster was dead, Will released the spell. The flames dissipated, leaving only smoke and embers in the air. He landed softly on the ground. A grin spread across his face. He could now wield magic powerful enough to obliterate a beast like that. As expected of the magic ring, he thought. Shell, forgetting the sticky web around her, was in absolute awe. He had defeated the monster in a single blow. That was so cool, she thought. After freeing her, they walked to the abandoned structure where the spider had nested. "We had some trouble," Will said, "but we finally made it." She looked at the ancient doorway before them. "What is this place?" the main character explained. "This is one of the many ancient ruins scattered across the world, but almost no one knows its true purpose." Surprised, she asked what it was used for. "This place is called a transference shrine," Will revealed. "It allows you to instantly travel to another shrine, no matter how far." Shell gasped. "That's incredible," Will agreed. "It's extremely convenient. We can even move between continents with these." A delighted smile lit up her face. "Amazing. Then we don't have to walk all the way back." But her joy faded just as quickly. Her shoulders slumped. "Then why didn't we use this to get here in the first place?" "Because I couldn't use it before," he explained. "You need ancient magic tools to activate the shrine." With a confident smile, he held out his palm. Magic flared to life as he placed his hand on the platform. A brilliant light erupted around them, so intense she squeezed her eyes shut. "The portal is activating," she cried out. Will announced their destination. "We're heading to the transfer shrine near the capital." Their target was a shrine close to the capital of the Celestia kingdom. As he spoke, the light became blindingly bright, completely engulfing them. He was finally stepping into the story he had written. He was no longer just the original author, but a character who could rewrite its tragic fate. He would forge a better, happier ending. Now that he had the strength to overcome the first trial, the transference was complete. Only a faint mist and fading particles of magic remained in the empty shrine. Sometime later, Will and Shell arrived in the royal capital of the Meta Kingdom. Citizens bustled through the streets, shopping and going about their day. The main character smiled, looking around. "We're finally back," he mused. "And just in time, I think." Shell stared wide-eyed at the city, still in awe. "In time for what?" she asked. The main character strolled down the street, hands in his pockets. "Let me tell you," he said with a knowing smile. "I'll tell you what's about to happen here." Shell turned to him, ready. "Okay," she said. "I'm listening." Will's gaze turned serious. "Soon, this kingdom will be attacked by a horde of monsters. The damage will be so immense, it will be brought to the brink of complete destruction. A monster attack, she repeated in horror. Is that really going to happen? The main character confirmed her fears. There's no doubt about it, and it all hinges on the betrayal of this kingdom's prime minister. Shell looked at him, terrified. That's horrible. I know, he said, his expression hardening. But I won't allow it to happen. That's the very reason I've come here. He knew the script all too well. Once the prime minister betrayed the kingdom, the princess, a girl named Serena, would be killed. And Princess Serena was one of the people during this reincarnation, he was determined to save her. He confidently swore he would never let things end like the original story. He would protect her. Suddenly, a voice from behind ordered him to stop. The main character, hands still in his pockets, turned to face the man. What is it? He asked calmly. The man in the long raincoat just smiled, pointing a finger at Will as recognition dawned on his face. Then, with a sly grin, he called out his full name, Will Campbell. The main character simply stared back, asking who he was. The man explained he was hired by Will's family, with orders to capture him and bring him home immediately. Will's eyes drifted forward. He considered what might have happened if he hadn't entered the academy. He realized that would have been a foolish move. The man in the raincoat flashed a wicked smile, telling him to surrender quietly. He promised not to hurt him if he just gave up. Staring down his opponent, Will gave his answer with absolute certainty. I refuse. The cloaked man's hands shot forward, crackling sparks of magical energy gathering in his palms. In that case, he roared, I'll use force. The main character knew fighting here would be a problem. He quickly turned to Shaw, grabbing her hand. We have to run, he urged. Shaw, with a look of pure confusion, was pulled along behind him. Her gasp turned into a startled, yes! The man in the raincoat stood there, mouth agape in surprise. He thrust his hands forward, screaming at Will's back. You're just a failure who couldn't even get into the academy. The man ordered him to stop thinking he could possibly escape. But as he ran, Will glanced back over his shoulder. It's not that I couldn't, he explained. It's that I didn't want to. In the next moment, the main character activated high jump. Pushing off the ground, he soared through the air, taking Shaw with him. He held his frightened companion tightly, his own expression completely determined. The man in the raincoat could only watch in disbelief. Will landed gracefully on a nearby roof. The man stared in shock, shouting, What was that? Did he just use magic? Will Campbell can't use magic? He screamed in denial, gently setting Shaw down. Will called back to him from the rooftop. I can now. The cloaked man cursed, realizing his mistake in letting him get away. He activated high jump as well, his entire body igniting in a bright flame. Seeing the man engulfed in a fiery aura, the main character chuckled. It seemed his father had hired a first-class magician after all. Shaw, the main character said calmly, get on my back. Let me handle our pursuer, he told her. Behind them, the cloaked man was forming a massive fireball. Shaw quickly jumped onto Will's back, shouting, Okay. The man unleashed a torrent of fire, casting a super flame spell directly at them. Shaw turned, her face a mask of terror. Her eyes and mouth flew open at the sight of the powerful flames. She thought, this magic. Then, her eyes began to glow with green energy. She cast an air wall spell, instantly forming a protective dome around them. It completely shielded them from the fiery blast. The cloaked man's expression was one of pure shock. What? He yelled in disbelief. She blocked it. A smile touched the main character's face. Great move, Kicking off the tiled roof, he knew all they had to do now was run. He activated Swift Dash, leaping an incredible distance. Residents peered from their windows, watching in awe as a figure soared through the sky. With his fist stretched out, Will cut through the air with confidence. The man in the raincoat could only watch as they moved further and further away. His face was a canvas of confusion. What is going on? He realized Will had used high-level magic. Where did he get that kind of power, he wondered. The main character flew over the city, a confident smile on his face, while a frightened Shaw held on for dear life. A short time later, they landed in a quiet alley. Will let out a heavy breath, while Shaw leaned over, trying to catch hers. The main character noted that they had successfully escaped. Shaw, still looking at him with wide eyes, said he was unbelievably fast. My head is still spinning, she confessed. The main character chuckled, apologizing for the rough ride. staring out of the alley, his hands back in his pockets. Will figured there were likely more mages after him. His father would never send just one. He knew he could just use force, but he wanted to avoid any unnecessary trouble. His true goal was saving Princess Serena. Looking out at the crowded city streets, he knew this would be a difficult path. Then he stopped himself. He had other priorities first, and the most important one was awakening Alan. He began to think back to the original story. In the original timeline, Alan awakens his power only after witnessing Princess Serena's tragic death. Will knew this created a paradox. Saving the princess would mean Alan never awakens. And if Alan doesn't awaken, the entire story is doomed. He was faced with an impossible choice, where one path meant failure, but he refused to accept that. He would choose both. With a thoughtful expression, he made his decision. He would awaken Alan, and he would save Princess Serena. He just had to create a new story where both were possible. Shaw placed a hand on her chest, looking at him with concern. "You're making a strange face," she noted. She stepped closer, asking if something was wrong. The main character turned to her with a reassuring smile. "No, nothing at all. Right now," Will said, changing the subject. "I need to find Alan. I know he's enrolled at the Magic Academy." Just then, a young man standing right behind them turned around. In a confused voice, he asked, "Will?" It was none other than Alan himself. "I knew it," a voice boomed with a massive grin, then called out, "Will?" as his surprised eyes locked onto Alan. The main character, Will, simply said Alan's name. Alan stared forward, a wide smile spreading across his face. Will smirked inwardly, realizing his sudden appearance had worked perfectly. Shell glanced at Alan. "Will, is this someone you know?" she asked. Alan, looking utterly bewildered, realized it was true this was the very same Will who had saved him. Clenching her fists, a happy expression bloomed on Shell's face. This was exactly the kind of move she expected from Will. Will held up a hand, stopping them. "You're the one who saved me, right?" Alan immediately disagreed, shaking his head. "It was only thanks to you that I managed to win at all." Will just chuckled in response. "In that case," he suggested, "let's just leave it at that." "I agree," Alan said. Then his eyes widened. "It's been so long I seriously thought you'd already left the city. I'm so glad we could meet again," he added warmly. Will smiled back at him. "I just returned. Actually, I came back because I needed to see you." "Me?" Alan asked, surprised. Will's expression was serious. "Yes," he confirmed. "There's something important I have to tell you." He looked around. "Can we speak somewhere more private?" The dorm for students of the Celestia Magic Academy stood before them. It was a massive brick fortress, surrounded by an equally imposing fence. Soon, Shell and Will were seated inside Alan's room, at a small round table. Alan brought over mugs, setting them down with a friendly smile. "It's quiet in here," he assured them, "so you don't have to worry about anyone eavesdropping." Will clasped his hands together. "Sorry about this. Alan, having to use your room." Shell smiled politely. "Thank you for the drink, Alan." He sat down with them. "Don't mention it," he said, before raising his mug. "So, Will," he began, "what did you need to tell me?" Will leaned in slightly. "You got close to Princess Serena during the recent magic tournament, didn't you?" Alan looked genuinely baffled. How did you know that?" Will just smiled, taking a sip from his mug. "I know a lot of things," he stated simply. "Pretty cool, right?" Suddenly, Shell shot up from her chair, her voice filled with passion. Will also knew about the abnormal changes in the elven forest. "He's the one who saved me from being sacrificed." Alan's eyes widened in amazement. "Incredible! That's our Will." "All right." Will let out a thoughtful chuckle. He turned back to Alan. "This isn't just about you. The things I know, they concern many people." He paused for effect. "I also know the future of this kingdom." Alan's breath hitched. "The future of the kingdom." Will's gaze was unwavering. "That's right." He continued, his voice low and serious. "This kingdom will be attacked by beasts. The damage will be catastrophic, leading to its complete and utter destruction." Alan shot up from his chair, his face pale with alarm. "What did you just say?" he shouted, his voice echoing in the small room. "It sounds unbelievable, I know," Will said calmly. But it is the truth, and Princess Serena, the one you're close to, will be killed. At that moment, Alan stumbled back, his chair crashing to the floor. His hands were trembling. No, that can't be happening, he cried out in denial. A sly smile touched Will's lips. You trust me that easily? He asked, his eyes sharp. What if I'm lying? Overwhelmed. Alan buried his face in his hand, letting out a heavy sigh. He looked up, his expression grim. You have no reason to lie to me. His voice was heavy. Is it really true? Alan's focus sharpened. The danger you're talking about. It's far more important than anything else. A flicker of admiration crossed Will's face. This is the Alan I know. So pure, so noble, a true hero. With renewed determination, Alan extended his hand. Will, what can we do? How do we stop this future from happening? Will leaned forward, planting a hand on the table as he rose. I can say this with absolute certainty. If you trust me and we work together, we can change everything. He placed a firm hand on Alan's shoulder, his gaze intense. Alan, he said, his voice resonating with power. Will you fight alongside me? Alan looked into his eyes, his confusion replaced by resolve. Of course. Then he shouted with all his might. I'll do anything it takes. Will nodded, satisfied. Thank you, Alan. Meanwhile, Shell was quietly sipping her drink, thinking to herself that the bonds between men were truly fascinating. Alan shook his head. No, I should be the one thanking you. Will. A small smile played on Will's lips. So far, so good. The first obstacle has been cleared. He knew the next would be much harder. The second obstacle is Alan's awakening. A brilliant, dense magical energy began to swirl around the hero. Alan, sensing the power within him, looked at Will with a thoughtful expression. You said we'd work together. But what exactly should I do? He asked. Will smiled. First things first. Can you hide us here for a while? Alan blinked. Hide you? Will's expression turned serious. The truth is, I'm a noble, and my family is hunting me. There are mages lurking nearby, tasked with capturing me. Alan looked shocked. Why? Because I decided to go on a journey, Will explained calmly. Instead of taking the entrance exam for the Celestia Magic Academy, a look of understanding dawned on Alan's face, followed by a warm smile. I see now, he declared without hesitation. If that's the situation, then please stay in my room as long as you need. Will nodded. I'll be in your debt. Shell watched the exchange, thoroughly amused. With his hands in his pockets, Will's demeanor became sharp. All right, Alan, be ready for tonight. Alan's response was firm and immediate. You can count on me, he then asked. What's the plan? A confident smirk appeared on Will's face. He raised a single finger. It's simple, I'll tell you. When the time is right. As evening fell, blanketing the city in starlight, a massive structure stood on high ground, its form resembling a grand coliseum. The Celestia Magic Academy's battlefield lay silent, bathed in moonlight. Inside, Alan faced the main character, Will, who stood calmly before him. Can we really use this without permission? Alan whispered. A faint smile touched Will's lips. Everything's been taken care of. He assured him security, at this hour, is almost non-existent. They'd never be caught. A grin spread across Alan's face. So we're not doing anything wrong, then? Exactly, Will confirmed, stretching a hand forward. Mana began to swirl around his palm. That's why we have to make absolutely sure they don't find us. In that instant, Will thrust his hand to the sky, unleashing a torrent of magic. A barrier began to form. The powerful stream of mana shot into the roof, spreading out to form a massive protective dome over the entire training ground. Alan stared upward in awe. What is this? The main character explained. I've created a recognition barrier, just in case. He continued. Anyone outside this field will only see an empty space. In a heartbeat, the entire training ground was hidden beneath a shimmering magic veil. Alan clutched his chest, his voice filled with wonder. That's incredible! He then realized the sheer skill it took. You can use this kind of magic. I mastered it specifically for this moment. The main character told him. Alan's eyes and mouth went wide with surprise. For this moment, he stammered, spreading his arms wide. Will gestured to the vast field. Now then, shall we begin? Alan's confusion was clear. Begin what? The main character's voice grew serious. On a battlefield, there's only one thing to do. We fight. Alan looked at him, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Why? Will's gaze sharpened. To make you stronger. He didn't mince words. Right now, you're still far too weak. So, I'm going to train you personally. A sly smile crept across his face as he stared at Alan. Am I really that much of a weakling? Alan shot back, planting his feet firmly. Don't forget, I won the magic tournament. The main character paused. You won. Alan's chin lifted with pride. That's right, I took first place. A flicker of disbelief crossed Will's face. In the original timeline, he was supposed to rank 8th. What changed? How did he win? It was because of your advice, Alan declared, his voice filled with conviction. You told me to focus my power on a single point. A bright smile lit up his face. The moment I understood that, controlling my magic became 100 times easier. The main character's own smile returned. I see, he shouted. So that's how you pulled off the win? Alan nodded enthusiastically, his expression overflowing with gratitude. I can't thank you enough. Will slid his hands into his pockets, his tone becoming serious again. I can see you've grown stronger, but it's not enough. With your current level of power, you can't protect anyone. Alan's smile faded. He knew Will was right. If you say so, then it must be true. In the next moment, determination hardened his expression. Clenching his fists, he fell into a fighting stance. Will you train me? A sphere of mana ignited in the main character's hand. That's why I brought you here. He looked at Alan, a confident grin on his face. Good, Alan shouted, his spirit renewed. With a wave of his hand, Will sent his energy across the arena, and the walls flickered to life with light. Will extended his hand towards Alan. Let's begin. A challenging smile spread across Alan's face. I've been waiting to see what you can really do, he said. You can have the first move. The main character raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Then I'll gladly accept, he boomed. Alan braced himself. Bring it on, with a calm expression. The main character's hand began to glow. Holy explosion, he chanted. A sun-like torrent of dazzling magic energy erupted from his palm. Alan's eyes widened in shock. It's too fast, he thought in a panic. He threw himself back, activating his amplification skill, a burst of energy propelling him away. He barely managed to dodge the blinding light. Just as I expected, Will thought, watching the battle unfold. He's adapting quickly. He knew Alan's unique genetic structure made him compatible with all forms of magic, allowing him to instinctively choose the most advantageous type. However, light and dark attributes were different. They held no connection to the other elements, forcing Alan to assess the situation before acting. At that moment, Will flicked his wrist, sending 3 orbs of pure mana hurtling toward him. He watched as a tense Alan dodged the incoming attacks. He doesn't know my attribute, Will mused, so he has no choice but to evade until he can figure it out. Alan leaped into the air, his breathing heavy. Now it's my turn, he roared. He swung his arm back as potent magic energy began to gather in his palm. He then thrust his arm forward, shouting, Holy barrier! A shield of light materialized. But the main character was already gone, vanishing in a blur of speed. What? Alan cried out in bewilderment. Will reappeared across the field, his eyes wide with surprise. He shouldn't be able to use light attribute magic yet. He stared at Alan, a shocking thought crossing his mind. This can't be. Is he growing even faster than I predicted? I'm not finished yet, Alan yelled, charging forward in a swift, jerky motion with his sword hilt clutched in his hands. He leaped high into the air, raising his blade to strike. A confident smirk played on Will's lips as he watched Alan descend. You're still too slow, he calmly thought. I am on a whole other level. Water sword, the main character whispered. A blade of pure magic energy formed and lashed out, striking Alan mid-air with devastating force. Alan was sent flying backward, landing in a heap on the ground at Will's feet. With the tip of his magic sword at Alan's neck, Will smiled. The first victory is mine. Alan stared up at him, his expression a mixture of shock and awe. "You're unbelievably strong," he breathed out. "How are you?" He couldn't enter the Magic Academy. The main character held out a hand, warning Alan that if he did, his future would be swallowed by darkness. Confused, Alan asked what that meant. The main character simply replied that there were reasons, then looked away, ordering Alan to pick up his sword. "It's time for another round," Alan grinned, roaring his understanding. "How long are we going to keep this up?" he asked. The main character, a faint smile on his lips, met Alan's gaze. "Until you can finally defeat me." Alan just laughed, accepting the impossible challenge. The main character chuckled to himself, admiring his friend's fierce determination. But sometime later, Alan's expression grew grim as he lowered his head. Clutching his sword, he knew it was useless. He couldn't win by staying on the same level. That's when the main character made a suggestion. "Attack me. As if your very life is on the line. Because if you don't," he explained, "this battle will never end." Alan rested the sword on his shoulder and laughed nervously. He had to be joking, right? But the main character's gaze was like ice, staring directly into Alan's soul. "I am completely serious," he said. Alan's eyes widened in shock. The main character observed him carefully, thinking to himself that there were two conditions for Alan's power to awaken. The first was simple: he had to be stronger than Alan. The second condition was that Alan had to demonstrate a strength that could shatter the vast difference between them. They stood on the training grounds, a short distance apart. Alan's brow furrowed, his expression hardening with resolve. "I understand," he roared, a new confidence burning in his eyes. "I'll fight as if everything depends on it." He wouldn't let this opportunity become a regret. A smirk grew on the main character's face. "Good. That's what I wanted to hear. I'd be disappointed if you backed down now." Moments later, Alan charged forward in a blur, with a fierce battle cry. He closed the distance. Steel screamed against steel as their blades collided. Their eyes locked, not with anger, but with pure focus. Alan's mind raced. Even after all that talk, I keep losing to Will. He's on a completely different level, like a different person since we last met. These thoughts echoed in his mind. Their swords danced in a deadly symphony. Will had changed, had grown so much, but Alan hadn't. He mulled this over as he was struck down once more. Lying on the dirt, he felt pathetic. He knelt, head bowed in defeat, before the unshaken Will. Will looked up, noticing the first light of dawn painting the sky. They had been fighting through the entire night, but Alan's true power still hadn't awakened. His body and his energy were at their absolute limit. Looking at the exhausted, kneeling figure, Will knew this trial had to have pushed him forward. Closing his eyes, he sighed. "Let's call it a day." But with a grim look, Alan roared, "Not yet. I still haven't won. Not even once." The main character glanced at the sky. "Our time is almost up. If we continue, it'll cause problems." But Alan staggered to his feet, gripping his sword. "One more," he demanded. His eyes began to glow with a faint magical light. "This time," he declared, "I will defeat you." The main character watched him carefully, feeling a shift in the air. The aura around Alan had changed. His focus was sharper than ever before. A genuine smile spread across Will's face as he agreed. "All right, I'll give it my all, too." He looked straight into Alan's eyes. "Just don't you dare die on me." Alan stared back, his face a mask of tension, sweat pouring down. The main character then brought his palms together. A powerful, fiery energy began to form between them. The devastating skill known as Dragon Flash. A massive torrent of flame erupted, screaming towards Alan. Yet he stood his ground, emotionless, his eyes fixed on the approaching inferno. He was losing in every aspect, but more than anything, he wanted to win. If that's what it takes, then I'll just have to release even more power. A storm of magical energy exploded from his body. With a tense roar, he strained every muscle and threw off the heavy equipment from his shoulders. Alan stood tall, his head held high. Then, with a dead calm expression, he made a single sharp movement, slicing his hand through the very air itself. Will stared in utter disbelief as a powerful wave of magic blasted towards him. His mouth fell open in shock as he was forced to retreat. Alan clenched his jaw and charged, sword leading the way. He closed the distance in an instant. As the blade rushed toward his face, Will had one thought. This is bad. I could actually die. The tip of the sword stopped, a mere centimeter from Will's eye. The moment was frozen in time. Will's face was a mixture of confusion and genuine fear. Then, Alan's grip slackened. The sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. His entire body began to tremble violently. He threw his hands into the air, tears streaming from his eyes. "Victory!" he screamed. I finally beat you." The main character let out a bewildered laugh. Watching Alan's pure elation, he was genuinely surprised. He actually managed to turn it around at the very last second. A proud smile spread across Will's face. The latent abilities in this new reality are truly terrifying. Alan stared at his own hands, completely in awe. "Amazing," he whispered. His jaw dropped. Was this power really inside me all along? Will watched the shell-shocked Alan with a satisfied smile, crossing his arms over his chest. He understood that Alan had just used physical enhancement magic, but this was something unique, different from any standard version. It was a combination of attributes that only Alan, with his unique genetics, could perform. In short, it was his very own special magic. But Will knew the most frightening part was that Alan's final attack was just a simple sword swing. Suddenly, Alan's vision began to blur. He gasped for air, staring blankly ahead. He felt all his strength vanish in an instant. Breathing raggedly, his consciousness began to fade. He collapsed forward, falling against Will and grabbing onto him for support. Model Tamshut. But Alan gave no answer. His eyes were already closed, having succumbed to utter exhaustion. The main character simply smiled, looking down at his fallen student. "Looks like that last attack took everything he had," Will mused, a soft sigh escaping his lips in sympathy. And yet, what an incredible feat, to carve such a mark into the world in such a short time. It was truly impressive. A massive trench, a raw gash torn into the earth, now scarred the center of the training grounds. From this wound, created by Alan's immense power, thick steam billowed into the air, gently stroking Alan's hair. Will spoke softly. "You did well, Alan." As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, its last rays left the student building in shadow. Suddenly, Alan's eyes shot open. His gaze locked on the unfamiliar ceiling as a single, confused question escaped his lips. A bed. He was tucked under a pristine, snow-white blanket. In a flash, he sat bolt upright, shouting, "This is a bed." The memory hit him. After that brutal spar with Will, he had passed out completely. A calm voice cut through his panic. It was Will, standing beside the bed, arms crossed with a faint smile. "You looked completely drained," he remarked. Alan stared in shock, stammering his name before quickly apologizing for being a burden. The main character, now standing by the window, simply waved it off. "Don't worry about it, it's nothing." Alan glanced at the sleeping city outside. "It's still morning," he noted, a small chuckle of relief escaping him. "So it hasn't been that long since our training." "No," Will corrected him gently. "It's dawn of the next day. You've been asleep for an entire day." The words hung in the air. Alan's eyes widened, his mouth agape. What? The reality of the situation crashed down on him, and a wave of pure frustration washed over his face. "But I had things to do yesterday afternoon," he cried out, letting out a pained groan. "I slept through everything." Will let out a long sigh. "My apologies about that." By now, Alan, clutching a warm cup, shook his head. "No, it's fine." He managed an awkward smile. "You should understand. If I could just..." He trailed off, hesitating. "This is just a guess. Of course, I don't know if it's even possible, but..." Will took a sip from his own glass. "I certainly hope so," he said, before asking, "What was so important yesterday?" An embarrassed flush crept up Alan's neck as he raised the cup to hide his face. "I'm not sure how to answer that." Will observed him carefully. He's hesitating. What could Alan have been doing? A thought suddenly struck him. Was it perhaps magic training with Princess Serena? Alan nearly dropped his cup, his eyes wide with disbelief. How did you know?" he shouted, his voice echoing in the quiet room. Will set his glass down, his suspicion confirmed. So that was it. A strange sense of relief washed over him. In that case, it's a good thing he fell asleep and missed their meeting. Lacing his fingers together, Will leaned forward. It was just a lucky guess. He paused, his expression turning serious. But if that's the case, I should apologize to her as well. Alan, would you mind if I came with you? Alan frantically waved his hands in front of him. No, you did nothing wrong. It was my fault for oversleeping. But Will's gaze was firm. That's not right. We're both responsible, so I'm going with you. He then added, besides, I have a reason to meet her. To protect this kingdom, I need Princess Serena's cooperation. Alan's jaw dropped. That's right. He quickly recovered, his voice filled with conviction. She'll definitely agree to help. But Will shook his head. It's more complicated than that. Princess Serena is tied to a coming crisis. His voice dropped to a grave whisper. If we fail to stop it, she will die. The words struck Alan like a physical blow. Die, Will explained. I can't tell her this directly, but preventing her death is why we must save this kingdom. He looked Alan straight in the eye. Can you arrange a meeting for me? Alan's confusion hardened into pure resolve. He clenched his fist tightly. I understand. Just give me a few days. Will nodded, his expression softening. That's not a problem. A short time later, they stood together in a sun-dappled forest. Golden chicks chirped from the branches of ancient trees, filling the air with life. Will stood silently, taking in the serene atmosphere. What a beautiful place, Alan said with a happy sigh, turning to his mentor. Isn't it? Princess Serena comes here often. He shared. Will closed his eyes, smiling faintly. I see. So this is what you meant by waiting, he commented. Alan laughed sheepishly. Well, with her status, I can't just arrange a meeting instantly. There's no need to rush, Alan added, suggesting they just wait patiently. As they walked, Will's mind was already at work. A small forest on the grounds of the Celestia Magic Academy, close to the castle. He concluded it was the perfect retreat for a princess seeking a moment of peace. Suddenly, Will's body went rigid. His gaze shot to the side, his senses on high alert. A moment later, a knowing smile touched his lips. It seems we won't have to wait long after all. Alan, surprised, followed his gaze. There, through the trees, they saw the hem of a large, snow-white dress and elegant legs stepping through the foliage. It was Serena. She placed a hand to her cheek, her eyes widening slightly. Oh my, we have two guests. We have Princess Serena, Alan cried, rushing toward her. I am so sorry about yesterday. He bowed his head low, launching into a frantic explanation. I slept through the entire day. I broke my promise. I never meant to upset you. Serena simply smiled warmly. Yesterday, she asked. Oh, but I thought our meeting was for today. Alan froze, his mouth and eyes wide in utter shock. As Will calmly approached, he offered an explanation. I believe Alan misunderstood. At that moment, Alan clutched his head and let out a huge sigh of relief and embarrassment. So that's how it was. My apologies for all the fuss. Serena turned her gaze to Will, a question forming on her lips. Just then, Alan bounded over with a huge smile, slinging an arm around Will's shoulder. This, Alan declared proudly, is my friend, Will, and he's a great guy. Alan then offered the princess a respectful bow. It's an honor to meet you, he said, before adding, I'm here because we have something crucial to discuss. Serena looked at him, intrigued. Crucial? She asked. Will's expression was deadly serious as he met her eyes. Yes, he confirmed. This concerns the very future of this kingdom. Serena's interest was instantly piqued. That sounds fascinating, she admitted. Can you tell me everything right now? Will's response was grim. This kingdom is fated to be attacked by a horde of beasts. The damage will be so catastrophic, it will be utterly destroyed. Serena's hands flew to her face, her expression filled with worry. You're Alan's friend, but that's a difficult story to believe. The main character's gaze remained unwavering. To earn your trust, he stated, I will tell you something that only you could know. You've been having your own doubts recently, haven't you? He leaned in. You've sensed it too. A change in Prime Minister Clark's aura. Serena's eyes widened in pure shock, her mouth agape. It was as if he had read her mind. How could you possibly know that? She gasped. That is a secret, Will replied smoothly. But it's the key to making you believe me. He held her gaze, asking, Am I wrong? Serena finally gave a small nod. I don't trust you completely yet, she confessed. But I see no harm in listening to what you have to say. Thank you, the main character said with relief. Then let us begin. Will started to unveil the dark fate awaiting the Celica kingdom. With a grave expression, he delivered the first bombshell. The Prime Minister you fear is an imposter. At that moment, the three of them stood, beneath the sprawling canopy of a great tree, its leaves shielding them from the harsh sun. The main character continued his explanation. The man posing as the Prime Minister is a powerful magician in disguise. Alan's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. How is that even possible? He exclaimed. A dreadful realization dawned on Serena's face. She covered her mouth, whispering, That means the enemy is already inside the castle walls. The main character confirmed her worst fears. The Prime Minister holds immense authority. It's the perfect position from which to orchestrate the kingdom's downfall. Imagine, Will proposed, if he sent the Royal Knights on a false expedition. The capital's defenses would be weakened, leaving it vulnerable to a full-scale attack. Serena's mouth fell open in horror. That can't be, she cried out. Then the color drained from her face. Just as you said, the Knights are away on an expedition as we speak. On the Prime Minister's orders. Her eyes were wide with a mix of fear and astonishment. How do you know these things? Only his closest confidants were aware of the expedition. The main character simply spread his hands. Again, that is a secret. But now, he asked gently, do you believe me? Alan grinned, watching the princess's flustered expression. Her cheeks flushed red. She looked up, a small smile finally breaking through. Yes, Serena said, her hands falling to her sides. I believe you. A new question immediately followed. If that's true, then where is the real Prime Minister? As if on cue, a nest of newborn chicks chirped loudly from a branch above, their beaks open wide, waiting to be fed. Will's expression turned somber. I believe the real Prime Minister is already dead. A wave of sadness washed over Serena. I see, she murmured. She then pressed a clenched fist to her chest. We cannot simply stand by and do nothing, she declared. Will smiled softly, thinking to himself, this is the reaction I expected. Her fierce spirit and love for her kingdom was exactly why he admired her. Serena looked at him with newfound determination. You plan to save this kingdom, don't you? And if I agree to cooperate, will we succeed? The main character's answer was firm and absolute. If you join us, he promised, we will not fail. Alan threw his hand in the air, beaming with excitement. See, Will is incredible, he shouted. He's the kind of man who makes the impossible possible. Serena let out a small laugh. You two are quite alike, she remarked. Alan looked at her, surprised. He then approached her, and the two began an animated conversation. Will closed his eyes for a moment, a short distance away. Talking with her had only strengthened his resolve. He would absolutely save her. He swore to himself that he would never allow her to die. His eyes opened, filled with a new, unshakable confidence. Just then, a mother bird arrived, carrying food in its beak for the nest of hungry chicks. Perfect, the main character whispered. Now, let's discuss our plan of attack. Looking forward with absolute certainty, he declared, together we will save the Celestia kingdom. In response, Serena and Alan raised their fists high. With determined faces, they both shouted, yes. Sometime later, back in the capital of Celica, citizens bustled through the streets as usual. But in a narrow alleyway between buildings, Will walked alone. It's time, he thought, to cause a little commotion. In the next moment, he summoned his spirit, Jin. The creature appeared at his feet, landing with its wings spread wide. Jin, the main character commanded, destroy that building, but be careful not to harm anyone. Understood, the spirit replied, its voice loyal. With a powerful flap of its wings, Jin launched into the sky. Below, the main street was crowded with people gathered near a fountain. Suddenly, a massive shadow passed over them. The townspeople looked up in shock and confusion. What is that thing? Hovering high above. Jin crossed its arms over its chest, its entire body crackling with power. With a sudden, explosive movement, it threw its limbs wide, letting out a mighty roar as immense magical energy erupted outwards, flooding the entire area. The streets erupted in chaos as people fled in horror, their terrified screams warning everyone to run for their lives. Jean simply watched the wave of panic he had created. A wicked grin spread across its face. So this is fear, it thought. With a flick of its paw, it unleashed a devastating blast of magical energy. The city's central fountain exploded into dust and rubble. It then began a symphony of destruction, tearing down the buildings that lined the main street. A humble vegetable shop was obliterated, its produce scattered across the pavement. From the safety of a nearby corner, the main character watched his summoned spirit at work. He reveled in how perfectly it followed his orders. Turning to his creation, he urged it to continue the rampage before melting back into the city's other districts. Jean's voice echoed in his mind. Understood. Soon after, the spirit launched itself into the sky, its wings casting a terrifying shadow below. At that very moment, the main character vaulted over a merchant's shop. He knew he had to remain cautious. If he was discovered, this entire commotion would be for nothing. Jean sliced through the air at incredible speeds, flying just meters above the heads of the frightened citizens below. The spirit tore past houses, shattering their foundations and feeding the ever-growing chaos. But suddenly, Jean's rampage paused, its eyes locked onto the source of a child's scream. It turned to see a huge fragment of stone hurtling towards a terrified child. Frozen on the ground, the boy could only cover his face in fear. But in that instant, Jean shot towards him like a bullet, determined to save him from certain death. As it landed, it muttered, "Did someone not get out in time?" A moment later, blood sprayed in every direction. The child looked up in absolute terror, raising a trembling hand. He saw Jean, standing over him, its paws planted firmly on the ground, having shielded him from the falling stone with its own back. The child's mother screamed his name. "What are you doing? Get away from there, quickly!" The boy, confused but obedient, scrambled away from the wounded spirit. Jean's gaze hardened as it looked ahead, its focus returning. But suddenly, it was interrupted. A voice from behind hurled insults, ordering it to stop. Several men now stood at its side, vowing they would not allow it to continue this rampage. Jean spun to face them, revealing several bloody wounds on its shoulders. The men stared back, their expressions hardened with resolve. They stretched their hands forward as fiery magical energy began to form. Together, they unleashed the spell Fire Arrow, sending 3 searing projectiles flying. The arrows screamed towards Jean's body, but with a single, contemptuous swipe of its hand, Jean extinguished all 3 flames as if they were nothing. The attackers stared in disbelief. "What is this thing?" one of them gasped. In that moment, a thick, suffocating, magical energy exploded outwards from Jean, and then it vanished. One of the men looked around, bewildered. "The spirit! It's gone!" he shouted. "What's going on?" from behind a nearby wall. The true mastermind smirked. He sent a silent thank you to his spirit for a job well done. The commotion was a success. Now, their real plan could finally begin. Back in the capital of the royal city, dense clouds of smoke rose from the city center. Where Jean's attack had taken place, a formal report was being delivered. A male voice announced, "A monster endowed with the power of wind suddenly appeared and attacked the royal capital." This report was being delivered by a man kneeling on a long red silk carpet directly before the royal throne. The kneeling man continued, "About 100 buildings were destroyed. But fortunately, Your Majesty, no one was injured." The king listened with a thoughtful expression. "It is a great relief that no one was harmed," he said, looking down at the man. "However, this incident proves that security in our royal capital is sorely lacking." The king frowned, stroking his beard. "It may be time to recall the knights from their expedition." This was the king of Selik. But another man in a fine suit and monocle stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I believe that would be an unwise move." he cautioned. This was Prime Minister Clark. The knights might rebel if they are withdrawn from their expedition without achieving results. The king stroked his mustache thoughtfully. That is true. But I have a very bad feeling about this. Prime Minister Clark simply assured him. You are merely imagining things. First, we must discover how the monsters managed to enter the royal capital in the first place. The king chuckled, though his face remained tense. That is indeed the right thing to do. But suddenly, the throne room doors burst open. Wait! A voice cried out. Serena entered, her eyes wide as she called out to the king. Serena, the king asked, surprised. What is the meaning of this? Serena strode confidently across the red silk carpet and shouted, I know who brought this beast into our city. The king frowned, his interest piqued. Serena pressed a hand to her chest and declared, and I was their accomplice. The shocking announcement sent the entire throne room into an uproar. The nobles stared in disbelief at this absurd news. The king demanded, What is this madness you speak? He roared, his face turning red with fury. Have you lost your mind? Clark also turned to Serena, frowning. What is the meaning of this? He asked. I never thought you were the kind of person who would sully her own reputation so carelessly. Serena replied firmly, I have a good reason for this, and I would like to call the perpetrators of this mess to clarify the situation. At this, the king pushed himself up from his throne, his hands gripping the armrests as he stared into her eyes. You dare, he began, before bellowing. Bring them in. I understand, Serena answered calmly. She then turned to the grand gates that led into the throne room. She called out 2 names. Will Allen, you may enter the hall. The gates swung open, and in walked Will and Allen, looking ahead with confident expressions. Clark's gaze fell upon Will. So, the culprit is the son of the Campbell family, he mused, letting out a small chuckle. As I recall, he added, he was reported missing. Will simply smiled back at him and affirmed, that is correct, that he had honed his abilities for this very moment. He locked his gaze on Clark, explaining his true purpose, to expose the imposter prime minister. Clark stared back, completely bewildered. What was happening? Suddenly, a young guard, sword in hand, lunged at Will. He pressed the cold steel against Will's throat, demanding an end to this supposed nonsense. Will remained perfectly calm, staring down the guard. Just then, the king's voice boomed, ordering the soldier to stand down. He declared that Will was an accomplice, and that they should hear him out first. The guard immediately sheathed his blade, bowing in understanding. But Clark's eyes burned with fury. He would not let the insult slide. The humiliation of being called a fake. He sneered, remarking that such treasonous words could send him straight to the guillotine. But our main character simply met his gaze with a confident smile. He replied that he was not against such an outcome. Serena watched, her heart pounding with anxiety. Was everything truly going to be all right? Addressing the entire royal court, Will declared he would first present undeniable proof of the man's guilt. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned the spirit Genin. A vortex of raw mana began to swirl in the center of the hall, and from it, Janan materialized. The main character turned to his companion, asking if his wounds were no longer an issue. Janan confirmed he was perfectly fine. Meanwhile, the nobles and guards stared in utter disbelief at the spirit standing in the throne room. One of the guards pointed a trembling finger. That's him, he screamed. The beast that attacked our capital. The king's face hardened. I see. He turned to Will, demanding an explanation. Why did he attack the royal capital? Will stated plainly it was the only way to prove the prime minister was an imposter, and to secure this very meeting. Spreading his arms wide, Will's voice echoed through the hall. He addressed the king, the prime minister, and everyone present, declaring them all witnesses. Clark watched his every move, his expression grim. The king, confused, stated that he failed to understand his point. He assumed Will was confessing to the attack on the capital, and asked if that was true. Will confidently met the king's gaze. He answered with a firm yes, and admitted his methods were brutal. But the fake prime minister had plans to destroy the entire kingdom. Clark burst into laughter, throwing his hands up. How amusing, he mocked. Who would possibly believe such a ridiculous story? Me? A fake? He jeered, looking at Will with a grin. Do you have a single shred of proof? Will's gaze never wavered. I do, he stated, his voice ringing with certainty. Then, with a swift motion, Will thrust his hand forward and unleashed a spell. Dispel. A blinding light enveloped Clark, who shielded his face as the magic swirled violently around him. In an instant, his form twisted grotesquely, revealing a short, unfamiliar man who stared at his own hands in terror. The jaws of every noble in the room dropped in shock. The king stared in stunned silence. His face, it's changed. Serena gasped in surprise, realizing everything was happening exactly as Will had said. Clark's face contorted with rage as he tore the monocle from his eye. How, he stammered, how did you know about my magic? Will simply grinned at the exposed imposter. Find it strange, do you? He then explained that it couldn't be possible for him to know the secret magic discovered by Lux Magna. The man's eyes widened. You know so much. Are you a former member? No, Will replied coolly. I just happen to know. The king shot up from his throne, his voice trembling with fury. Explain yourself. Why were you impersonating my prime minister? The imposter's face hardened. The game was up. His eyes glowed a menacing red as he glared at the king. The reason is simple, he hissed. Because Lux Magna is taking over this kingdom. We were only a few steps away from our goal. But no one could have predicted that a single person would thwart our plan. The king stared, his face a mask of terror. Cold sweat dripped profusely down his face. The main character simply turned to Clark. I'm sorry to hear this, he said. So, are you planning to continue this performance? The imposter looked back in disbelief. What? Will's expression turned deadly serious. Are you planning to kill everyone present? He asked. A wicked smile spread across Clark's face as dark energy began to radiate from his body. That's right, he roared. If I kill every last one of you, then no one can interfere with the plan. The king pointed a trembling finger. Guards seize him. They charged, but Clark leaped into the air, unleashing the spell, Dance of Death. A sinister purple mist flooded the throne room. In an instant, every guard froze and collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The king cried out in horror. All the knights, instantly! Before he could finish, Will interrupted him and turned to Alan. Go, he shouted. Alan agreed, gripping his sword tightly. The moment of truth has arrived. Shrouded in a malevolent aura, Clark sneered. If I kill you underage brats, there will be no more obstacles. But Will just chuckled with a smile. There's no way your plan can defeat my story. Clark glared at him. What did you say? I'll tell you one more thing before we begin, Will announced. You are only destined for a hopeless defeat in this fight against us. Lose to you. The imposter seethed. He stared down Alan and Will, his voice dripping with contempt. Don't make me laugh. Who do you take me for? A defiant voice cut through the silence. Clark appeared, a confident, predatory smile on his face. I am the captain of the assassination squad. He declared himself a powerful wizard of the Almac Kingdom. Now, do you understand? The king could only stare, his mouth agape in utter disbelief. The Almac assassination squad, he stammered, his eyes wide with shock. You mean that organization actually exists? Of course, Clark added smoothly. Few know of us. We are masters of the unseen, completing our tasks without a trace. His expression turned wild, a cruel glint in his eye. We use any means necessary. For instance, a strategy of eliminating all witnesses. As he shouted, he stuck out his tongue, a mask of pure madness on his face. Serena and the king froze, their eyes widening in horror. But the protagonist simply met Clark's gaze. I know who you are, he said calmly, and I'm not afraid. Clark's brow furrowed. Oh, really? He sneered. With a sharp motion, he crossed his arms, gathering crackling magical energy in his palms. I hope you're not all talk, Clark spat, launching himself into the air. Let's get down to business. Dance of Death, he roared, unleashing a volley of razor-sharp mana shards. They tore through the air, closing the distance in an instant. A faint smile touched the protagonist's lips. He watched the deadly projectiles zero in on him, his hand already gripping the hilt of his sword. Then, with a single, elegant slash, he deflected every last shard Clark landed gracefully, resting a hand on the floor. He chuckled. I see you have excellent eyesight. The hero's defiant smile widened. My eyesight is average.
A pathetic speed like that is simply no threat to me. Clark's face contorted in a mask of fury. You insolent whelp, he seethed.
In that case, allow me to show you some truly amazing magic. Clark blurred into motion, closing the distance at blinding speed. He threw his head back and spread his arms wide. Bell of darkness, he chanted. The very air around him congealed into pitch-black shadow, forming a sphere of oppressive energy.
The protagonist's expression grew wary as he scanned the darkness. So, he's finally using that spell, he thought.
It's too dark, I can't see a thing, the king cried out in panic. Can he truly control this situation? Clark moved silently through the gloom he had created. So, he blocked the dance of death, he mused, stalking his prey. He moved like a ghost, his footsteps making no sound. He couldn't afford to be heard. With that kind of power, I see why they're so arrogant. But their luck ends here, Clark thought with chilling certainty. I've clawed my way through far worse than this. He circled behind them, his senses on high alert. He had become the ruler of this domain through ruthless vigilance, sparing no one. His menacing gaze locked onto Serena. I'll start with the princess, he decided, his face a mask of grim determination. He materialized at her side, a dagger appearing in his hand. He swung the blade, aiming for her neck. But in the last possible second, Alan moved. A flash of golden energy erupted as Alan's body shot forward, his powerful kick connecting squarely with Clark's side.
What is happening? Clark gasped, bewildered. Alan's jaw was clenched in pure rage as he unleashed another devastating kick.
The assassin was sent flying into a nearby wall, which exploded into a shower of concrete fragments from the sheer force of the impact.
Alan stood amidst the settling dust, a surprised look on his face. He glanced around, noticing the oppressive darkness had vanished.
Excellent, the protagonist thought, his tense expression finally relaxing. We managed to avert the cause of Serena's death. Clark struggled to his knees, his face twisted in pain. How could you see me? He coughed. Even if you could, there's no way you could have stopped that attack. It's simple, Alan explained coolly. Your movement pattern was predictable. Clark's eyes blazed with fury. What did you just say?
A wide grin spread across Alan's face as he looked at Will. Just as you said it would be. Will, everything is going according to plan.
Alan let out a cheerful shout. It's so easy to block an attack when I can see right through your magic and your tactics. The main character brought a hand to his face, a slight smile on his lips. A person can detect mana with high accuracy, even when their vision is blocked. He paused. Didn't you know that? Or wait, haven't I already told you? Will's gaze pierced through his fingers, locking onto Clark. Your speed poses no threat to us. Clark stared back, a low chuckle escaping his lips that quickly grew into a furious laugh. Being mocked by two little brats, he howled. He bent over, raw magical power beginning to swirl violently in his hands. He then thrust them forward, unleashing the torrent of energy. I won't forgive you, he screamed, his voice raw with hatred. I'll kill you all. I'll use every last drop of my power. You're the unlucky one, Alan declared, clenching his fists. Because I'm the one destined to defeat you. Try it, if you're so eager to die, Clark snarled, veins bulging on his enraged face. A massive sphere of brilliant energy, wreathed in darkness, began to form. Alan stood his ground before the immense ball of destructive mana, spreading his arms wide. This is one of the most forbidden spells of Almec, Clark raged. Now, devour this and die. Alan stared at the overwhelming power, his expression tense. This force is immense, he thought. But I know. I can defeat him. As the expression replayed in his mind, Alan realized the power he'd used. But Will Clark's roar shattered his thoughts. This is the end, he bellowed, unleashing the Twilight Star spell. The very space before him began to warp and shimmer with untold energy. Alan stood against the ever-spreading, abyssal darkness, raising his sword high, his expression taut with concentration. A tempest of magical energy swirled around him. Suddenly, stone fragments blasted outwards as the immense magic sphere, formed by Clark, erupted from the castle dome, shattering it completely. The orb of destructive power hung menacingly in the air, high above the ruins. Clark stared in utter disbelief at the 3 concrete floors and the roof that had been vaporized above him. Overwhelmed and seething with rage, Clark screamed, This can't be happening. Then he roared. How? The protagonist calmly closed the distance and declared with chilling finality. This is the end, Clark. You have lost. He then commanded. Stay where you are. Surrender. A nervous grin spread across Clark's face. Surrender? What kind of fool do you take me for? After that, Clark bellowed that they were nothing but naive children. He boasted he could still escape, even without defeating them. Dashing to a window, he threw it open and began to climb out, vowing, I will have my revenge. Clark let out a triumphant, maniacal laugh as he almost cleared the building. But suddenly, a piercing stream of bright green magical energy lanced through the air with a desperate cry. The air cannon spell sent Clark flying back into the throne room. Outside, Shell stood with 2 fingers extended, her aim true. Clark, utterly defeated, crashed hard onto the Hanshai,
Cold stone floor. The main character looked down at the pathetic sight and repeated, Like I said before, you've hopelessly lost.
Clark could only sob, his mouth wide in a silent scream as he lay broken on the ground. A faint smile touched the main character's lips as he noted, He followed my plan to the letter. Moments later, Shell gracefully leaped through the same window, landing inside. Her legs gave way for a moment, but she quickly recovered, rushing to Will and exclaiming, It happened exactly as the Master predicted. The Master she referred to was, of course, Will himself. He simply explained, I merely anticipated his most likely escape route. Clark, still on the floor, was lost in his own mind. How? He wondered. My plan was supposed to be perfect. It's all Will Campbell's fault. He glared at the boy's face, thinking, everything was ruined by this insignificant little pest. In a fury, Clark glared from beneath his brow, knowing that using his last resort would put himself in grave danger. But he realized he had no other choice. This would be his final gamble, even if it was a futile one. At that moment, Will was talking to a smiling Shull when his gaze suddenly snapped to Clark on the floor. In a flash, he lunged, grabbing Clark's hand and pinning him to the ground. With his knee, looking intently at Clark's back, he asked coldly, Did you really think I'd let you use that? Will now held a small, dark artifact in his hand,
Snatched from Clark's grasp. Damn you! Clark raged, beads of sweat pouring down his face. The protagonist knew exactly what he held.
It was a beast summoning bell. Once activated, every demonic beast in the area would swarm to its location. The protagonist mused that in the original story, this bell was what truly devastated the royal castle. The current Alan could probably handle the beasts now. But Will knew it was far better to shatter this cursed artifact, just to be safe. The protagonist clenched his fist, and the artifact imploded with a flash of magical energy. Then, with a satisfied smile, Will looked down at the defeated Clark and said, Now, it's finally over. Alan, beaming, ran, up to Will, pumping his fist. We did it, he shouted. Then, turning to Will, he declared, You're the hero who saved this kingdom. The protagonist smiled back at Alan. What are you talking about? He asked gently. You're the hero here. Alan looked at him, completely bewildered. Me? Will explained. We never could have defeated Clark without you. The kingdom was saved because you were here with us. Alan, with his eyes and mouth wide open, was stunned into silence by Will's words. Finally, raising his hands, Alan conceded. Well, that's true, but it's thanks to you, too. You're the one who trained me to be this strong. The protagonist crossed his arms, shaking his head. That's not it. Even without my help, you are destined to become stronger. Closing his eyes, Will thought to himself, even if that path requires great sacrifice.
Serena approached them, a warm smile on her face. You're both just being too modest, she said. The victory belongs to both of you.
She then turned to the king. Isn't that right, father? The king answered with a firm yes, and explained. Without the two of you, I cannot even imagine what horrors would have befallen us. Rising from his royal throne, the king declared, On behalf of my kingdom, I express my deepest gratitude. Thank you for saving the kingdom of Selek. Following his words, every noble and royal guard bowed low, kneeling before Will and Alan.
Alan looked around, his voice filled with awe. "This is amazing. The king himself is thanking us." The protagonist nodded. "It's true."
He knew the rebellion was finally over. As night fell, moonlight illuminated the damaged castle and its broken pillars. The protagonist stood on a hill, gazing down at the city. He looked out at the lights and thought, "I managed to prevent the immediate danger to the kingdom, and I saved Serena's life." But as he watched the glowing windows, Will knew there was something else. He had confirmed. He spread his arms wide, looking up at the full moon, pondering what it would take to truly change this world. The protagonist knew that this world was trapped in a cycle of endless battles. In the original story, the hero's job was to fix one crisis after another. But that was no longer enough. A look of pure concentration on his face, Will stared into the distance. He realized that there was nothing wrong with changing this world's fate. The method was simple. He just needed to surpass Alan, to become even stronger than the prophesied hero. Only then could he solve every problem, once and for all.
With great power come greater challenges. Will closed his eyes, arms outstretched, believing he could become the strongest in the world.
He would use his past knowledge. His eyes snapped open, blazing with confidence. Perhaps this was his true purpose for being in this world. Suddenly, a voice called him Lord. It was Shell, her presence confirming he was truly here. She asked gently if he couldn't sleep.
Our main character leaped down from the tower, explaining that the thrill of saving the kingdom hadn't faded. He just needed some fresh air.
A bright smile lit up Shell's face as she joined Will, certain a grand reward awaited them. She cheered that she was filled with excitement, too. A reward, Will mused, before declaring he wouldn't accept it. Shell stared, utterly confused, then squeezed her cheeks in disbelief.
"What an incredible waste," she cried out. Baffled, she demanded to know why he would refuse. Will simply smiled up at the night sky.
He said that becoming a hero was reward enough, wasn't it? But then he began to reason aloud that it would be foolish not to accept it. She looked at him in complete confusion, sweat beading on her forehead. The protagonist simply grinned, saying that with his current power, chemistry. He couldn't afford to stop. He was afraid of becoming satisfied with just one victory. As he walked, Will decided to just send the reward to the Campbell estate. It would be a fitting apology for selfishly abandoning his family. When morning came, Shell walked beside him. She asked why they had to continue their journey so quickly. The protagonist smiled, explaining that they couldn't waste a single moment. There was still so much to do. Suddenly, a cloaked man approached Will, a sly smile on his face. "We meet again," he said. Will's mind flashed back to when this very man attacked him. He was the mage his own father had sent. Will turned to him and asked coldly if he was here to capture him again. The cloaked man spread his arms wide, answering with a definitive no. He insisted he wouldn't make that mistake again. Then, pointing at Will, the man burst into mocking laughter, shouting that he was nothing more than the foolish son who abandoned the great Campbell family. Will's expression remained like ice. "I see," he stated flatly. He added sarcastically, "My apologies." The mage crouched down, his loud laughter echoing as he said it was all so unfortunate, but nothing could be done. Will calmly corrected him. It wasn't unfortunate for him, but for the Campbell family. The mage blinked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Just then, 3 guards came rushing from behind, shouting Will's name. "Wait just a moment," they yelled. Will glanced over his shoulder, seeing the guards closing in at top speed. A slight smile touched his lips as he scooped Shell into his arms. "Looks like they found out we slipped away." He told her it was time to leave. Shell, confused but safe in his arms, nodded firmly. In the next instant, Will used his high jump skill, leaping clear over a building, and just like that, they were gone. The cloaked mage stared in disbelief. What in the world? Why are the royal knights chasing him? The knights finally arrived, gasping for breath after the long run. With a smirk, the mage approached one of them. He asked what trouble Will Campbell had caused this time. The guard, catching his breath, saw the mage knew Will by name and assumed they were acquainted. Then, the guard dropped a bombshell. Will hadn't caused trouble. He had saved the entire kingdom. Hearing this news, the mage's face twisted into a mask of pure shock. Saved the kingdom, he stammered. The guard looked where Will vanished, saying the Campbell family must be bursting with pride. It was a rare feat for someone so young to become a celebrated hero. The mage let out a strained, nervous laugh. Is that really true? He asked, his face contorted. He stared into the distance, wondering what on earth was happening. At that moment, Shell asked Will about his plans for the future. As he gracefully leaped from roof to roof, he answered with a grin that their first step was to establish a base of operations. There, he would focus on getting stronger. He knew that with a proper base, he could expand his training methods. Soon, after clearing the entire city, he and Shell arrived in a lush, wooded area. The protagonist stood tall, looking ahead with absolute confidence. He mounted a large stone and declared, "We're here." Shell put a hand to her chin, her expression one of pure astonishment. Will explained they had arrived at the labyrinth city known as Freer. Before them, countless buildings huddled around a massive chasm in the earth. The city completely encircled a dark, gaping maw. As they entered, they found streets bustling with young adventurers and specialized equipment.
Shell gazed around, her eyes wide with wonder. She saw mages in pointed hats browsing various shops and remarked that, compared to other cities, this place was teeming with travelers. Will explained it was because Friar is a city built directly on top of a colossal dungeon. He told her that adventurers, drawn by the dungeon's promise, were the lifeblood of the city's rapid growth. The endless resources of the dungeon were the ultimate prize. Shell gasped, finally understanding. He chose this place as their base because of the dungeon. Will confirmed her guess with a nod. As they continued down the street, he told her that the Friar Dungeon was, in fact, the largest in the entire world. Sometime later, Shell stood with a confused look, trying to process the house Will had just bought. They were standing before a completely dilapidated building. It was riddled with cracks, the entire structure looking
utterly neglected and ready to fall apart. Shell noted how incredibly shabby it was. Will just smiled, saying it couldn't be helped. It was the only house they could afford in such a prime location. With that, our protagonist walked up to the creaking front door and took hold of the handle. He barely touched the handle. When the door exploded from its frame, it crashed to the floor, unleashing a cloud of forgotten years. Dust scattered in every direction. Inside the ruined room, only the husk of a broken bed remained. Will sighed. Everything's in pieces. This place has completely fallen apart. Then he turned to Shul with a reassuring look, telling her to relax. A decrepit house like this can be fixed.
We just have to improvise, he said. Shul's eyes widened in disbelief. You can really do that? The main character, covering his face, explained.
That with a little bit of magic, anything is possible. A joyful scream erupted from Shul, her face beaming with excitement at his words. With a confident look, he declared, "Let's get this done." Soon after, he began sketching a complex pentagram on the floor with white chalk. As he drew, Will noted the old and damaged building materials. Then, he placed his palm flat against the dusty floorboards and said, "If I use the magic of space and time, we can return this house to its original state." Pressing his hands down firmly, he unleashed the incantation, reverse movement. In an instant, a torrent of mana exploded outwards, flooding the room in every direction. This magical energy enveloped the entire building. The walls, ceiling, and floor pulsed with an ethereal light as the magic began to seal every crack. The building was repairing itself from the inside out. Shul watched, her eyes and mouth wide with awe, and shouted, "This is amazing!"
She saw the worn-out walls and ceiling transforming before her very eyes. In moments, the walls, ceiling, floor, and furniture all looked brand new.
But suddenly, Will collapsed to the floor, completely exhausted. "I feel sick," he choked out weakly. Shul rushed to him, her face filled with fear. "Are you okay?" With a pale expression, he looked up at her. "Space and time magic. It consumes a massive amount of power. I can't even move." He glanced at the restored walls. The structure looks new, but the dirt and dust remain. He entrusted her with the final task.
Shul raised a clenched fist with determination. Right. She told him to rest, confidently saying, "You can count on me."
A pained smile crossed his face as he told her everything now depended on her. He whispered her name one last time before losing consciousness.
Shul knelt beside Will's unconscious form, vowing to take responsibility for his hard work and do everything in her power.
She stood up, grabbed a mop and bucket, and got to work. The sun set, the night passed, and a new dawn broke. The ruined house was now completely transformed. The main character opened his eyes, finding himself in bed. He sat up with a deep yawn. He realized it was already morning. He must have been asleep for a long time. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the person next to him. Shul was sleeping there. She was right there in the same bed. A gentle smile formed on his face as he thought, "She even carried me to bed." He thanked her silently. He gently stroked her hair. Then, he slipped out of bed to see how the house looked now. He saw the furniture, the walls, and the ceiling shining, spotlessly clean. Will was amazed. She had truly managed to tidy up everything. A happy smile spread across his face. Everything was sparkling and shining, without a single speck of dust in sight. He knew this place would be perfectly suitable for them. It would serve as an excellent base of operations. From here, their main task was to penetrate the dungeon beneath Friar and take advantage of it. It was filled with rich resources, monster fragments, and rare medicinal herbs. The main character knew they could collect everything they needed. This was the ideal place to apply his knowledge. A sly grin crossed his face as he put a hand to his chin, his plan forming in his mind. He would collect all the materials and create several artifact-class magic tools. With those, he would become strong. Strong enough to surpass even Alan. Just then, Shul sat up, rubbing her eyes sleepily. "Will," she asked, "you're awake." The protagonist smiled warmly at her. "Good morning," he said. "The house looks perfect." She laughed sheepishly and thanked him for the praise. He then apologized for rushing her, putting his hands in his pockets. He told her it was time for them to get ready to go.
Shul yawned and said she understood. Then she asked, "Where are we going?" the protagonist suggested with a knowing look.
"If we're talking about dungeons, there's only one place we can go." Shul's eyes widened with surprise and realization. Will spread his arms wide and shouted, "The Adventurers Guild." Sometime after these events, they arrived at their destination. A girl in the typical guild uniform greeted them with a wide smile, saying, "Your registration in the guild is complete." The protagonist and Shul stood at the reception desk while a large number of other adventurers milled about the grand hall. The guild employee addressed them both. "Here are your guild membership cards." She informed them that if they lost their cards, they'd have to pay a reissue fee, so they should be careful. The protagonist just smiled. He tucked the cards into the inside pocket of his jacket and thanked the girl, telling her he would keep that information in mind. The guild staffer then informed them that they also offered a training course for new adventurers. "Would you like to enroll?" she asked. Shul's eyes lit up. A training course, she didn't know much about adventuring. She thought it would be a perfect opportunity for her. However, the protagonist suddenly refused the offer. "We won't be needing that," he told the girl flatly. Shul looked sadly at Will as the two of them walked away from the registration area. The protagonist knew he already possessed more knowledge than any course instructor could offer. For him, the lesson was a waste of time. He glanced at the upset Shul. He asked her what was wrong. With a hesitant smile, she confessed that it was nothing. She just didn't understand adventurers at all. So, she thought about enrolling in a course. But he told her not to worry, explaining that experience is the best teacher. Shil agreed sheepishly, a small smile on her face. "So," she asked, "what's our next move?" They started walking toward the guild's exit. As they left the Adventurers Guild, Will told her there was much to do. But raising their rank was the absolute top priority. He explained that starting from F class, her freedom as an adventurer would expand, growing with every rank she climbed. "There are many ranks," he told her. "At the very pinnacle is the legendary divine class. Below that, the special class, and then the high class. Further down are the middle class, and at the bottom, the rookies, beginners, and trainees." With that, the protagonist declared his goal to reach rank A as quickly as possible.
A special class rank. Shill's eyes widened in surprise. A hand went to her chin as she started thinking.
She recalled Dominic was only a B-rank adventurer. If that was true, then reaching rank A would be a breeze for him. The protagonist smiled warmly. Raising his finger, he looked at Shill and declared that they would make her an A-rank adventurer, too. He then asked if she understood.
Shill stared back, her eyes and mouth wide with shock. "Me too," she exclaimed, her voice echoing. She pointed a trembling finger at herself.
Looking at Will in utter disbelief, he just smiled and said if Dominic could do it, then it wouldn't be a challenge for her at all. He asked her, "Isn't that right?" But Shill just started shouting that it was impossible, that she could never do it. Her arms dropped to her sides, and tensing up, she wailed that she was way smaller than Dominic. They were just reaching the exit doors of the Adventurers Guild. He chuckled to himself, thinking how she'd already surpassed Dominic by leagues, yet had zero faith in her own strength. Suddenly, a loud noise broke the peace. A booming voice yelled out, "Don't make me laugh," just as they were about to leave. Will and Shill turned back, their curiosity piqued. Shill asked if it was a fight. The main character nodded. "Most likely." A smirk played on his lips. He explained this kind of thing happened all the time here. Then he suggested they go check out the commotion. As they drew closer, they saw a large crowd in the center of the hall. Adventurers were gathered around a girl arguing fiercely with 3 other men. The adventurer girl, Carla, was frowning deeply. Hand pressed to her chest, she angrily demanded to know why the man in front of her had sold the materials from the iron blaster. "You told me I'd get those," she yelled. The scarred, muscular man scoffed in response. He told her the iron blaster's drops were the most valuable from their hunt. He claimed that he'd already given her fair compensation for it, wasn't that right? So why was she making such a scene? His 2 lackeys stood beside him, glaring at the furious Carla. "You don't get it at all," she roared back. "Without me, you never could have defeated that monster." "That material should have been mine alone," she declared. The entire crowd, including Will and Shill, watched the drama unfold. The protagonist's eyes widened slightly as he observed the argument. He realized who she was. Carla, the legendary labyrinth chef. What a stroke of luck, he thought, to run into her just like this. The bald man called her greedy. "Fine," he sneered. "If you're going to make a fuss, I'll increase your share." But Carla furiously shouted that she didn't want his money. She needed the iron blaster's material, with rage in her voice. She screamed that she was studying monster cuisine. One of the lackeys snickered. "Monster food? Who in their right mind would eat something like that?" he jeered. He added that it probably wasn't even edible. The other man shouted that she was being a pain. "If you can't follow the group's decision, then maybe you should just leave." Carla's head snapped towards him, her eyes burning. "What did you just say?" The bald leader crossed his arms. A cruel smirk spread across his face. "You heard him. So be it. If we can't agree, then just get out of our party." His 2 cronies grinned viciously. Carla stared daggers at her former allies, her jaw clenched tight with rage. With a sharp turn, she spun on her heel. "Fine, that's just great," she yelled. "I'm done teaming up with anyone, ever." And with that, the furious Carla stormed out of the guild. She blew right past Will and Shill. Carla slammed the door open with such force that it crashed against the wall. Shill flinched. "Wow, she's really angry," she murmured. Will simply smiled, crossing his arms. "That just shows how passionate she is." He then turned to Shill and suggested they go after her. Shill looked at him, completely lost. "Go after? Who?" she asked. The protagonist gave her a look. "Isn't it obvious?" He explained they were going after that furious woman. Without another word, he dashed towards the door Carla had just exited. Shill scrambled to follow him. "Are you sure about this?" she asked, confused. "It seems like talking to her right now will only make her angrier." But the protagonist just said it was fine. "Just trust me on this," he called back. Sometime later, Carla was found. She was sitting at a wooden table in a bustling bar. People milled about, but she was lost in her own world, staring sadly into the drink in her hands. The protagonist approached her, a drink in his own hand. "You caused quite a stir back at the guild," he said calmly.
Shill stood silently beside Will, holding her own glass. Carla looked up, recognizing him as one of the adventurers who'd seen
everything happen. "What do you want?" she asked flatly. The main character smiled, looking her straight in the eye. "I'm interested in the monster cuisine she'd mentioned." He leaned in, telling her he wanted to know everything, but Carla's eyes were distant, fixed on the drink in her glass. "I'm not in the mood to talk right now," she murmured, ignoring her. The main character and Shell took a seat at her table. Will declared that if she wouldn't talk, then he would. A flicker of surprise crossed Carla's face. "Who gave you permission to sit here?" she demanded. But Will simply kept his eyes closed, his voice calm and steady. "Unlike beasts," he began, "monsters produce magic crystals within them. Their very bodies are designed to wield this power." He continued, explaining that for any normal person, monster meat is a lethal toxin, saturated with raw magic. It's precisely why it's never used in cooking. Shell turned to him, confused. "Why are you telling her something so obvious?" "Every adventurer knows this," she whispered, with a sad glance. Carla took another sip from her glass. The truth was, she never knew any of that. A faint smile played on the protagonist's lips as he looked at her. "I'm saying this," he revealed, "because you know how to extract that magic from a monster's flesh." He paused, his gaze sharp. "Isn't that right?" Carla stared back, her cheeks flushing red with shock. He knew her secret. The protagonist pressed on, his voice filled with an impossible knowledge. "Once the magic is filtered out and the membranes are kept fresh, monster meat transforms into a luxurious ingredient, bursting with unparalleled umami." How do you know about this?" Carla stammered, without even looking at her. He raised his glass. "Let's just say I'm slightly informed." That was all he offered. Shell looked at Will, completely stunned. Slightly informed, she thought, but a grin finally spread across Carla's face. "All right," she laughed. "I've changed my mind. I'll tell you what I know." Will knew he had her. Carla's dishes had a special effect. An ability to enhance a person's physical prowess. He had to meet Alan in 3 years' time. Making Carla his ally right now was absolutely essential. He met her gaze, a silent plea in his eyes. "Help me become stronger." As if hearing his thoughts, Carla smiled and extended her glass toward him, a silent toast. Later, as 2 more men joined their table, the mood had completely changed. Carla explained, "Extracting magic from monster meat is no easy feat. You have to find the meridian points where the magic flows, and remove them with surgical precision." The protagonist nodded in agreement. "Exactly as it should be done." Carla's smile widened as she stared at Will. "That reaction," she mused. "You already knew all of this, didn't you?" "I did," he admitted calmly. "But knowing and doing are 2 different things. Without the experience of fighting countless monsters, and an exceptional sense for mana, the technique is impossible." I'm astonished," Carla confessed, her eyes wide. "You're the only person I've ever met who truly understands." She leaned forward, her voice a whisper. "But how?" The protagonist took a slow sip from his glass. "Because your master once saved my life." Carla's face twisted in shock. Her entire demeanor shattered as she stared at the man before her. In one swift motion, she shot up from her seat. "You've seen my master," she demanded, her voice echoing in the tavern. "I was on the brink of death," Will explained. "He treated me to a monster dish. And then, he told me his student's name." Will's gaze was unwavering. "He said, Carla." Her expression softened, shock mixing with hope. Her cheeks flushed. She slowly turned away, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "Master?" she whispered. Will knew the story was a complete fabrication, but given her past, it was the perfect key to unlock her trust. Getting to his feet, the protagonist decided to strike while the iron was hot. "Let's get down to business, shall we? I want to eat that monster meat dish again," he declared. "But not just any monster meat. I want the dish that you will cook from the monster I provide." He stretched out his hand towards her in a formal gesture. "The meat will be yours. Will you join our team and conquer the dungeon together?" Carla stared at Will's outstretched hand, a brilliant smile lighting up her face. She grasped his palm firmly. "I'll gladly accept," she shouted, You can count on me.
A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then it settled. Shell watched them, her heart filled with admiration. He's amazing.
To make someone in such despair open up so easily. All right. Carla slammed her glass on the table. This is great.
A toast to our new team, she roared. Her cheerful energy was infectious. Now then, you two. Tell me all about yourselves. Of course, the main character agreed. And as the tavern buzzed with life around them, they shared their stories.
After listening, Carla stared into the distance thoughtfully. So I see. She looked down into her wooden mug, her face red from the drink and the emotion. Does that mean you started traveling with Will right after he saved you? That's right, Shell exclaimed with passion. I'm only alive today thanks to him. She clutched the mug to her chest. From that day forward, I dedicated my life to Will. Carla smiled warmly at the story.
What a nice tale. It seems Will really is a good guy. The main character, surrounded by a mountain of empty mugs, simply shook his head.
Not really. He stared ahead, his gaze intense. If someone in front of me needs help, I'll do what has to be done. It's just cooler that way. Don't you agree? Carla let out a hearty laugh. You really are a weird one. But I like it, she admitted. She took a large gulp from her mug. So, what brings a pair like you to a place like this? Let me guess. The treasure of the dungeon. Will looked at her. We have many reasons, but yes, that's certainly one of them. Well, don't be shy. Tell me more, Carla urged, her spirit high. She was completely invested now, ready for the adventure. The protagonist held his wine glass, his eyes locking with hers. He spoke with absolute conviction. I came here to become stronger. He grew stronger with every sip. Carla watched him, realizing he must have known the consequences of consuming monster meat. The protagonist confirmed her suspicion. Of course I knew, he said. Carla's face lit up. I'm liking you more and more. She then clenched her fist, her eyes ablaze with determination. I'll do everything I can to help you get stronger. The protagonist simply thanked her. The next morning, back inside the Adventurers Guild, Carla stared at Will in disbelief. Wait a minute. You're F rank. She buried her face in her hands, horrified by the news. Shill could only offer an awkward smile, trying her best to explain. We only just registered yesterday, she mumbled. The main character told Carla not to worry, assuring her they'd climb the ranks in no time. And then we'll get permission to enter the dungeon, he finished. But Carla looked at her new allies, a deep frown on her face.
A terrible thought crossed her mind. Did I just join the wrong party? Her doubts were cut short by a crude, mocking voice. Well, if it isn't Carla.
Her eyebrows tightened in irritation. Of all the people, she fumed internally. It had to be them. She glared at the three adventurers she had argued with yesterday. The very reason she left her last party. Now they stood there, leering at her. Sly smiles stretched across their faces. The bald one taunted her. What happened to diving into the dungeon alone? Didn't you say, oh? You weren't going to team up with anyone. Carla planted her hands on her hips. Shut up, she snapped. This is my business, and it has nothing to do with you. The bald adventurer crossed his arms. Whatever, he sneered, before turning his condescending gaze towards Shill and Will. And what rank are you two? He asked. The main character met his gaze with cold disdain. We're Frank. The bald man's jaw dropped. A moment of stunned silence was followed by an explosion of mocking laughter. He grabbed Carla's shoulder, roaring. Just because you can't find a decent team doesn't mean you have to party up with these losers. Carla looked down with disgust at the hand grabbing her shoulder. By now, her three former allies were hysterical, tears of laughter streaming down their faces. Carla's gaze turned menacingly cold. She clenched her fist tightly. Even after I quit, she growled, you still managed to get on my last nerve. Through it all, the main character watched with a smirk. He finally spoke, his voice cutting through the noise. In that case, I have a suggestion. The bald man looked over. Will continued speaking, his tone calm and steady. Are you aware of the duel system for rowdy adventurers like yourselves? Why don't we use it to settle this, once and for all, and find out who's really superior? The adventurers looked at Will, finally taking him seriously.
Carla turned to him, trying to stop him, but the bald adventurer sneered. You think an F-rank nobody like you could possibly defeat us?
We're C-rank holders, you fool. The protagonist looked him dead in the eye. I don't particularly enjoy being looked down on. Or insulted to my face. The bald adventurer's face split into a wide grin. This is great, he roared, throwing his arms wide. Let's do it. A faint smile appeared on Will's face. They fell for it, he thought. Hook, line, and sinker. He knew he could defeat them. He would crush these adventurers and raise his rank in a single move. The scene shifts to a massive arena, located near the forest and residential buildings. In the labyrinth city of Freyr, home to the world's largest population of adventurers, there exists a very special system.
A system known as duels. Here, adventurers can mutually agree to fight for their honor, a form of entertainment unique to Freyr,
and one that is extremely popular among the people. The bald adventurer crossed his arms, his face oozing with confidence. Standing with his allies, he named his price. As compensation, he sneered. We'll take your elf. Shill flinched, pressing her palms to her chest. Terrified, she grabbed Will's hand, but he just stood there calmly, hands tucked in his pockets. The bald man's smile widened into a cruel grin. Our team is missing a member, and we'll be using Shill as our slave. Tears welled in Shill's eyes as she cried out, her face a mask of fear. Carla's face twisted in rage. You disgusting fools, she spat. But the main character remained calm. That sounds perfectly fine. However, if we win, he continued, you'll all be stripped of your adventurer titles and demoted to C rank. I trust you'll have no complaints about this. The bald man laughed confidently. None at all, he replied, thinking this was an excellent outcome. His allies stood behind him, wearing the same arrogant smirks. Carla turned to Will, her expression laced with worry. Are you sure about this? She whispered. If we lose, they'll take little Shill. The main character just smiled at her. We're not going to lose, he explained. It's a one-on-one knockout tournament. As long as one of us wins, everything will be fine. Carla looked him in the eye. Where do you get this confidence they might be rotten? But they're still C-rank adventurers. The protagonist turned to Shill with a gentle smile. Can you imagine me losing? He asked her. She looked at him in surprise, silent for a moment. She thought about it, then answered with a firm shake of her head. No, she said softly. I definitely can't imagine it. Carla stared, bewildered. Are you really that strong model? I still have a long way to go, he admitted. But dealing with these guys, it won't be a problem. He leveled a confident glare at his foes, his purple eyes pulsing with a brilliant light. Carla could only stare, stunned by this new aura. Will then turned his gaze. Shell declared with absolute faith that a fight wouldn't even be necessary. Confused, she tilted her head and asked what he meant. The protagonist simply smirked at their opponents. You'll see soon enough, he promised her. Just then, a rival adventurer stepped forward. He stepped forward with a confident smile and asked who would be his first opponent. Shell, standing near the streams of raw magic, was the first to ask their plan. Will simply pointed forward, a grin spreading on his face. Perfect, he declared, telling Shell to take the lead. Without a moment's hesitation, Shell agreed, telling him to leave it to her. But then, realization dawned. She whipped around to face Will, a look of pure terror on her face, pleading for him to wait. Wait, you mean me? Her eyes were wide with panic as she trembled, forcing herself to inch toward the enemy. Oh no, she whispered to herself. Carla watched Shell's retreating back, her expression filled with concern. She turned to Will. Is she going to be all right? Carla could see just how terrified she was, but the main character just smiled, saying it was no problem at all. He knew that Shell had this in the bag. Hearing his confidence, Shell turned back. I understand. If you believe in me, I'll give it everything I have. But Will's brow furrowed. That wasn't enough. He told her to seize the moment herself, to show them her true power. Shell's expression hardened with focus, and gazing forward, she shouted, Right! With newfound resolve, she straightened her posture, facing her opponent. The man, holding a staff, sauntered up to Shell, a mocking grin on his face.
So, I'm supposed to fight a tiny little elf girl. He sneered. I might not know my own strength. Shell just puffed out her cheeks, clenching her small hands into fists. Meanwhile, two onlookers started placing their bets. One of them asked his friend for his prediction.
Who did he think would take the win? The friend scoffed. It's obvious, the rank C adventurer, of course. Nearby, another man holding a huge mug of ale laughed loudly, calling them clueless newbies who hadn't even ranked up yet. The girl beside him giggled in agreement, shouting that it was true. She stared tensely at the arena. Will knew Shell's biggest enemy was her own self-doubt. Her opponent didn't stand a chance. Then, a loud voice echoed through the area. The duel had officially begun. With a cocky smile, the staff wielder lunged forward, shouting for the fight to start. But in Shell's mind, Will's words echoed, "Strike first." She focused, gathering magical energy into her palms, and thrust them forward. Unleashing an air cannon, a massive torrent of brilliant green energy surged toward her foe. The man could only stare in disbelief. What? He managed to choke out. A split second later, a pained scream tore from his lungs as he was blasted backward, flying across the arena. He slammed into the stone wall with incredible force, his eyes and mouth wide in agony. The wall itself cracked and crumbled, showering debris everywhere. Every single spectator was frozen, their jaws hanging open in shock. The man with the ale, who had been mocking them just moments ago, let his mug slip from his grasp. What was that? He stammered in utter surprise. The girl next to him was just as stunned. It was over in an instant. She stared at the scene, her arms still outstretched in shock. The two adventurers on the defeated man's team could only gape, their eyes and mouths wide in disbelief. Carla gasped in amazement. I had no idea she was that strong, the protagonist simply explained. She's a prodigy. He added that her growth in such a short time was incredible. Shell stared down at her own hands, just as surprised as everyone else. A look of understanding dawned on Carla's face. Now I see why you were so confident. Will then turned his attention to the two remaining adventurers. All right, he said coolly. Send in your next fighter. But the bald adventurer and his partner immediately dropped to their knees, shouting that they surrendered. We give up, you win, Will chuckled, watching Shell walk back toward them. Well, that was over fast. She approached him, hesitating for a moment. Did I really win? She asked timidly. Will gave her a firm thumbs up. Of course you did. You were amazing. Carla beamed, a huge smile on her face. You were incredible, she cheered. That was unbelievable. Really? Shell asked, a bashful smile spreading across her face. Then she let out a happy, excited laugh as the three defeated adventurers shuffled away, two of them supporting their fallen comrade. Their leader muttered about what a disgrace it was. His ally could only agree. Will gazed ahead, a confident look in his eyes. Just like that, we're officially C rank. Now, we can finally challenge the dungeon. He knew that with their current power level, the middle floors of the dungeon would be a breeze. This meant they could finally make some real progress towards finding that hidden item. The city of Friar was home to the world's largest labyrinth, a colossal dungeon that plunged deep into the earth. It was said to have a total of 100 floors. Inside it, different environments awaited them. Meadow zones, forest zones, underwater zones, even volcano zones. Every 10 floors, the scenery would completely change. Will recalled something from the original story. The legend of the hero, Alan. In that tale, the deepest anyone had ever reached was the 70th floor. A confident smile played on Will's lips as he strode forward, hands tucked in his pockets, while Carla and Shell followed. Shell looked around, her eyes wide with wonder. She reached out her hand. There's a sky down here, even though we're deep underground, she whispered. It's amazing. The main character turned to her, explaining. This dungeon was built by an ancient civilization. That's why there are special items hidden here. Artifacts created with lost technology. Shell's face lit up, and she excitedly shouted, Special items! But Carla just gave Will a skeptical look. You can dream all you want, she said. But nobody's ever found a single one of those things. Will simply smirked. In that case, we'll be the first. Carla just rolled her eyes sarcastically. But then, Will grew serious. However, there's one condition we must meet to get those items. Carla looked at him, surprised. A condition? Will met her gaze, his expression unreadable. He held up a single index finger. We cannot defeat a single monster in this dungeon. Carla threw her hands up in disbelief. What kind of condition is that? Will explained gravely. If we fail to meet this condition, our entire plan goes out the window. It's that important. Shell looked at Carla, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Let's try it. Carla pressed a hand to her forehead, sighing, but agreed. Then, Will turned to her and called her name. He glanced at Carla. Can you use the running wind spell? She answered with a confident yes, explaining she knew how. The main character simply said, Wonderful. Then he gave the command. Let's run with it. In an instant, their bodies were wreathed in green magical energy as the three of them activated the spell in perfect sync. They began blazing across the meadows at an incredible speed. But Carla was already falling behind Will and Shell, who had shot ahead of her. Hey, why are you two so fast? She yelled, watching their backs. Wait for me for a second. The main character turned to face her. Is something wrong? He asked calmly. Carla, her face a mask of disbelief, shot back. Are you really using running wind? She then shouted in frustration. The speed difference between us is just too big. He immediately understood the situation. Carla's current abilities were still lacking. She simply couldn't keep up with them at her current level. At that, they stopped, and Will apologized to her. Carla was bent over, desperately trying to catch her breath, which the sprint had knocked right out of her. The protagonist explained. Shell and I are trained in magic, so our speed is naturally a bit higher than yours. He then offered, let's match your pace so you don't overexert yourself. But Carla's expression hardened with irritation. She glared ahead, and once she caught her breath, she demanded, tell me how you're training. The protagonist looked surprised. What? He asked. After a moment's thought, he replied, I don't mind. Shell watched them both, her eyes wide with curiosity. Carla's face lit up. Great, I'd be angry if you left me behind again. A faint smile touched Will's lips as he told her. In that case, we have an agreement. Shell silently observed their exchange. A thought suddenly entered her mind. Does this mean Will is taking another student? She lowered her gaze, a new thought dawning on her. This means I'm her senior now. A sly grin spread across her face as she glanced at Carla, who saw the look and stared back at her in surprise. Soon, the three of them were once again moving at high speed, this time weaving between the trees. They had left the meadows behind and entered a deep forest. With determined expressions, they cut through the wilderness, when suddenly, a cloud of luminous butterflies fluttered before them. The main character stopped abruptly. Hold up, let's rest here. Carla immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping. Finally, a break. Shell laughed, admitting it was exhausting. Meanwhile, the main character walked into the bushes, his eyes on the butterflies dancing around. He gently plucked one of the flowers. Shell turned to Will, who was now sitting among them. What are these? She asked. Will explained. This is a fairy. Flower? Moments later, his hands were full of them. He closed his eyes and explained. The fragrance of this flower attracts butterflies. But more than that, he continued, these flowers have a calming effect, which makes them the perfect ingredient for perfume. Carla stared at him, bewildered. Perfume, she demanded. Are you a girl or something? But Shell's face lit up with delight. They're so cute, she exclaimed, admiring the blossoms. The main character placed the flowers into his inventory, explaining, we'll use these later. Fairy flowers are an important, key item, Carla echoed. A key item. What does that even mean? She asked in surprise. Then her thoughts suddenly stopped, her eyes fixed on Will's bag. Wait a second, she stammered, her jaw dropping. Isn't that an item bag? With wide eyes and a gaping mouth, Carla pointed. Where did you get that? The protagonist casually explained. I made this bag myself. Carla's whole body shook with disbelief as she asked. You can make those, Shell added proudly. Will can do everything. Carla's mind reeled. No wonder. That's why she believed in him so much during our duel. Shortly after, the magic inventory was filled with flowers. With a satisfied smile, the protagonist snapped his fingers, and the inventory vanished. That should be enough fairy flowers, he noted. Let's keep moving. Carla looked at him, shocked. The break is over already, the protagonist replied. If it's too hard for you. He then asked, do you want to rest a little more? Carla nodded eagerly. That wouldn't hurt. The protagonist smiled warmly at them. Great. In that case, you two stay here while I scout the perimeter. Sometime later, they were once again slicing through the dungeon space, at high speed. Will reflected that after a proper rest, they had flown through the rest of the forest. None of the monsters they encountered posed a real threat, so they quickly reached the 20th floor. The three of them stood near the trees, and a few meters ahead was a vast expanse of water. Shell looked forward, her voice filled with wonder. What is this? Her gaze was drawn to a tree of incomparable, colossal size, dwarfing all the others around it. With a look of utter disbelief, Shell shouted, That tree is way too big. Carla just laughed. Is this your first time? Here, everyone who sees this for the first time is shocked. Shell was now completely lost in awe of the massive tree before them. She craned her neck, trying to see the top. I can't even see the top of it, Carla explained. No one has ever seen the entire thing. She looked at the tree herself, her face full of wonder, then turned to Will. So, what's going on? What's the plan? The protagonist answered her simply, We need to get to the very top. After he said this, the girls looked at him, perplexed. What? They asked. Then Carla started screaming. That's impossible. What kind of unrealistic goal is that? But the protagonist met her question with a question of his own. Why not? Then, with a calm expression, he gazed at the tree and said, The reason we haven't defeated a single monster was to get to the top of this tree. Carla clutched her head in her hands, yelling, You've gone crazy. Shell turned to Will and asked him, What exactly is at the top of this tree? The protagonist answered, The heavenly temple is at the top. As he said this, Shell looked at him with admiration. And Carla looked at him with disdain. She burst out laughing. It's impossible for something like that to exist. Then she put a hand on Shell's shoulder and, Shell, are you for real? She asked, her gaze fixed on Carla. If Will says so, then I believe him. Carla stared back, astonished. Are you serious? She looked up at the colossal tree, her voice filled with doubt. Even if the Sky Temple really exists up there, how are we supposed to get to it? Our hero simply snapped his fingers. Like this, he said, calling out a name. In that instant, he summoned the Great Spirit, Jin. Jin materialized before them in a vortex of wind. Carla's jaw dropped. You can use summoning magic, she gasped in disbelief. He gave her a simple nod. He then explained they would fly to the top on the back of this powerful wind spirit. After that, the protagonist turned to Jin. He requested passage for the three of them to the treetop. Jin bowed its head in understanding. Carla could only stare in utter shock. What is he even saying? She stammered. Shell proudly made a fist. Will can speak the language of the spirits. The language of spirits, Carla whispered in bewilderment. Just what in the world is he? A moment later, seated on Jin's back, Will gazed toward the heavens. Let's go, he commanded. To the Sky Temple. Jin's enormous wings beat once, launching them upwards at incredible speed. As they ascended into the clouds, a monstrous shadow appeared. Hovering in the sky before them was a colossal shark. Is that a diving shark? Carla yelled. A monster like that shouldn't be in a forest, she screamed. But the main character was perfectly calm. It's fine. I expected we'd run into this. Far above, the massive beast with bird-like wings circled. The main character turned to their spiritual mount. Jin, he ordered, speed up. Get us through here before it notices us. And whatever you do, do not engage it in battle. Jin acknowledged the command with a surge of power. But it was too late. The sky shark had spotted them, opening a terrifying maw filled with countless fangs. It lunged, but Jin was faster, dodging with impossible grace and soaring away. Carla's fear turned to awe as she pumped her fist. That was so cool. We actually made it through without fighting, Shell noted, amazed. Just as planned, the main character replied calmly. At this rate, we'll be there any second. They pierced through the final layer of clouds. Before them was a hidden realm, a breathtaking sight. "Are you serious?" Carla whispered, her skepticism finally shattering. With wide, wondering eyes, she stared at the structure ahead. It actually exists." Shell cheered with unrestrained joy. That must be the Sky Temple. Below them was a small, floating island. In its center stood a temple, humming with mystical energy. Jin landed them gently in a field of vibrant, otherworldly flowers.
Our main character gave his thanks to the spirit. Jin replied that he could be summoned at any time, then vanished. Shell gazed at the temple in reverence.
"It's amazing," she breathed. "A real heavenly temple." Carla agreed. "This is a mystical place, a legendary discovery." She whirled around to face Will. "How on earth did you know about this?" she demanded. The main character simply smiled. "Let's just say I'm a little more knowledgeable than most." Carla's eye twitched with irritation. "How is that an explanation?" She let out a long, frustrated sigh. Holding up a hand, she relented. "Fine. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't pry." "I appreciate that," the main character replied with a nod. "It's better this way." "I agree," Carla admitted. "After all, my master taught me well."
Their conversation ended as they arrived at the temple entrance. "Our goal," Will announced, walking forward, "is right inside."
They stepped into a space that looked like an indoor garden, filled with glowing flora. The main character immediately began examining his surroundings. He ran his hands along the ancient walls. Carla watched him, confused. "What exactly did you forget here?" Will pressed his ear against the stone, listening. "I'm looking for a secret room," he explained. He began tapping along the wall, searching for a specific resonance. His eyes lit up. "Beautiful. It should be here." He held out his hand, and a wave of pure magical energy flowed from his palm into the wall. A section of the stone began to glow, then slid away, revealing a hidden passage. A blinding light poured out from the opening. Shell gasped, her eyes wide. "The wall! It moved!" she cried out. Carla just smirked, shaking her head. "I'm starting to get used to all the surprises hidden up your sleeve." The three of them stepped through the hidden door. Inside was a chamber filled with specialized tools, strange utensils, and a massive furnace. "What is this place?" Shell asked, looking around with interest. "It looks like some kind of workshop." The main character, already examining the vials on the shelves, nodded. "That's exactly right," he confirmed. "This is where we're going to make perfume." Carla gave him a bewildered look. "Perfume? What in the world do we need that for?" "It's a necessary component," he answered cryptically. "That's the real reason I collected all those flowers." Shell held out her hand. "But wait! Doesn't making perfume take a very long time?" The main character smiled. "Normally, it takes about a month. Yes, however, with the help of magic, we can make it much faster. It'll take us about an hour." "That's incredible!" Shell exclaimed. Carla crossed her arms, still skeptical. "Only an hour."
"How fast could that method possibly be?" she challenged. Holding up a small glass vessel, the protagonist offered, "Why don't we find out?" He then opened his magic inventory.
He pulled out the fairy flowers he had gathered and cast a spell. Flower essence extraction. Instantly, a shimmering liquid began to drip from the petals. He positioned the vessel to catch the precious drops. Holding the now-filled container up to the girls, he explained, "I used magic to extract the very essence of the flower." He explained that to preserve its essence and enhance its stability, he'd blended it with a unique agent and even a touch of water. This masterfully diluted the alcohol's potency. The girls could only stare, mouths agape, hanging on his every word. He explained his method, saying this extracts the delicate aroma of fairy flowers, and all that's left is to pour it into a bottle. Once it settles, everything would be ready. But Carla's eyes widened in disbelief, screaming. That was too fast. She gestured wildly, shouting that he didn't even use any conventional tools. "If I did," he told her, "it would take a whole month, and I don't have that kind of time to waste." With a triumphant smile, he held up the finished perfume. "Now, all our preparations are complete. Soon, we'll claim those hidden items." The perfume sat on the table, tiny sparks of light dancing within the bottle. The protagonist announced that the perfume was done. Carla, slouched in her chair with a bored look, asked, "Is it finally ready?" She laughed, admitting it was incredibly fast. Looking at Carla, he smirked. "I'm glad you're finally getting used to my pace. Shall we continue?" he asked. Soon after, they stepped outside into the heavenly temple, and Carla gazed around in total surprise. Her face was a mask of awe. The main character looked ahead with resolve. "We're going to the farthest room." At that moment, they stood before a massive statue of a winged woman holding a jug. Carla gasped, her voice full of wonder. "This is a truly mystical sight." Pressing her hands to her cheeks, she whispered, "It's magnificent." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the statue. The girls had to cover their faces, but the main character didn't flinch, watching as a stone monster with
Horns and wings materialized before the statue. Its arms crossed defiantly. Carla stammered in shock. "What kind of creature is that?" Staring at the glowing beast, Shell cried out, "It looks incredibly strong." The protagonist, however, remained calm, his hands in his pockets. "Don't lay a single finger on that statue," he warned. The monster's voice boomed from above. "Have you desecrated this labyrinth?" Shell asked in confusion. "What does that mean?" Carla shouted. "This is no ordinary monster." The protagonist simply addressed the creature. "We haven't desecrated anything. We are merely guests." He then added, "You already knew that, didn't you?" The monster crossed its arms. With a wave of its paw, it vanished, leaving only a shower of glowing petals. Carla looked around, completely baffled. It disappeared. Shell, her face etched with worry, asked, "What's going on?" He turned to them and explained, "If we had defeated even Challenge, one monster before coming here, we would have had to fight it." Shell's eyes widened in realization. So that's the trick. Carla, however, was just annoyed. "What trick?" she demanded. The main character pointed upward. "That's just how this dungeon is designed." With that, the three of them approached the statue of the winged woman. "Time to present our offering." The main character placed the perfume on the stone panel. Instantly, the statue began to glow with a brilliant light. Shell cried out, "The statue is shining." The light flooded the entire temple right up to the ceiling. The main character observed calmly. "Nothing has happened yet." "Wait, look," Shell pointed ahead. Then she shouted, "The offering is gone." Suddenly, from right behind her, a girl's voice yelled out, "Boo!" The shout made Shell jump out of her skin, screaming in pure terror. A girl named Trickstar burst out laughing, pointing at her. "This elf is hilarious." Carla turned cautiously to the newcomer. "When did you get here?" Shell pressed her hands to her chest, gasping. My heart almost stopped. A knowing smile appeared on the main character's face as he regarded Trickstar. "This is exactly what one would expect from the goddess of labyrinths herself," he added. "You still have the same passion for pranks." "I see." Trickstar looked at Will in surprise. "I don't know who you are," she said, "but you somehow solved the riddle of the offering." She noted that he knew exactly what she desired. Shell looked confused. "A riddle," he explained to her. "The clues about the offering were hidden throughout the dungeon, and I already found the answer." She looked at Will with pure admiration, her cheeks flushing red as she shouted, "That's our Will, of course." Carla eyed Trickstar with suspicion and challenged her. "And who are you supposed to be?" Trickstar simply opened the perfume and said, "I'm impressed by your puzzle-solving skills." She then proposed, "Now, let's check the quality of this perfume." She brought the vessel closer, lifting it to her face and inhaling the aroma. The quality isn't the best," she mused. "But I can feel the delicate scent of fairy flowers." At that moment, Carla whispered to Shell, "So what kind of goddess is she?" Shell replied quietly, "She has an unusual energy." She then asked, "Is this for real?" Just then, Trickstar raised her hand, turning to Will. "In that case, I must thank you for your offering. May I know your name?" she asked. The protagonist smiled warmly. "My name is Will Campbell." Trickstar spread her arms wide. "Then, Will Campbell, I thank you," she declared with a grin. "As a token of my gratitude, I will give you an item called the Apothecary's Brush," she explained. "It's a legendary class tool created by a genius alchemist
who forged magical instruments. With this, I hope you can reach the deepest corners of the dungeon. The protagonist clutched the artifact he just received. Of course, he shouted. With a confident fire in his eyes, he declared, I always intended to conquer this dungeon completely. Carla turned to him, utterly bewildered. You have plans like that, she exclaimed. No matter how strong you are, that's simply impossible. The main character answered her with calm assurance. Sooner or later, we'll achieve it, but I'm not going to conquer it anytime soon. Trickstar turned to Will, her expression cheerful. You're a very self-confident man, she noted. I truly want to see how you'll handle all the puzzles that I've left for you. The main character glanced at Trickstar, thinking that he was the one who created these trials in the first place. He then stretched his hands out before him and announced it was time to go. Trickstar looked at him, completely bewildered, asking if they were leaving so soon. She tried to persuade him, offering to talk just a little longer. A smile played on the main character's lips as he told her that if she thanked him one more time, he might just consider it. Trickstar's cheeks puffed out in frustration as she called him greedy, but she relented, urging them to get going already. The protagonist simply said, as you wish. He turned to Shell and Carla, signaling it was time to move out. As he walked away, the girls quickly followed. Soon, they had departed from the heavenly temple. Trickstar watched their retreating figures with a touch of sadness, realizing they were truly gone. She began to float into the air, whispering his name. She mused that he was a strange, fascinating mortal. She couldn't stop herself. She would watch over him when he entered the dungeon. A silent vow formed in her heart she would not let him die. Later, as Will and Carla descended the massive tree on Jin's back, Will's body suddenly erupted in a brilliant pink magical energy. With a shocked expression, the protagonist stared at himself and wondered what was happening. Then it hit him. The blessing of the labyrinth goddess, he thought in disbelief. He never expected to receive her favor after such a cold meeting. After all, even for the author, she was a deeply misunderstood character. But with the goddess's blessing on his side, the next hidden item would be well within his grasp. However, the main character knew their first priority was reaching the legendary blacksmith. Carla, filled with joy, declared they should drink to celebrate their first successful dungeon crawl. They found their way to a lively city tavern, where a warm atmosphere embraced them. The three of them clinked their mugs, shouting a toast to themselves. Carla turned to Will, a bright smile on her face. Forming a team with you was the best decision I ever made, she said. She confessed she never imagined she'd witness so many incredible things. Will calmly replied, Today was just the beginning of what's to come. He took a sip from his mug, his eyes closed, and added, I'll show you things far more amazing in the future. Carla's eyes widened in surprise. Really? She exclaimed that she couldn't wait. Shell was also brimming with curiosity, gazing at the protagonist with pure admiration. Then, Shell said something came to mind. She asked with a bright smile what kind of item they had received. Will grinned and held up the brush in his hands, explaining it was an ancient magical tool, known as the apothecary brush. Carla stared at it in shock, repeating his words. She then realized that since it was a gift from a goddess and its power was no surprise, Will decided they would save the details for later. He tucked the brush into his jacket pocket as they continued to celebrate their small but significant victory. Will mentioned they would likely use it the very next day to put his plans into motion. Night fell over the city, and the following day, they journeyed to the city of blacksmiths. The place was bustling with life, filled with adventurers buying new weapons, and wandering the vibrant streets. They had officially arrived. Will stood with his hands in his pockets, confirming that this was the place, and added that this was where they could finally use the apothecary's brush. Carla immediately asked him not to even think about selling it. Will gave her a displeased look, assuring her that was not his intention. As Shell watched them awkwardly, Will explained that he doubted anyone could even grasp the true value of this item. Without knowing its purpose, the brush was nothing more than a piece of junk. They continued down the street, their conversation flowing, until Will announced they had arrived. He smiled, looking at the building before them, while the girls stared with intrigue. In front of them stood the Dragon Forge, Carla recognized it instantly, noting the massive building. She explained it was the gathering place for the most skilled blacksmiths in the land, the absolute best workshop in the city. Indeed, it was filled with people dedicated to their craft. Carla then said she knew that out of all the workshops, Will would choose the Dragon Forge. She gave him an approving pat on the back, but he didn't return her smile. Instead, he pointed, his finger in a completely different direction. "We're not here for that," he said. "We're going over there." Carla's gaze followed his finger to where he was pointing. "You mean there?" she asked in disbelief. Standing in that spot was a dilapidated old hut, its condition leaving much to be desired. "What is the meaning of this?" Carla demanded. Will just smirked, crossing his arms, as Shell noted that the place looked completely abandoned.
Carla shouted in frustration, asking what they could possibly do in a ruin like that. Will's brow furrowed as he told her not to be so rude. Suddenly, a man appeared.
Right behind Carla, startling her. The man said, "He's right, you know. This place may look old, but it was once a thriving workshop." The man brazenly placed his hand on the back of Carla's thigh, which instantly ignited her fury. She whipped around, her teeth gritted, demanding to know why he was touching her, not willing to tolerate such disrespect. She sent the old man flying with a powerful kick. Will slapped a hand to his forehead, cursing. In his mind, he should have warned her first. A terrified Shell hid behind him, watching the chaos unfold. It was then that Will realized the man Carla had just sent into orbit was none other than Groom, the legendary blacksmith. Groom sat on the ground, staring up at the furious Carla with a bewildered expression. Shell pleaded with Carla to calm down, trying to hold her back, but Carla was unstoppable. "Stay out of this!" she roared. Clenching her fist, she yelled, "For the sake of this world and its people, I must punish this old pervert." Will placed a firm hand on her shoulder, telling her to
calm herself. Carla shot back in annoyance. "And why should I?" Will calmly stated. "Because I have business with this man." Carla's eyes widened. "Business?
"You have business with this maniac," she shrieked. Ignoring her, Will walked toward Groom and offered him a hand. "Are you all right?" he asked, helping the man up. Groom awkwardly got to his feet, stammering an apology. "Forgive me," he said. "My hand just moved on its own. I didn't even have time to think. This only fueled Carla's rage even more. "Like we'd ever believe that," she screamed sarcastically, cursing at him again. Shell desperately tried to stop her, calling out her name. Will and Groom shared a tense, awkward glance. The blacksmith dusted himself off, rising to his feet and demanding how Will knew his name. The protagonist simply smiled, replying, "I just do." Groom stared, bewildered, asking what he meant, but Will offered no further explanation. After a moment of charged silence, Groom conceded that it seemed to be true. He declared they should take this conversation inside, inviting them into his home. A moment later, they stepped into a scene of utter chaos. Rusted weapons hung on the walls like forgotten tombstones. Groom, now behind a dilapidated counter, clutched a bottle. His eyes scanned the group of adventurers before him with a keen interest. Carla glanced at Will, searching his face for answers. She scoffed, pointing out that all Groom owned were rusted tools and cockroaches skittering across the walls. This place was supposed to be a legendary dragon forge, yet no sane person would ever step foot in this shop. Groom just shrugged. As long as he had a drink in his hand every day, he couldn't care less if customers came or not. He tilted the bottle back, taking a long swig. Carla fumed, her patience wearing thin. Groom's expression suddenly hardened. He asked them why they had come, if they truly knew who he was. Will's smile never faltered. "I want you to forge me a weapon." He held out a hand, correcting himself. "No, not just a weapon. It must be a masterpiece." Groom's eyes glinted. "Very well. My price is to do as I please with these lovely ladies." Carla immediately erupted. "Absolutely not, never in a million years." Shell turned to Will, her voice trembling, saying that his request was just too much. But the protagonist just smiled, reassuring them. "It's all right. Groom is only joking." He then added, "Besides, he has no intention of forging anything right now." Shell gasped. Groom's head snapped toward Will.
a smirk spreading across his face. "You really know, don't you?" Carla yelled that he was just
trying to trick them into giving up their bodies. She smacked Groom on the head, forcing another apology out of him for getting carried away. As Carla glared, Will's expression grew serious. "I know the real reason you've stopped forging." He spread his hands wide, explaining, "You refuse to let someone unworthy wield one of your creations. Isn't that right?" Groom grumbled that Will knew far too much. But Will pressed on. "I still need that weapon, and I will prove that I am worthy of wielding it." Groom sighed. "If you insist, then so be it."
He pushed himself up from his chair and headed for a door leading to his inner sanctum. "Follow me," Groom commanded. A short while later, they entered the true workshop. Before them stood a massive block of steel. All eyes were on Groom as he pointed a finger
at a decrepit blade resting on the anvil. "Your test is to cut that steel block with this rusted sword. If you can manage that," Groom declared, "then I'll consider your request." Carla snapped that it was impossible, but Will simply replied, "Understood." His face was a mask of determination as he prepared for the task. Carla stared at Will in shock, asking what he thought he was doing. Will told her it was time to use their new artifact. From his jacket, he produced the apothecary brush. He invoked its power, commanding it to grant sharpness and strength. A faint light enveloped the blade. Will grasped the hilt, feeling its newfound power. Then, in a single, fluid motion, he swung the ancient sword. The steel parted like silk. A wave of stunned silence washed over the workshop. Everyone had thought it an impossible feat. Groom roared in disbelief. How did you do that?" His jaw hung open in shock. Will calmly replied, "I did exactly what you asked." He stared down the blacksmith, who was reeling from this impossible turn of events. Will stepped closer, his voice firm. "Now, you will forge my weapon." The master blacksmith was utterly speechless. Will looked down with pride at the clean cut, the rusted sword still humming with power. Shell and Carla could only watch, in utter amazement. Before the main character, the massive steel ingot lay severed in two, the edge of the cut practically glowing from the perfect strike. Will had actually cleaved it with a worthless sword. He really did it," Shell stammered in awe. Carla, standing beside her, whispered tensely, "That item, it's unbelievable." She demanded to know what he had just done. A smile played on Will's lips. "This is the apothecary brush, a tool that creates new possibilities." He turned to the girls, who were listening with rapt attention. Will explained that the rusted sword, on its own, was only capable of holding a single enchantment. "But with this brush," he continued, "I can bestow 2 effects upon it." Shell tilted her head, asking what he meant. Will explained it simply. "This brush can double the number of magical enchantments any item can hold." She gasped. Covering her mouth in shock, she repeated his words in disbelief. Carla stroked her chin thoughtfully. "That's not just incredible. That item is absolutely ridiculous." Will agreed internally. The apothecary brush was a game-breaking artifact. Just possessing it completely altered the world's difficulty. "It truly shatters the balance," he thought with a grin. But the most crucial part was this. Instead of Alan, I am the one who holds this power. The protagonist closed his eyes. Finally, he could stand on equal footing with him. Groom eyed Will with newfound respect, hands on his hips. "So, just as I suspected, you used magic to cut the steel." Will confirmed it. "That's right." He placed the old sword on the severed block. "Without its help, a feat like this would be completely impossible." He thought to himself that while that was true now, in a few years, Alan would perform this very same feat with ease. The power of this story's true heroes would one day astound the world. Groom scratched the back of his head, admitting that, in truth, he was more surprised by something else. He explained that Will's speed in creating effects, surpassing even mastery, marked him as a truly first-class creator. The blacksmith added that with such sword skills, Will was destined to become a first-class adventurer as well. Will spread his arms wide, asking the old blacksmith to forge him a weapon. Groom fell silent, his heavy gaze fixed on Will. Then, with absolute confidence, he refused. Will met his gaze, holding the silence for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Carla exploded with indignation, shouting that the old man had promised something completely different. Even the timid Shiho found her voice, her own anger flaring up. She demanded to know why he would refuse. After he himself admitted Will was a first-class adventurer groom, simply replied that excellent adventurers were a dime a dozen. He stated grimly that he only accepts clients with truly exceptional abilities. Will suspected his buff wasn't enough to deceive the blacksmith's sharp eyes. He remained quiet, observing the man. Carla's fury boiled over once more, screaming that his promises were worthless. But Will raised a hand, stopping her. "Forget about it," he said calmly. The protagonist explained that Mr. Groom had his own reasons, and they couldn't force his hand. Shiho looked at Will with concern as Carla finally, reluctantly, calmed down. "If you say so," she mumbled. Silence filled the room again, until Groom spoke up, admitting he felt awkward for the harsh refusal. He scratched the back of his head, looking almost guilty. He repeated that he couldn't make a weapon for him, but promised to help in any other way he possibly could. Will thanked him, a slight smile on his lips. Though he appeared disappointed on the surface, he thought to himself that things were going perfectly. He had predicted this exact outcome, never expecting Groom to agree right away. As they headed for the exit, Shiho shot Will an awkward glance. The protagonist knew his next step. He just had to build a relationship with this blacksmith. Behind them, Groom stretched and let out a long yawn. Will knew this was all part of the plan. A plan to secure a much bigger favor in the future. He had no intention of giving up so easily. He vowed that Groom would forge a weapon for him. Confidence gleamed in Will's eyes. He knew that without the old blacksmith, clearing the next main event would be impossible. Groom announced that it was getting late and time to close up shop, asking them to leave. Will immediately agreed that they would, but he added a warning of his own, "We'll be back." Groom then escorted the trio to the front door of his forge. The blacksmith advised them to go straight home, warning that Friar City had become dangerous at night lately. Groom stood with a hand on his hip, watching his guests. Will gave a respectful bow and a smile, thanking the old man for his warning. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery sunset colors. The three of them, Will, Shiho, and Carla, walked away from the forge, breaking the evening silence. Shiho hesitantly turned to Will. She told him he must be terribly disappointed by what had just happened. Will simply smiled, admitting it was, to a certain extent. Carla threw her hands behind her head, utterly confused. "Then why?" she demanded. "If you just need a weapon from that old geezer, why not go to the famous dragon forge right next door?" Will answered with a knowing smile. He said he understood why she would think that, but added that she was greatly underestimating the old blacksmith. They stopped a short distance from Groom's house. Carla scoffed, saying the blacksmith was just a lecherous old man. The protagonist then suggested they wait there for a while. He promised they might just see something interesting. Carla grumbled. "Interesting? Is it really?" As the sky grew darker, stars began to appear as the streets fell quiet. The three of them kept their eyes fixed on the dragon forge and Groom's humble workshop. Time dragged on until a tired Carla sat on her heels, her patience wearing thin. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and turned to Will. "So where is this amazing thing you wanted to show us?" she asked, her voice sharp with irritation, tired of the endless waiting. The protagonist crossed his arms, his gaze unwavering. "Any minute now," he said. Shiho, however, watched with wide-eyed curiosity, waiting intently. And then, Will spoke. "He's here, the one we've been waiting for." He gestured for Carla to look. Carla raised her eyes just as a man emerged from the gates of the dragon forge, wearily kneading his hands. "Someone's really coming out," Shiho whispered. Carla recognized him instantly. "That's Gillen, the owner of the forge," she explained, then turned to Will, unimpressed. "Is this your big surprise?" But suddenly, Gillen headed straight for Groom's front door and let himself in. Carla's jaw dropped. "Is he going into that old bastard's shop?" Peeking through the window, she saw Groom and Gillen talking cheerfully with each other. A satisfied smile spread across Will's face. And then he dropped the bombshell. Gillen, the renowned owner of the Dragon Forge, is actually Mr. Groom's apprentice, even as a famous blacksmith himself. Gillen treated Groom with profound respect. "You're serious," Carla shouted in utter disbelief. Will simply looked at her, his satisfied smile widening. In that moment, everything clicked. I get it now, she said, realization dawning on her face. That's why you're so stubborn about him making you a weapon. Just then, Groom comically bopped Gillen on the head as if scolding him. The protagonist confirmed that this was the truth they had been waiting to see. Now that their mission was complete, Shiho clapped her hands together. With an expectant smile, she hesitantly asked if they could go home. She reminded them of Groom's warning about the city at night. Carla turned to her with a teasing grin. What, are you scared? Shaking with fear, Shiho clasped her hands together, tears in her eyes. Yes, I'm really scared, she admitted. Carla chuckled. Well, at least you're honest. Will then asked the girls to go home ahead of him, saying he just remembered some business he had to take care of. Shiho huddled closer to Carla, and they both agreed. Carla told him they would wait for him at their usual tavern. After one last nervous glance, the two departed. The moment they were gone, the protagonist's face turned deadly serious. He would join them, as soon as he was finished. Some time passed as the moon climbed high into the night sky. As the sun began to rise, the door to Groom's house opened. Groom and his apprentice, Gillen, emerged, with Groom offering to see him off. He warned Gillen to be careful on his way home. The apprentice just waved with a smile and set off into the dark streets. The lights in the houses were long extinguished. The city's inhabitants had already surrendered to sleep. But as he took another step, he saw it. A dark silhouette in a black cloak stood before him. Gillen froze in surprise, wondering who this person could be. Was he waiting for him? Suddenly, the figure cast off their cloak, revealing a girl clutching a fan of knives between her fingers. What is this? Gillen asked, bewildered. The girl just smirked, her eyes narrowing, and unleashed a volley of steel straight at him. This was bad. He was going to die. Gillen clenched his teeth, knowing he was far too slow to dodge. But then, the knives froze in midair before clattering uselessly to the ground. She stared in shock as Will appeared at the fateful moment. I won't let you do as you please, he declared, his hand still raised from casting the spell. He then addressed the girl by her name. Assassin Phyllis? She looked stunned. You know my name. A sly smile crept across her face as she stood before him. In that case, she purred, I'll just have to kill you before that information gets out. She drew a fresh set of knives, ready for her next opponent. Phyllis shifted her grip, preparing for a more convenient throw. Gillen, still in shock, could only shout, Who is she? She's a serial killer, Will explained calmly. She's been rampaging through the city streets lately. Gillen looked up from the ground in disbelief. What does that mean? He stammered, cautiously getting to his feet. Is she hunting me? Will put his hands in his pockets. That's exactly right. But don't worry, he said, his gaze filled with absolute confidence. I will protect you. Phyllis sheathed her knives with an ironic smirk. Well now, she said, looking Will up and down. It seems you know your business. Do you have an informant? She mused, then shrugged. Not that it matters. Her hand moved slowly behind her back, drawing a much larger dagger. She then roared. You're going to die here anyway. In the next instant, she vanished from sight, dissolving into thin air. Teleportation! Gillen cried out in shock. Will, however, remained perfectly calm. Suddenly, Phyllis's voice echoed from right behind him. Your back is wide open, she shrieked, her dagger plunging downward in a swift arc. But to her utter disbelief, the attack was stopped. Will had caught her wrist, his palm halting the dagger's descent. Confusion flooded Phyllis's mind. He reacted, but he's too fast, she thought, stunned. Kicking off the ground, Phyllis wrenched her arm from his grasp and leaped back, putting distance between them. She landed in a low fighting stance, dagger held high. Her movements, they're incredible, Gillen thought, his mouth agape. Then he realized something. He had seen that weapon before. That dagger, it belongs to Liam, the A-class adventurer. Isn't that the Shadow Weave? I'd expect no less from the weapon's creator. Phyllis sneered, tightening her grip. You're right. The blacksmith immediately screamed. What are you doing with that weapon? Phyllis just smirked, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across her face. I killed the previous owner and took it for myself. Of course. Gillen froze in horror. That can't be. This weapon suits me much better than its last owner, she said with a dismissive tone, striking a pose with the dagger. I can already tell. The Shadow Weave is enjoying this far more, Gillen roared. That's not for you to decide. Phyllis's arrogant smile never faded. Oh, but it is. In this world, the strong eliminate the weak. Will just smiled back at her. Is that so? He asked calmly. In that case, there shouldn't be a problem if I just take it back. The protagonist drew his own sword. He returned her arrogant smile, clenching his other hand into a fist. Phyllis stared in surprise before bursting into laughter. What an interesting idea, she cackled, before vanishing once more. A second later, she reappeared directly in front of Will's face.
But that's impossible, she screamed, swinging her dagger. Yet her attack never found its mark.
He dodged with impossible speed, deflecting her dagger with his own blade. Phyllis unleashed a furious storm of blows.
But it was all for nothing. Will masterfully evaded every single strike, sidestepping each deadly thrust.
That Shadow Weave dagger, Gillen yelled. It has an effect that absorbs magic from any wound it inflicts. Be careful. As the deadly dance between him and the assassin continued, Will simply smiled. Thanks for the tip, he said, effortlessly dodging another strike.
But he already knew. This chaotic battle raged on, yet the assassin couldn't land a single hit.
Will seemed to read her every move before she made it. Phyllis gritted her teeth in fury. None of her attacks were connecting. How he shouldn't be able to see my chaotic attacks. I'm using teleportation, she raged internally. The fact that he hadn't suffered a single scratch was simply impossible. And yet, Will continued to parry her assault with a perfectly calm expression. Phyllis couldn't comprehend his unnerving calm. She was exhausted, gasping for air, struggling just to keep the fight going. This sudden shift didn't escape the protagonist's sharp eyes. He instantly registered the faltering in his enemy's movements. Will knew her stamina was hitting its absolute limit. Phyllis's power was formidable. Yes, but it possessed a critical, draining weakness.
With a weary expression, she desperately launched more attacks, hoping to land even a single scratch. But her efforts were completely futile.
Will was fully aware that spamming teleportation devoured immense magic. Normally, her sword's effect would replenish those reserves. But now, for the first time in this battle, he moved. With a confident swing of his sword, he sent her reeling back. Phyllis could only watch in shock. Unfortunately for her, Will knew every single one of her teleportation patterns. He had no intention of letting her land even a single blow. A look of absolute certainty crossed the protagonist's face. With one final, decisive strike, Will sent Phyllis flying meters away. She landed hard, but then she laughed. Looks like it's time to stop playing games, she declared. Will straightened up, a smirk on his face. Since you can't seem to land a hit, he taunted. Your only option left is that hidden trump card, right? Phyllis glared, her brow furrowing in pure annoyance. You're the one who's going to get hurt now, she spat back. Closing her eyes, she focused her mind, preparing to unleash a new, devastating attack.
Phyllis began to channel the Dark Knight Blade technique. She swiped a hand across her dagger, engulfing it in shadow energy. Her expression turned dark and ominous.
She raised the pulsing dagger high, poised to strike, closing the distance in an instant. Phyllis lunged forward with a cunning, vicious smile, but Will met her blade perfectly, blocking the assault with his own sword. Suddenly, tendrils of dark energy erupted from the ground like living shadows. They shot straight for Will, aiming to strike while he was locked with Phyllis. A crazed look filled her eyes as she screamed, "Even if you dodge me, you can't escape this." But Will reacted instantly, activating his dark shield technique. A massive barrier of shadow erupted around him. It deflected the shadow streams completely, the force of the impact throwing Phyllis back several meters. The shield absorbed the full brunt of her assault. Phyllis cried out in pure disbelief. How did you block that? She was completely stunned. This was an outcome she never could have predicted. Her voice trembled with shock. How is this possible? Will's gaze turned sharp and serious. It's simple, he answered coldly. Because I know you. The remnants of her shattered magic dissipated. Landing on her feet, she struggled to breathe. Everyone I've used that on has died. It should be impossible for anyone to know that technique. She gasped. I'm sorry, Will said, his tone devoid of pity. But now that your magic is spent, you have no chance of defeating me. He exploded forward, crossing the distance between them in a heartbeat. That same confident smirk played on his lips. Appearing behind the staggering Phyllis, he struck swiftly, pinning her to the ground.
Phyllis shut her eyes from the impact that immobilized her. Will activated his skill Mana of Silence. He gripped her hand tightly, and after a few moments,
an unnerving weakness spread through Phyllis's entire body. She turned in shock. What? What did you do to me? Will knelt beside her, a calm smile on his face.
When you use a mana dampener on someone with almost no magic left, the protagonist explained calmly, it becomes a potent confusion spell.
Your mind will become disoriented, and then you'll lose consciousness. Just as he said, the light began to fade from her eyes, and soon she slumped into unconsciousness. Will stood over her. Perfect. This should resolve things. He gazed down at his defeated foe. As she lay motionless, Will casually put his hands in his pockets. The blacksmith, Gillen, who had witnessed everything, stared at the battle's conclusion in utter disbelief. His shocked gaze shifted to the protagonist. Am I really saved? You are, Will confirmed. Everything's fine now. He looked down at the trembling blacksmith. Gillen collapsed to the ground, his legs giving out from the stress, thanking the heavens for his rescue. Will simply smiled. Watching him, Will's mind drifted. He recalled that Phyllis was a bloodthirsty murderer who had terrorized the entire city of Freer, and now she lay before him, utterly defeated. Will knew that if he hadn't stopped her here and now, she would have just continued her rampage. Her killing spree would have lasted another 3 years. As Gillen caught his breath, a thought crossed Will's mind. As for Gillen, in the original story, he was supposed to die here, Will wondered. How will the story change now that I've saved him? He extended a hand to the blacksmith, helping him up. Gillen's face lit up with a grateful smile. Thank you. Thank you so much for saving me. He then asked sheepishly, Is there anything I can do for you? Will smiled. I would be very grateful for that. Gillen puffed his chest out slightly. I work for the city's finest blacksmith. In fact, I'm the one who forged the weapon that girl was using. A sense of pride and joy filled his voice. If you'll allow me, I'd like to give you the best sword I've ever forged. A bright smile spread across his face as he made the offer, but Will immediately cut him off. While that's a great honor, I must refuse. Gillen looked confused and crestfallen. But, why not? He stammered. Will explained. I'm searching for a weapon that has yet to reach its true potential. The protagonist's mysterious smile only deepened Gillen's confusion. Please, let me help you, Gillen insisted. Not repaying someone for saving my life, it's just not my way. He clenched his fists, determined to persuade Will. The protagonist simply gave a calm reply. In that case, I'll be sure to count on you when the time comes, he added. For now, let's consider this an IOU. Will raised a single finger as he spoke. It seemed Gillen had no choice but to agree. All right, but in that case, I have one more request. He looked at the protagonist, his expression serious now. The man introduced himself as Will, a C-rank adventurer. A faint smile graced the protagonist's lips as moonlight washed over his face. Gillen just raised an eyebrow and sighed, already sensing things were spiraling out of control. With hands on his hips, he reluctantly admitted he understood. Despite the lingering tension, he promised to look forward to working with the protagonist. He insisted that if there was anything at all he could do to help, Will should just let him know. They shook hands, and Will agreed, glad to know he had his back. Their gazes then fell upon Phyllis, still unconscious on the ground. Will said he'd handle her before going home. He picked up the dagger she had used against him, intending to return it. Gillen, standing behind, thanked the main character once more for everything. He was sure Will would be fine, but still urged him to be careful. Will waved back as he carried Phyllis away in a different direction. Suddenly, as Gillen recalled the events, a thought struck him. Wait, did he ever even tell the protagonist his name? He brushed the thought aside, figuring the man must have his reasons. As Gillen headed home, Will navigated the city streets, still carrying the unconscious assassin. After a while, He slipped into a dark alley to enact the plan he'd formed. He set Phyllis down, leaning her back against a large wooden crate. Then, kneeling beside her, he reached out a hand to use his skill. He cast a sensory assistance spell, directing his mana into her mind to purge the effects of the previous magic. Slowly, her eyes fluttered open with a pained groan. Will, sitting before her, offered a placid smile. "Are you awake now?" Phyllis's eyes snapped into focus, shock turning to fury as the memories came rushing back. A hiss of pure displeasure escaped her lips, but she was powerless. Will had already cast another spell. Special magic threads erupted, instantly wrapping around the girl's body and pinning her in place. "You can't move," he stated simply. "It would be in your best interest to have a chat with me." Phyllis snorted with contempt. "You really think this little trick gives you an advantage?" She chuckled darkly. "Don't you forget that I can kill you at the slightest opportunity." Will rose to his feet, hands in his pockets, his face becoming a cold mask. "If I were you, I'd remember that your fate is entirely in my hands." A chill snaked through her as he continued. "If I decide not to let you go, the only thing that awaits you is death." His eyes burned with a cold, dangerous light as he spoke those words. Staring at him, Phyllis trembled with genuine fear. The threat in his voice was undeniable. I was just joking," she stammered. "I'll definitely listen to you." Will observed her, wondering if this was her true nature. "It doesn't matter," he said. "Now, how about a deal?" His smile returned, unsettling her. "A deal?" she asked, surprised. Will replied, "I will guarantee that your life will be spared." He stared at her intently. "In exchange, I'll use contract magic and make you my pawn." "I'd rather die," she spat, turning away in defiance, teeth clenched. Will's smile only widened as he began to channel his magic again. Flames erupted in his palm. "I understand. Then you can die right here." The girl panicked. "Wait, forgive me," she cried out. "I was joking again. What are the terms of the contract?" The protagonist's voice went low and deadly. "One more stupid joke, and this conversation is over." He lowered his hand, snuffing out the flames. Phyllis replied hesitantly, I understand now." Will began to lay out the conditions. "According to this contract, you will obey my commands without exception. You will also be forbidden from any actions that could harm me." He then added, "Other than that, I won't limit your actions." Phyllis furrowed her brows, humming thoughtfully. A sly smile then crossed her face. "Do these orders include fulfilling any sexual desires?" A slight blush appeared as her eyes lit up. In anticipation, Will's patience shattered. "I told you to stop with the stupid jokes." A wave of pure anger engulfed him. Raising his hand, he was ready to strike her down. Phyllis screamed in terror. "It wasn't a joke, I just wanted to know." Will calmed himself, lowering his hand and dispelling his magic. "If you're that worried about it," he said coolly, "I'll warn you now. I will not give you any such instructions." Phyllis looked genuinely disappointed. "That's sad. It would have been more fun." Will told her to stop talking nonsense. "Can I ask one more question?" she pressed. He gave a nod. Phyllis smiled a wicked, crazy smile. "Will you ever order me to kill anyone?" Will replied. "The number of targets is limited, but depending on the circumstances, it's possible." "That's great," Phyllis beamed. "In that case, I agree to the contract," Will noted. That was a quick decision. She smiled. "There's no need to weigh the pros and cons. As long as I can live and do what I want, I'm happy." "I understand perfectly," Will said. "In that case, I'm adding another restriction. You are prohibited from killing anyone except on my orders." He spread his arms as he declared it. Phyllis exclaimed indignantly, "You didn't mention that before. Does this mean you refuse?" he asked. Phyllis sighed heavily, knowing she had no right to. "Fine," she agreed. "Everything is fine. Then we have an agreement." He pointed his finger at her forehead and began to invoke the magic. Spell of Soul Ties, the alley, was illuminated by a brilliant magical energy. The main character's face remained serious as a complex magic circle formed at his fingertip. After a moment, the magic dissipated. The spell had taken hold. "From this moment on," Will announced, "we are bound by contract." The magic threads that bound her vanished. She stared at her hands in surprise, while Will simply put his hands back in his pockets. He turned to her.
"I'm giving you 2 commands right now." Phyllis gritted her teeth in displeasure. "You're really starting with 2 at once," Will said. First, bring evidence of who hired you to kill Gillen. And second, stay out of my sight until I summon you. With that, the protagonist turned his back
and began to walk away, leaving her in the dark alley. "Just like a slave owner," Phyllis muttered, but she complied, pushing herself to her feet and brushing these dust from her clothes. Will glanced at her one last time. "I'm leaving you to your own devices." Phyllis just waved him off, shouting, "You should order me to kill someone regularly." But Will shot back instantly. "Don't count on it." "Greedy bastard," she mumbled, watching his figure disappear into the night. Will was lost in thought, while some details were still hazy. He had just acquired a very useful new pawn. He smirked, thinking of Phyllis. Now he just had to figure out how to best use her, to fit the grand scenario of this story. For now, the night was still young. Meanwhile, lights blazed inside the weapons factory. A man named Malbo roared with laughter, raising a mug to the air. "Tonight we celebrate," he boomed. "This cursed dragon forge will finally be out of my hair." His assistant agreed. It was long past time to deal with Gillen. He clutched a bottle, standing beside his boss's desk. "I must admit," Malbo said, a cruel smile playing on his lips, "she's a top-tier killer, that one." He mused that in the criminal underworld, there wasn't a soul alive who didn't know her name. His eyes darkened with cunning. Malbo recalled that in her daily life, she was a maniac, completely obsessed with the art of killing. Phyllis kills even when the job doesn't require it. He chuckled. "I don't plan on working with her for long. Perhaps I should get rid of her, before she comes after me in the name of justice." "A brilliant idea," his assistant said, pouring another drink. Malbo stared into the cup and let out a triumphant laugh. "No one can stop me now. I'll eliminate anyone who gets in my way, just like I did with Gillen." His wicked laughter echoed
through the silent night. But the next day, fate delivered an unexpected twist. Knights stormed their headquarters, declaring, "You are both under arrest for attempted murder
and conspiracy." One knight held up a scroll, detailing all the evidence against them. Malbo and his assistant were completely floored. They never saw this coming. The factory had desperately tried to reason with them. This has to be some kind of mistake. But the knights weren't listening. They immediately began to bind the 2 men. A knight roared, "We have proof of your crimes. You're coming with us." Malbo's face crumpled in fear. "Let me go," he pleaded. "I've done nothing wrong." The knight reacted instantly, driving a fist into his gut. "Quiet down." A short while later, both conspirators were being dragged to the local prison. Watching the entire scene unfold from behind a tree was the main character. With arms crossed, he thought to himself, that should be the last of the vultures looking to attack Gillen. He considered Gillen a worthy successor to Groom. It would have been a shame to let him die. The thought of Groom reminded him. He would have to do the old man a favor after this. "All right," Will said to himself. "Time to head to the Dragon Forge." He set off towards his destination, his companions in tow. The city streets were bustling with life.
People hurried about their day in a lively clamor. Carla, with her hands on her hips, asked, "So, are we going to the forge right now?" Will turned to her and replied,
"I have some business to attend to." Shell, meanwhile, was gazing at the vibrant surroundings, absorbing every detail of Will's plan. The protagonist then turned to a man sitting at a counter near the forge's entrance. "I'd like to meet with the owner," he stated calmly. The man looked up, surprised. "I'm very sorry," he said, "but meeting him today will be difficult." Will just smiled, raising a single finger. "Would you mind passing on a message? For me? Then tell Gillen that an adventurer named Will has come to see him." The man eyed him with disbelief, but after a moment, he sighed and agreed. He pushed himself up from his chair and headed inside. As he walked through the forge's halls, he muttered to himself, "What does it matter who it is? He's just another rookie adventurer." He grumbled, shoving his hands in his pockets. Moments later, he arrived at Gillen's office. Poking his head in, he announced, "Sir, an adventurer named Will is here to see you." Distracted from his work, Gillen looked up at his subordinate. "Should I send this guest away?" the man asked. But to his utter
surprise, Gillen's eyes lit up with interest. "Will, is he really here?" he practically shouted. "By all means, let him in," the man's
jaw dropped. "Right away, sir." He immediately scrambled back the way he came, running to where Will and his friends were waiting. "It seems Master Gillen wants to see you," he announced, out of breath. He gestured for them to follow. As Carla stared, completely baffled, she immediately turned to the main character. "How in the world do you know the owner of the Dragon Forge?" Will simply smiled. "It's a bit of a story." As they walked towards the office, Carla stewed in curiosity. What kind of story, she wondered. A few moments later, they all stood inside Gillen's workshop. The owner beamed at them, extending a hand to Will. "Thank you for what you did yesterday. I'm so glad." "You came?" Will shook his hand firmly. "Thank you for making time for us, despite your busy schedule." His teammates could only watch, their eyes wide with shock. The moment Carla heard Gillen's thanks, she spun on Will. "Did you get up to something after we left you yesterday?" Will just looked at her with a knowing smile. "I might have." At that moment, Gillen gestured towards the two girls. "And are these your friends?" Shell cautiously nodded. "Yes, we are." Gratitude filled Gillen's voice as he explained. "When the assassins came for my life, this man here saved me." He smiled, the memory clearly bringing him great relief. Carla gently nudged Will with her elbow. "So that's what you were up to," she whispered. "That's amazing." Will closed his eyes with a smug grin, while Shell added with absolute loyalty, "This is to be expected from Mr. Will." Dylan then continued, "The knights came by earlier. They had quite a few questions for me. They also explained that the true culprit, the prime suspect, was a man named Malbo, owner of a major weapons factory." An image of a weeping Malbo flashed through Gillen's mind. Carla noted thoughtfully that the factory was one of the city's finest forges, rivaling even the legendary Dragon Forge. With a hand to her chin, she pondered. "They certainly had a strong motive for murder," Gillen agreed, saying that crushing competitors was exactly Malbo's style. But he calmly added that with Malbo behind bars, the knights would handle the rest. He grasped the protagonist's hand again, proclaiming, "You're a true savior, Will." He then shifted gears, asking what brought them to his forge today. All around them, gleaming weapons called for their attention. Gillen declared that if they needed a weapon, he'd forge one for them on the spot. He promised to craft something worthy of the Dragon Forges. Legendary name, pointing to himself with an unbreakable confidence. "Incredible!" Carla exclaimed. She and Sheil huddled together, buzzing with excitement. Sheil, however, seemed confused. "What's so incredible?" she whispered. Carla explained that these weren't just any weapons. They were treasures worth a king's ransom. She added that the finest pieces could fetch tens of platinum coins. Covering her mouth to speak only to Sheil, she whispered the price. Sheil's eyes went wide. "That's insane." Will, however, cut in. "The weapon sounds wonderful, but I'm here for another reason." The girls froze, completely caught off guard by his serious tone. Will declared their true purpose to join Gillen for dinner with his mentor, the master blacksmith groom. His expression was dead serious. Gillen's jaw dropped. How do you know my master's name?" Will simply stated that they had met before. At this, Gillen's eyes lit up with understanding. "So that's it," he exclaimed, inviting them to join the meal. A wide smile spread across his face as he assured them his teacher would be delighted. He then leaned toward the girls, adding that two such beautiful ladies were more than welcome. He gave a sly smirk, and both women instantly went on guard. "Don't you dare look at us like that, you creep!" Carla yelled, threatening to beat him black and blue. Gillen just laughed, holding his hands behind his back and asking for their forgiveness. Will watched the scene with a knowing smile, thinking to himself, the stage is set. His mind was already elsewhere, focused on obtaining a legendary class blade that only Groom could forge. Will knew that with such a weapon in his hands, he would ascend to a new level of power. He could almost feel its weight in his palms. As evening descended upon the city, the four of them made their way to Groom's forge. The master blacksmith met them at the door, his eyes wide. "So it's true. You really saved Gillen." Will simply smiled and confirmed that he had. They all stepped inside the forge, the air thick with anticipation. After a moment of silence, Gillen chuckled. "Master, how do you two know each other?" Groom revealed that Will had asked him to craft a weapon. Both master and student looked at Will, and Gillen let out a cry of amazement. "He came to the master himself for a weapon, just as I would expect," he continued, beaming. "Will certainly has an eye for true talent." Will just laughed sheepishly and thanked him, thinking, "It's not that I noticed. It's that I already knew." But Groom's expression hardened. He was indebted to Will for saving Gillen's life, he admitted. But turning away slightly, he delivered the crushing news. "Even so, I cannot forge a weapon for you." Gillen stared at his master, completely baffled. "Why not?" Groom explained that the weapons he created always brought conflict and bloodshed. He recalled the countless tragedies caused by his creations in the hands of powerful men. So many had shed their blood fighting over the very blades he'd forged. With a grim expression, he declared he refused to witness another tragedy. That was why he would never forge a weapon for just anyone, unless they possessed extraordinary skill. This was the vow he had made. Gillen was stunned, having never known this about his master. But Will was undeterred. "I still want you to make me that weapon, Master Groom," he insisted, spreading his arms wide. Groom simply replied that he was a stubborn one. "Then how about a wager?" Will challenged, placing a hand on his chest. As the girls watched, his voice rang with absolute conviction. "If we can reach the 70th floor of the Freer dungeon, then you will forge a weapon worthy of the feat." His gaze was a blazing inferno of determination. The entire room erupted. "The 70th floor!" Carla grabbed Will's shoulder, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you insane? Think about what you're saying," she yelled. The only ones who have ever reached that deep were the S-rank legends themselves. The immortal victors. An image of the famed, beautiful adventurers flashed through her mind. She stared at him, her brow furrowed. "Have you lost your mind?" But Will's resolve was unshakable. "I am serious," he said. "If we can't achieve this, then I'll never be worthy of a weapon from Master Groom." Sheil, however, stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I will follow you," she declared, her hands pressed to her chest in a show of unwavering loyalty. "Thank you, Sheil," Will replied. Groom just chuckled. "You truly intend to go to the 70th floor?" Will's answer was firm. Yes, to the furthest edge, reached only by the immortal victors, using the weapons they received from you, Master Groom. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. Those legendary heroes were the ones he had armed. Carla gasped. "What? Are you telling me this grumpy old man forged the weapons of the immortal victors?" Groom just hummed, a small smile playing on his lips. "You really do know everything," he said to Will. Carla could only stare as a silent understanding passed between the boy and the legendary blacksmith. The groom declared that if they could reach the 70th floor and retrieve some scarlet steel, he would forge the ultimate weapon for Will. A fiery determination burned in his eyes. Will met his gaze, his own confidence unwavering, asking if that was a promise, and the groom declared that he would keep his word, no matter the cost. A fire of confidence burned in both of them, while Carla, standing between them, sheepishly muttered that this had escalated into some kind of insane test. She then asked what Will meant by "we'll go there," questioning if that "we" included her. Will turned, hands casually in his pockets, and confirmed it. "Of course, it did." Carla's eyebrow shot up. "In that case, he better not try anything reckless. She'd much rather stay alive, thank you very much." She offered a sarcastic thanks in advance, and he agreed with a grin, admitting he didn't want to die either. Will promised he'd handle all the necessary preparations with absolute certainty. Carla sighed, her shoulders slumping in defeat, but she finally agreed. Gillen, who had been observing the whole time, declared it was truly amazing.
A smile spread across his face. If they could pull this off, their story would become a legend. He voiced his excitement, saying he never dreamed he'd get a chance to see his master forge weapons once more. Gillen admitted he was already bursting with anticipation. Carla leaned against a nearby table, asking why he spoke as if victory was already guaranteed. The chance of failure, she reminded him, was far greater than success. But Gillen simply told her that he believed in them. He added that with Will leading the charge, he felt this impossible task could actually be done. He pictured it in his mind. Will, descending into the depths of that dreaded dungeon, overcoming it with legendary ease. Carla couldn't help but smile at his unwavering faith, remaining silent for a moment before agreeing. Then, the groom spoke up, saying he'd be waiting to see them return, Alasteel in hand. Will met his gaze with a confident smile, promising that he would absolutely bring it back. Gillen then addressed the main character by name, offering his full support for their preparations. If they needed anything, even a weapon, he was ready to help. Will thanked him gratefully, saying that, in that case, he would gladly take him up on that offer. He asked if they could look at the weapons stored in the Dragon Forge. Gillen's reply was instant. No problem at all. The next morning, the team arrived at the legendary forge. It wasn't long before they had each found a weapon that felt like an extension of their own soul. Each of them was overjoyed. Will reflected on his request for a quality weapon as he admired his new sword. The Aurora Blade, forged from an impossibly rare ore called Aurora. It was a sword renowned for being both incredibly light and unbelievably durable. Gillen knew that with equipment like this, they could easily face the monsters of the 70th floor. Will slid the magnificent blade back into its sheath, while the girls continued to admire their new armaments. "Damn, this is nice," Carla exclaimed, a huge smile on her face. She truly loved her new weapon. The blade she held was the Crimson Rapier. Cheyenne was just as thrilled, thanking Gillen for lending them such wonderful gear. She looked at the impetuous staff in her hands, her eyes glowing with curiosity. Dylan just laughed, saying it was the least he could do as he gestured grandly toward the adventuring team. Will closed his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. "This is great," he said, then announced to his party, "Let's head to the dungeon, right now." Carla cried out in shock. "Wait, that's all the preparation we need. Are we aiming for the 70th floor already?" Will turned to her, explaining that, of course, this wasn't everything. Their real preparations would happen inside the dungeon itself. First, they needed to build their strength to stand on, equal footing with the horrors waiting for them on the 70th floor. Visions of those powerful enemies flashed through his mind. Carla sighed, figuring that knowing the main character, he must have come up with some bizarre training method again. She threw her hands up with a knowing smile, but Gillen corrected her, saying it wasn't quite like that. This time, their approach would be much smarter. Will then revealed that Carla was the key player in his grand plan. Carla stared at him, tilting her head in confusion. "Me, really?" Will confirmed it with a confident grin. It was absolutely her. He told her that for now. They would be feasting on dishes made for monsters. Carla leaned in, shouting in disbelief, Monster kitchen. What kind of preparation is that?" But a moment later, she smiled. If that's what it took, then they should leave the cooking to her. In an instant, an array of incredible dishes materialized around her, their delicious aromas calling out to the party. Carla stretched a hand forward, proudly declaring she would treat them to the finest monster cuisine in the world. Sometime later, they were deep inside the dungeon. Will, Carla, and Shion followed, the maps toward their destination. Along the way, they explored the local terrain, observing its strange inhabitants and clashing with any monsters that dared cross their path. On the water level, they even had to call upon the power of the Spirit King, G, whom Will commanded. With its help, they were able to battle a dangerous octopus that ambushed them. But the creature stood no chance, as their party's power far outmatched the beast. As soon as they cleared the level, they found themselves before a passage to the next location. Without hesitation, they leaped into the gaping hole in the ground, continuing their journey deeper. After landing, Will announced they had finally arrived. This was the volcanic area. He put his hands in his pockets,
calmly surveying the scene as the girls gazed in shock. The temperature on this floor was on a completely different level from the previous ones. Everything was scorched. There was no vegetation, only towering volcanoes, rivers of lava, and menacing wyverns circling the skies. Carla commented that it was intensely hot. Will confirmed that the average air temperature here was over 45 degrees Celsius. He then added that the monsters in this place were, on average, B rank. Will said they should be safe, but they couldn't afford to let their guard down for a second. Carla scratched her head, then screamed in confusion. "B rank monsters!" she yelped, a tremor of fear in her voice. I'll be very careful." Her entire body was already shaking. Just talking about it, Will privately thought she'd have no problem defeating them. Carla then realized the terrifying truth. If this is our goal, does that mean we're targeting those high-ranking monsters? Will simply smiled at her. That's right. She could only listen in absolute horror.
The strategist announced they'd be staying for a long while, suggesting they establish a base camp as he scanned the horizon for the perfect spot.
Carla's eyes widened. How long is a long while exactly? Will replied with dead seriousness. About a month, give or take. She couldn't handle it, letting out a horrified shriek. A whole month? But Will simply stated that to conquer the 70th floor, a month was nothing. Carla had to agree. Shul, meanwhile, declared she would give it her all. Carla wondered why she herself was so willing to stay. A hint of embarrassment washed over her, but she quickly pushed it aside. Will announced it was time to find their campsite. He listed the requirements: a place to escape the geothermal heat, shielded from volcanic gases and ash carried on the wind. Carla scoffed, saying a place like that was impossible to find here. But Will just smiled. Oh, we'll find it. He formed a circle with his fingers and brought it to his eye. Skill heat sense. His pupils transformed, granting him thermal vision. The world around him was now painted in heat signatures. This spell, Will thought, allowed him to read the temperature of everything in his surroundings. Even the faintest heat signature couldn't escape his notice. He spotted a lizard, its body heat flaring in his vision. With his current magic power, the detection range was a solid 50 meters. They began their descent from the cliff. Step by step, they moved toward the dungeon's floor. Carla stared in awe at the volcanic mountains before them. Shul, however, was already on edge, letting out a yelp when she spotted a massive centipede slithering nearby. As they descended, she noted the intense heat was lessening. Carla realized their leader was expertly navigating a path with the lowest possible temperature. They followed in his footsteps. Will led them confidently until they reached the remains of a colossal skeleton. He stopped. An area of 37 degrees Celsius. This would be perfect. This is it, he announced. We'll make camp here. Carla agreed it was cooler, but still unbearably hot. She looked around and forced an awkward smile. I guess we'll get used to it. Will added that they still needed proper shelter for the night. He placed his fingers on the ground. Spell Earth House. In an instant, a magnificent house erupted from the very earth, growing into existence right before their eyes. Both Carla and Shul were frozen, a mix of shock and terror on their faces. Did he just make a house from the ground? Carla stammered. Shul, however, was sobbing with pride for her master. Will calmly explained this was far bigger and safer than any tent. He casually put his hands in his pockets. Just to be certain, he wanted to lock in their base's location. He tossed a magic coin into the air, casting his next spell. Space map. The coin glowed, completing its task. Will then turned to the girls. Shall we begin the hunt? Carla shot her hand into the air, beaming with excitement. I've been waiting for this. What are we hunting? Will smiled. A wyvern. Carla's own smile grew wider. A perfect choice. Not only would it be a magnificent meal, but as a dragonkin, wyverns were overflowing with magic. By consuming them, their own magic levels would skyrocket. She could already picture the feast that awaited them. This will be fun, she declared. I'll whip up a truly delicious dish. She gave their leader a confident thumbs up. Will spread his arms wide. We're counting on you. He then got down to business. Now, let's discuss tactics. He explained that wyverns could fly and manipulate fire. These creatures were incredibly powerful, making them a formidable foe. Will laid out the wyvern's weakness. Its back was protected by tough scales, but its soft belly was vulnerable. The strategy began to form. They would have to use Jin to get airborne and restrict the wyvern's movements. The key, Will explained, was creating an opening to force the wyvern to land. Shul nodded, her confidence growing. Understood. Leave it to me. Carla pointed to herself. And what about me? Will told. Besides, a single wyvern wouldn't pose much of a challenge for their team. Carla laughed, overjoyed that Will recognized her value. She playfully elbowed him. Good. Then keep treating me with the respect I deserve. Got it. Will closed his eyes and nodded. Of course. With their strategy set, their relentless hunt began. Shul, riding Jin, closed in on the wyvern. From the ground, Will watched her unleash her magic, expertly dispelling the monster's flame attacks from a distance. Before the beast could recover, Shul struck again and again. Will praised her skill, seeing the perfect opening. Now he gathered his power and unleashed a frost storm. A blizzard of razor-sharp magical ice spikes shot towards the wyvern. They tore through the creature's vulnerable flesh, piercing its body. In the next moment, the massive beast crashed to the ground, its life force fading. Excellent, Will said, cracking his wrists. A satisfied smile spread across his face. The operation was a complete success. Carla casually walked up beside him. That was almost too easy, she commented. Now, leave the rest to me. Will smiled back at her. I'll grab the spices from my bag. Perfect timing, Carla grinned. A short while later, back at their new home, Carla prepared to butcher the wyvern carcass. She examined her prize, knife in hand. First things first. She had to drain the magic veins. She made a small, precise incision, then placed her hand over it and shouted, Magic flow! With that spell, she drew the potent magic from the monster's body, emptying its veins completely. As the magic finally left the monster's body, Carla shouted that it was all clear. She declared that with the corruption gone, she could finally begin preparing their meal. A smug smile spread across Carla's face, ready to show off her skills. She expertly sliced the wyvern meat, announcing plans for a roast, a cold soup, and more, hoping to please her teammates. Smoke billowed as Carla began to cook. After a short while, everything was prepared, and she unveiled her creation. She presented the dishes to her teammates, who leaned over them in awe. Will admitted it looked absolutely appetizing, far exceeding his expectations. They stared at the meal, which literally shimmered with an arcane light, unable to look away. Carla urged them to stop gawking and eat before it got cold. The magnificent dishes were laid out on the cloth, next to glasses filled with refreshing drinks. The team finally dug in, tasting the food she had so skillfully prepared. Shell gasped in admiration, declaring it was far too delicious. She placed a hand on her cheek, a blissful smile spreading across her face as she savored every bite. She'd never tasted anything like it, Will agreed, saying he never imagined wyvern meat could be this incredible. He examined the pie in his hands with a newfound curiosity, taking another bite. Carla smiled, basking in their praise. She then asked if it was good enough to make them forget the blistering heat, reminding them not to leave a single crumb. Shell scoffed at the idea. How could anyone leave crumbs of something so heavenly? She devoured the pie, proclaiming she could eat it forever. Will watched her, noticing the flow of magic around her. It had become much more distinct. As he enjoyed his own piece, he realized their magic levels were rising just from eating these wyvern dishes. He calculated that after a month of this diet, they would see a monumental improvement in their abilities. He could already feel the mana around him growing denser, and so the days passed. They continued to hunt wyverns, using a variety of attack patterns. 2 weeks flew by in a flash. They feasted on wyvern cuisine daily while relentlessly training their magic. Thanks to this routine, their abilities had soared, but they were nearing their limit. Carla stretched, gazing into the distance with a bored expression. Has it really been 2 weeks already? She sighed, squatting down on the table. She was completely sick of eating wyverns. Will thoughtfully tapped his chin, admitting that his body was craving something different as well. Shell turned to Carla, warning her that such talk was dangerous, especially since the wyverns were so delicious. Will agreed, but he knew they had a problem. If they repeated the same routine over and over, their concentration would start to shatter. The main character knew that to break through their limits, They needed a new challenge, a new target. Carla hopped off the cliff, catching up to them with a renewed spark in her eyes. "That sounds good," she exclaimed. "So what's next on the menu?" Will looked away, recalling another beast that inhabited this part of the dungeon. "Our next target," he declared, "will be the roc, a colossal bird, many times stronger than any wyvern they had ever faced." Carla hummed in surprise, throwing her hands behind her head. "A roc? Those are rank bird monsters, right?" she said. She knew it was a formidable opponent, but then added that with Will's help, it shouldn't be too hard. "That's where you're wrong," the protagonist said flatly. "This time will be different. I'm assigning the two of you to handle the roc." His gaze was deadly serious. The girls fell silent, processing his words. For a few seconds, they couldn't grasp what he was saying. Then, a synchronized scream erupted from them both. "What do you mean?" they shouted. "Those things are a higher rank than us." Carla demanded to know if he was trying to get them killed.
Shell was so terrified. Her entire body began to tremble, and her knees threatened to give out. She whimpered that they didn't stand a chance against those monsters without him.
"You can never know your true strength without real combat experience," the protagonist answered calmly. He looked directly at Carla. "I need you to gain experience fighting, not just cooking." Carla tried to argue back, saying they were talking about a legendary bird, not some overgrown lizard. She asked incredulously if he really thought cooking had anything to do with this. "Don't worry," Will assured her. "Since rocs are a higher-class monster than wyverns, eating them will provide the same benefits." He was completely calm, but Carla was still distraught. "Is that really true?" she asked. She turned away, letting out a heavy sigh. "Fine, let's just get this over with." She relented. Carla admitted that Will was far too stubborn when he got like this, but Shell realized he was right. If they truly wanted to reach the 70th floor, this was a hurdle they had to overcome. Fired up by a new resolve, she agreed confidently. "I'll do my best." Will nodded. "Rocks nest on top of volcanoes." He pointed toward a distant mountain range. "Good luck." "Yes," the girls responded in unison, rocketing off at high speed, ready to complete their new mission as quickly as possible. Will watched them go for a moment. Then he turned in the opposite direction. It was time for him to move as well. He activated his skill, Nimble Dash, and shot off in the direction he needed to go. As he ran, he planned his route. From here, he would head to the 40th floor to acquire a certain hidden item. He pushed his speed even further. Since they were currently on the 31st floor, he'd have to move fast to get back to the volcano area after he was done. Will knew that if he could get his hands on that item, it would be an incredible asset on their journey to the 70th floor. The inhabitants of the volcano level watched in apprehension as a blur of motion zipped past them. In no time, Will had crossed the distance, reaching the passage to the next level. He crouched down for a moment, then launched himself into the descent, his skill still active. He arrived on another level, just as searingly hot as the last. He activated his skill again, moving like lightning. But something suddenly blocked his path. He looked up in surprise as a monster's attack shot towards him. Will instantly dodged the attack, glancing at where the glob of purple liquid impacted the wall. A wry smile appeared on his face. "It seems I've been noticed." He sized up his opponent, a monster called a lamia. Its rank was quite high, A rank. Will let out an ironic sigh. "Sorry, but I don't have time to play with you." He took a fighting stance, intending to leave immediately. But the lamias weren't about to let him go so easily. One monster lunged at the main character while another tried to flank him. Will dodged again, his eyes narrowing as two opponents now stood before him. "I understand," Will said, raising his hand. Just then, a third lamia appeared, surrounding him. He was completely boxed in. He unleashed his skill. Sound of scream. A devastating sonic wave erupted from him, overwhelming the monsters, whose senses were incredibly sensitive. The monsters were utterly powerless against him. Will activated his skill, Quick Dash, thinking how perfect it was. His exit was just ahead. He stopped the moment he broke free from the horde. Letting out a heavy sigh, he cursed his bad luck. He scanned his surroundings, deciding to conceal his presence. This would reduce the chance of being spotted by other monsters. His gaze fell as he activated the chameleon cloak, vanishing from sight. With this, he could run without interruption. He once again took a ready stance. Then activated Quick Dash, surging forward. Will knew this was draining his magic. But after all their training, it should be enough to reach the 40th floor. While he pushed onward, his team had already arrived at the volcano.
The nesting ground of the rock. Carla and she charged into battle, fighting with valor. Carla yelled that it was the rock, and she gasped in fear, clutching her staff.
This beast was far larger than the wyvern. The rock's eyes flashed with fury as it prepared to strike. It let out a deafening screech and charged straight for them. Carla's voice was tense as she yelled a warning. She commanded Shach to hit it with wind magic. Ish confirmed the order, preparing to unleash her power. She swung her staff, launching her attack against the rock, while Carla flanked the beast from the other side. The monster easily countered the assault, scattering the wind with a single flap of its wings. But that didn't stop Carla. She lunged forward with all her might. But her weapon couldn't pierce the monster's wing. The force threw her back, forcing her to land hard on the ground. She screamed for her to try again. As she readied her staff once more, Kara shot up from the ground. She agreed, gripping her rapier and dashing toward the beast. She unleashed a wind blade, sending her magic hurtling toward the enemy. At that exact moment, Carla kicked off the ground, soaring into the air. She swung her rapier, activating the skill, Gust Strike. With blinding speed, she brought her blade down, slicing the monster clean in half. Carla landed gracefully on the ground, standing before the
corpse of the giant bird. She cried out in joy that they had done it, Carla, amazed. Said she never expected them to become this strong.
Shach rushed towards her, exclaiming that Master Will's training was unbelievable. Carla agreed, stating it was no joke. She stood over their fallen foe,
folding her arms across her chest with a chuckle. Carla wondered what Will could possibly be doing right now, hoping he wasn't slacking off.
She looked at her, certain that Master Will would never do such a thing. At that very moment, our protagonist finally reached the 40th floor. He had entered the salamander's lava tunnel. He kept his chameleon cloak active, ensuring he remained completely undetected. But Will decided there was no point in hiding here. He deactivated his cloak, revealing himself to his opponents who had already sensed him. They were red dragons, and they were not pleased to see an intruder. The main character remembered his last difficult encounter here. He recalled the battle where a red dragon almost killed him, before Alan saved his life. But Will knew this time was different. He was now ready to defeat them all. He figured this was the perfect chance to test his current abilities, and a confident smirk crept onto his face. He raised his hand, concentrating magical energy. He decided to start with a little experiment. He activated Frost Spear. With a sharp thrust of his palm, he launched the attack at one of the dragons. The moment it made contact, blood erupted into the air, and in the next instant, the dragon fell lifeless to the floor. The other dragons were stunned into silence, frozen in shock at what they just saw. Will frowned with a smirk, knowing he'd aimed for a weak spot. But he still couldn't believe it fell in a single blow. He clenched his hand into a fist, and several small ice shards materialized beside it, as if a switch had been flipped. The other dragons realized what happened. They opened their maws, roared with rage, and charged. In response, Will drew his weapon, activating his fire sword. He dashed between the dragons, striking them down with powerful blows, easily slicing the monsters in two. After finishing off another one, he paused for a split second, glancing at its remains. Another dragon seized the opening, trying to strike him with its tail. But our protagonist saw it coming. He spun around, activating Wind Wall to block the attack. Immediately after, he unleashed a wind blade, landing several devastating hits. The attack tore through the dragon, destroying it completely. As he walked away from the fallen beast, Will concluded that the red dragons posed no real threat. But after walking a little further, he stopped. A massive number of monsters had surrounded him from every direction. He realized there was no end to them. Closing his eyes, he sighed and crossed his arms in a familiar stance. He decided he would just have to kill all of them at once. With a focused frown, he activated Frostcatcher. He thrust his arms out to his sides, unleashing the magic's full power. A huge wave of ice erupted around him. After a moment, the intense heat of the tunnel began to turn the ice into steam. As the vapor cleared, Will stood up straight.
noting that his attack should have thinned their numbers. But then, through the dissipating steam, he saw the silhouette of a far more powerful monster. He stared at it intently, realizing this was the final dragon, a creature of the upper element. The beast spotted him, its mouth opening wide as fiery energy crackled around it. The main character's new opponent was a chaos dragon. As he took a fighting stance, Will knew it was time to get serious. The next moment, the dragon lunged forward with terrifying speed, attacking first. It opened its jaw to unleash a devastating blow. However, Will reacted in time, raising his sword to block the dragon's assault. He clenched his jaw from the sheer force of the impact. A drop of sweat traced its way down his face, yet he held his ground, refusing to let the dragon injure him. Relaxing just a fraction, he noted how strong this dragon truly was. The monster pulled back for a moment, then immediately crouched for its next attack, bracing for his next leap. The main character dodged aside, dropping to one knee. His eyes remained locked on the dragon, knowing instantly that his old tricks were useless here. Yet, a confident smirk played on his lips. This dragon, he declared, was the perfect opponent to test his new strength. With intense focus, he unleashed his flame enhancement. A vortex of fire erupted around him. The dragon readied its own assault, raising a colossal paw. It lunged, striking with brutal force. But our hero moved like lightning, dodging the attack's path. He stopped, his gaze fixed on the beast, and declared that his turn had finally come. He launched himself into the air, a comet of pure fire. His expression hardened, lips pressed tight in concentration. He readied his blade for the kill. Even before touching the ground, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. A fiery storm of steel aimed straight for the dragon. When the flames cleared, the dragon spread its massive wings. Deep gashes marked its chest, but the beast refused to fall. Standing its ground, Will landed, only to explode upwards once more with a high jump. Closing the distance, he saw the creature growl in sheer frustration. A smirk crossed his lips as he announced the dragon's wings were done for. With a swing of his blade, he summoned the icicle. Countless shards of jagged ice materialized. They hung in the air, shimmering with cold power. He unleashed the frozen barrage, and the mighty dragon finally crashed to the ground. Our hero landed nearby, a victorious smile on his face. Thinking it was over, he started walking toward his fallen foe. But suddenly, the monster's jaws creaked open. A terrifying magical attack was gathering within its maw. Will was shocked it still had this much fight left. But as the concentration of mana grew even denser, he warned the beast that such an attack was useless against him. He readied his sword, its blade already wreathed in fire. He decided to show the dragon true power. He would burn it to ash with its own breath-style attack. He settled into a combat stance, fanning the flames around his sword, just as the monster unleashed a devastating pillar of energy toward Will. He prepared his counter, gripping his weapon's hilt. With a mighty swings, he sent a wave of infernal flame roaring toward the dragon. His attack didn't just neutralize the monster's beam, it tore right through it. Continuing onward, it slammed into the beast, throwing it back with raw force. The resulting explosion was immense, shaking the very ground. Will had to brace himself just to stay standing. The shockwave was overwhelming, grinning. He triumphantly declared the battle was over. He noted that the Labyrinth God's blessing was a huge help. It made things almost too easy. The divine blessing deals 15 times more damage to dungeon monsters. Frowning in deep thought, our protagonist pursed his lips, but his focus quickly shifted as he saw the gate was now open. A smile broke across his face. He walked towards the shimmering portal. After stepping through, he saw a glowing object on a small pedestal. It turned out to be a magical amulet. As he approached, he recognized it instantly. The phantom necklace. Legends said this artifact could completely conceal its owner's presence. He reached out and claimed his prize. Placing it around his neck, he thought to himself, this was an incredible item. It didn't just work on monsters, but on traps too. He realized with this, he could easily find a shortcut to the 70th floor. He smiled, picturing the dungeon's layout in his mind. Soon after, he exited the gate. After a brief pause,
He knew it was time to head back, figuring it was time to test the necklace's power. He touched it, activated his dash skill, and shot forward. Before long, he was near where Shul and Carla were waiting. He paused on a nearby hill, smiling to himself. The ability to avoid monsters without using any mana was simply amazing. The journey back had been unbelievably fast. Meanwhile, Shul and Carla sat by a cooking fire, chatting. Suddenly, they heard Will's voice remark that they'd tracked down the bird without much trouble. They both froze, mouths hanging open in shock. They scanned the area frantically, but couldn't see him anywhere. Shul, completely baffled, said she could have sworn she just heard Will. Carla quickly agreed, saying that she heard it too, standing nearby. Our hero realized he was still wearing the necklace. He slipped it off his neck and let out a yell just to scare them. They jumped, breaking out in a cold sweat and screaming in terror. Frowning, Shul demanded to know where he came from. He walked closer, showing them the amulet. With this, he said. Carla asked what in the world that was supposed to be. He explained that it was a phantom necklace, an accessory that lets the wearer completely erase their presence. Carla's eyes widened. That's an incredibly useful item. She asked where he could have possibly found it. He replied that it was a hidden item inside the dungeon, and he'd gone there specifically to get it. Carla's head dropped. She irritably asked what he was doing, while they were stuck hunting that bird. Shul, on the other hand, wasn't upset at all, but intrigued. A hidden item. Wasn't it incredibly hard to get? Like last time, Will confirmed that it was. It was indeed. But he explained that what mattered most was knowledge. Depending on what you know, the difficulty can change dramatically. He tapped his temple, saying the item's location is impossible to find, unless you already know where to look. In his mind's eye, he pictured countless books filled with secrets. Shul's eyes lit up as she exclaimed that she understood completely. Changing the subject, Will asked how the hunt for the mountain bird went. For a moment, Carla and Shul were silent. Then, a huge grin spread across both their faces. Carla proudly exclaimed that it was a total piece of cake, thanks to his training. She added that they took it down in the blink of an eye. Will admitted that he was glad to hear it. He then suggested they continue hunting monsters in the volcano area. Carla and Shul enthusiastically agreed, telling him to just leave it to them. 2 weeks passed, and then a full month of living in the dungeon. Finally, Will stepped forward and declared with a serious tone that it was time to return to the surface. Shul and Carla stood behind him, their faces set with determination. But soon they relaxed. Carla stretched and sighed, exclaiming that it was about damn time. Shul smiled, closing her eyes. Did we really give it our all this month? Carla wholeheartedly agreed with this. He added that he could feel how much stronger they'd all become. Will admitted his own power had surged as well, and Shell excitedly exclaimed that it was all thanks to Carla's amazing cooking. A flustered Carla begged her to stop, her cheeks burning red. To change the subject, she quickly said that they were finally ready to face the enemies on the 70th floor. At those words, the protagonist's expression hardened. Did she truly understand? He wondered. What kind of horrors awaited on the 70th floor a time later? They finally returned to the surface world, gathering at a cafe to celebrate the completion of their grueling training. They raised their mugs in a toast. Will smiled warmly, thanking Shell and Carla for everything. He told them they both did an incredible job, resting her cheek on her hand. Carla laughed, while Shell thanked the protagonist for his words, taking a small sip. But then, Carla's tone grew serious. This is where the real work begins, she stated. We're going up to the 70th floor. Will let out a heavy sigh, offering to talk about it. Sensing the gravity in his voice, Carla and Shell looked at him intently. That's when Will dropped the bombshell. He planned on ascending to the 70th floor. Alone, shock washed over them. Shell and Carla sprayed their drinks in a comical burst. Their eyes widened with indignation as they stared at him. Carla slammed her palms onto the table, demanding to know what all their training was for. Shell slammed her hands down as well, echoing the sentiment. But Will's gaze remained unyieldingly serious. He explained it was all to forge their true potential. Because when you have a clear, impossible goal in mind, like conquering the 70th floors, every fiber of your being changes. He asked if they didn't feel it too, that power to overcome any obstacle. Hearing this, Shell and Carla froze in sheer surprise. Their mouths hung slightly open, but after composing herself, Carla frowned. How could you even think of going alone? Shell, however, managed a faint smile. That sounds just like you, Will, she noted, then asked how he'd even manage it. Even for him, it seemed an impossible feat. Suddenly, Carla's eyes lit up. I know how you'll do it, she shouted, pointing right at Will. You're going to use that necklace, the one that makes you invisible. The main character confirmed her theory. He would use stealth to reach the 70th floor unharmed. He imagined himself slipping past hordes of monsters, cloaked by the necklace's magic. His one objective to collect the scarlet steel and return. He pictured the precious ore and the colossal monsters he'd have to sneak by. The realization dawned on Carla. Will added that to avoid detection. It had to be a solo mission. Reluctantly, Carla and Shell had to agree. But then, he revealed an even more important reason. He admitted that he just didn't want to put them in that kind of danger. He saw it in his mind himself, clutching the ore, tiptoeing past a titanic beast. His words left Shell and Carla utterly speechless. They froze for a long moment. Lowering her head, Shell pressed her lips together. The protagonist was always so kind, she thought. But this was more than that. She wanted to become stronger, to finally be useful to him. Thinking this, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. It was a shame that things had to turn out this way. At that moment, Carla accepted the grim reality of his plan. She turned to Shell and asked, If this is his decision, there's nothing we can do, right? Shell hesitated, lost in her own thoughts. Shell, Carla called out, snapping her back to reality. Closing her eyes for a second, she smiled and finally agreed. Will apologized for telling them his plan at the very last minute, especially after they had all trained so hard for an entire month. But Carla just smiled and exclaimed, We can always train again, she admitted, a little embarrassed. That a part of her actually felt relieved. She also noted how much she appreciated Will's thoughtfulness. Raising her mug high, she declared that tonight the celebration was on her. She told the protagonist and Shell to eat as much as their hearts desired. Clapping her hands with glee, Shell exclaimed how generous Carla was being. Will thanked her as well. They ordered a mountain of food, filling the table. The protagonist reflected that through this, his bond with Carla had deepened significantly. For now, at least, everything was going according to his scenario. But their next destination was in a whole different league of danger. His train of thought was broken when he noticed Carla, playfully scolding them to show a little restraint. He began to eat, thinking to himself that it was never a bad idea to be careful. Sometime later, it was time for him to leave. The three of them walked out into an open field. Shell looked at him, her expression filled with worry, begging him to be careful. Carla, with a serious frown, gave him a direct order. Return alive, you understand? Will simply smiled and agreed, promising he would be back within a week. And with that, he ran toward the dungeon entrance. His mind was already racing, calculating that it should take about 3 days to reach the 70th floor. Considering the time needed to mine the scarlet steel, the mission would take a week. His inventory was packed with provisions. When he reached the dungeon's maw, he leaped into the darkness. He knew the situation could become dire, but he would obtain the scarlet ore no matter what. A resolute smile formed on his face as he descended deeper. Sometime later, Will was sitting on the edge of a chasm in a vast cavern where streams of lava flowed from the ceiling. He grinned happily. Excellent, he exclaimed. He had finally cleared the volcano zone. Next up, the glacier zone. Looking down into the plunging tunnel, the protagonist used his magic to leap deeper into the dungeon. Each new zone was meant to be exponentially more difficult, but thanks to the phantom necklace that was on his neck, he was confident everything would go much faster and easier. Using a burst of mana to accelerate, he shot down into the glacier zone. He blazed through the entire zone, from floors 49 to 59. In the same way, he moved on, overcoming the magical ruin zone from the 50th to the 59th floors, as well as the Sky Island from the 60th to the 69th floor. Finally, in just 2 days, he reached his destination, the 70th floor. Frowning in concentration, he landed, causing dust to swirl around his feet. As he stood tall, he took in the sight before him, the 70th floor, the Crystal Cave Zone. This cavern was a treasure trove of rare minerals. The problem, the monsters here fed on the cave's energy, converting it. The ore pulsed with life force. Upon closer look, he saw it. Certain crystals shimmered with a potent, magical aura. A faint smile touched his lips. Just to the side, a colossal monster was feasting on that very energy. Instantly, his guard went up. The beast hadn't noticed him. Not yet. Now it all made sense. Mining this ore normally was like attacking the monster directly. Even the phantom necklace's stealth would be useless. He pictured the necklace in his mind, then recalled the guardians of this domain. Every single one of them was a nightmare. He remembered the S-rank crystal beast, the S-rank shining elemental, and the terrifying SS-rank jock golem. It was that last one that truly worried him. Will had serious doubts he could defeat a monster of that caliber. But there was a way to avoid a direct confrontation. Cloaked by his necklace's power, he moved like a shadow, slipping past the creature as it fed, completely undetected. He laid out the plan in his mind, his gaze fixed forward, his expression hardening with resolve. First step, find the scarlet steel. With a sharp gesture, he extended his arm, pressing 2 fingers to his wrist. Magic flared to life, weaving the spell for a crystal compass. In the next moment, a glowing compass materialized before him. Will knew its purpose. The spell scans for a mineral's unique energy signature and points directly to its location. Following the floating compass, he navigated the treacherous depths of the cave. He moved cautiously, eyes scanning the darkness. From time to time, he'd spot other monsters, hunched over the glowing crystals. The path grew difficult, forcing him to climb massive crystalline formations. But finally, he reached a new chamber and stopped. He had found it. Before him lay a massive vein of scarlet steel, its crimson light filling the cavern. Now came the hard part, extracting it. A direct approach would trigger a fight he couldn't win. So, he pulled a piece of chalk from his pocket. It was time to get creative. He would weave multiple layers of magic to pull this off. Kneeling down, he prepared to draw the first magic circle. He began to sketch around the patch of crystals he needed. The first spell was called the Etheric Curtain. This incantation creates a barrier that completely suppresses any feeling of hostility from within. A crucial first step to remain unnoticed. He imagined the scenario a monster might see him swinging a pickaxe, but the spell would prevent it from registering the act as a threat. Next, Will drew a second circle nearby, this one for the Echo Refraction spell. Its purpose was to redirect all vibrations from the crystal straight back into the earth, ensuring the impact of his strikes would be completely nullified. His brow furrowed in concentration. He drew the third and final circle. This was for the most important spell, the Silent Pickaxe, a magic that completely absorbs sound. With this, the monsters wouldn't hear a thing. With all 3 circles complete, he stood up. A confident smile spread across his face. Preparations are complete. Upon activation, the circles flared, creating a dome of layered magic. One of the nearby monsters tilted its head, sensing a faint disturbance, but ultimately ignored it completely. With the spells in full effect, Will summoned his pickaxe. He approached a crystal, took a deep breath, and thought, "Time to begin." He swung the tool, striking the ore with full force. As planned, the vibration shot directly into the ground, and the impact was utterly silent. The monster remained seated, completely oblivious. Still, Will paused, cautiously listening to his surroundings, assessing the situation. He tightened his grip on the pickaxe handle, a wave of relief washing over him. The plan was flawless. A cry of joy escaped his lips. "It's working!" He continued his work, knowing that any weapon forged from this metal would be world-class. He decided then and there to take every last piece he could. An entire week passed, and at last, he returned safely to Freyr. Will went straight to Groom's workshop.
I brought the scarlet steel, just as I promised. With a grin, he emptied the crystals onto the table.
Groom froze. His mouth fell open, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. He stammered. What is this? Where did you get all this? The protagonist simply replied, I figured you can never have too much, so I just took everything. Groom nearly bowed in shock.
This isn't something you can just collect like grass. Will decided to change the subject, putting the conversation aside for now. So, he asked, will you forge my weapon like you promised? Groom lowered his head in thought, scratching his cheek as he stared at the ore. He looked from the mountain of legendary metal to the young man who brought it. Seeing Will's determined smile, his own expression changed. A grin spread across Groom's face. I suppose I have no choice. He flexed his bicep, his master craftsman's spirit ignited. With this much material,
I'll forge you a weapon of legendary status. The protagonist beamed. That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. Thank you, Groom.
The blacksmith turned away. Come back in 3 days. It will be finished. To Will, this was a perfect outcome.
He left the forge and returned home. As he stepped through the door, he called out his return, but was immediately met by a frantic Shell. Will, she cried out, rushing to him. I'm so glad you're back. You're back safe and sound. She threw her arms around him in a tight embrace. He laughed, patting her head gently. You're worrying too much. She clutched his clothes tightly, admitting she couldn't help it.
I was so scared, she confessed, her voice thick with emotion. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked up at him.
Trying to distract her, she asked, Did you manage to get the scarlet steel? Will looked away for a moment, then confirmed, I did. I've already given it to Groom. With this, he would be forged into a living weapon. At the same time, Gillen entered the forge to craft a blade just for him, smiling with fiery enthusiasm as he watched Will's dedication. The master blacksmith observed the methodical swing of the hammer, shaping the red-hot steel into a masterpiece. 3 days later, Will thanked his companion Wolf for waiting patiently. The weapon was finally ready, forged from the legendary scarlet steel ore. With a confident smirk, Gillen handed the gleaming saber to our protagonist. He accepted the blade, his eyes fixed on it. Will held it out before him, studying its flawless form, and whispered in shock, This is amazing. He admitted he had never felt such an overwhelming power. Emanating from a sword before, Shell and Carla, who had joined him, also stared in admiration, their mouths agape in utter amazement. Gillen agreed, having poured all his pride into this creation. It was the finest sword he had ever forged, and in his opinion, it was worthy of a hero. Will smiled, looking at his new weapon one last time, and thanked the master blacksmith. With their goals achieved, they prepared to leave Gillen's home. But our protagonist paused for a moment. He knew they would now use Friar as a base of operations, to expand their influence and save the characters he had failed to protect in the original story. He would not allow those tragedies to repeat. Thinking this, a determined glint lit up his eyes as he declared to himself, he finally possessed the power to change their fate. After gaining strength, his next move was to build his influence. To do that, he needed financial success and a stable position within Friar's social hierarchy. A short while later, he walked through the forest with Shell, his mind racing with plans. While she looked around in wonder, his gaze was sharp and focused. But suddenly, a confident smile appeared on his face. Since he knew every possible need of this world, accumulating vast wealth would be almost effortless. He recalled his first move forming a partnership with the Dragon Forge. Gillen had happily agreed to his proposal, and they sealed the deal with a handshake. Together, they would create a new line of adventuring gear, launching the brand known as Etha. He pictured the iconic crest they had designed for their venture. He also knew that the biggest problem for the average adventurer was transportation. Item bags would be their first revolutionary product. He pictured an adventurer, tense and frustrated, struggling to haul their materials back to town. Will turned briefly to look at Shell, who let out a terrified scream as she nearly ran face first into a giant spiderweb. But just as quickly, Jeans. His mind returned to his strategy. If the quality of their bags surpassed everything currently on the market, adventurers would be lining up to buy them. Smiling, he knew the secret was a fiber called Silarium, which could only be harvested from a very limited area in the dungeon's forest region. After finding the source, the protagonist inspected the fiber. Not only was celerium easy to process with magic, the material was also lightweight and incredibly durable. If they enchanted bags made from this with a storage function, they could make an absolute fortune. He pictured the bag they planned to create, surrounded by mountains of gold coins. He also noted that, at this moment in time, the only person who knew celerium could be found in the dungeon's forest was him. This was why Will smirked. To put it another way, he could completely monopolize the market. To secure his monopoly, he erected a powerful barrier, preventing anyone else from ever finding the location. The entire area where the celerium grew was now hidden under a magical dome, which our protagonist reinforced with his own power. Seeing what he was doing, Shell was completely stunned, but Will paid her no mind, smiling with satisfaction. His victory was already guaranteed. A little later, after the Dragonforge artisans processed the celerium, the Abyss Link was born. That was the name of their new product, and Shell, acting as their model, exclaimed in an advertisement. "These bags are now on sale. Thanks to this, your troubles on the road are over." The advertisement declared it an indispensable item for any adventurer. On the very first day of sales, the bags were instantly snapped up. The merchant selling them was horrified, seeing the sheer number of customers crowding the counter, all desperately reaching out to buy the new product. One of the adventurers looked at the bag he'd managed to get and exclaimed with admiration, "This is incredibly convenient, even if it is a little expensive." His comrade standing beside him agreed. "These Abyss Link bags are too good to pass up," he shouted. "This thing is a game changer." Everyone involved in the operation was floored by the overwhelming success. Sometime later, Will, Shell, Carla, and Gillen sat together at a table, upon which stood several large sacks overflowing with coins. Carla and Shell couldn't hide their shock. Leaning forward, they stared in disbelief at the profits they had made from the sales. Gillen, closing his eyes with a satisfied smile, remarked that he had to give Will credit. He knew it would be a success, but he never imagined it would be this massive. Shell exclaimed with wide-eyed admiration that the main character was truly amazing. Closing his eyes, Will admitted that it had worked out even better than he had anticipated. He took a calm sip from his glass. This world was truly his creation. With his foreknowledge of the story, he could manipulate it as he saw fit. In his mind, he saw himself standing on the very pages of an open book, surrounded by countless other destinies. Carla's voice pulled him back to reality. "Does this mean you're a millionaire now?" She felt like the gap between them had just grown even wider.
With a single eyebrow raised, she asked if he could lend her some money. "Surely you can spare just a little, right?"
Will answered seriously. "I always intended to invest in you." She, Shell, and Gillen all stared at him in confusion. The protagonist smiled and explained his master plan. He would invest in their business. He told Carla to open a shop specializing in monster cuisine. He wanted her to use her skills to increase the abilities of all the adventurers in Freer. Stunned, Carla asked if she could really do something that important. Will confidently confirmed that she could. After all, his ultimate goal was to change the world. No, he corrected himself mentally. It would be more accurate to say, "I want to change history itself." He was distracted from his thoughts, as Carla suddenly laughed, a look of shocked determination on her face. "This is a ridiculously huge deal. But knowing you, I'll bet you can actually do it." With fire in her eyes, Shay declared she would follow him to the end of her days. Not long after, a smiling Carla clenched her fists with absolute confidence. Shouting with excitement, she vowed to give her all, not just for Will, but for herself. The main character looked at her calmly, laying out their grand mission. For Carla's food to reach every adventurer, their restaurant had to become the most legendary spot in the city. Carla's eyes gleamed. With Will in charge, that would be no problem at all. He accepted, telling her to leave everything to him. And so, their grand project began bringing Carla's monster kitchen, now named Gimoa, to life. They began to shape the building, leveraging the full power of the Etherleaf name, which had become a famous brand overnight. To start, they announced that Etherleaf was handling the entire interior design. The company's coat of arms was placed right next to the construction site. Instantly, public expectations skyrocketed, building massive hype even before opening day. As they passed by, the citizens of the city would see the builders and the famous crest, their faces lighting up with anticipation. At that moment, Will entered the site and noted their greatest challenge, their interior, had to be unlike any other restaurant. He was an author, not a designer. But as he frowned in deep concentration, he felt a surge of confidence. He knew he could create something truly special. A little later, everything was complete. The protagonist gazed upon the finished interior. He had designed a bright, open space filled with flowers, wreaths, and beautiful paintings of plants, adorning the walls. The goal was to make guests feel as if they were dining in the heart of nature. Seeing the design, Carla gasped, almost blushing with pure joy. She shouted that it was absolutely beautiful. Will just smiled, stretching his arms out. "You really think so?" As Carla's eyes wandered, they fell upon the furniture, and she froze in pure shock. She had never seen anything like it. She sank into one of the plush sofas, a blissful smile on her face. With her eyes closed, she declared that only the menu and ingredients were left. She told the protagonist he could leave that part to her. Will crossed his arms, a proud smile on his face, and admitted he wasn't worried about that in the slightest. Laughing, Carla noted how much he believed in her. The protagonist simply asked, "Why shouldn't I?" His words stunned her into silence. Her eyes shot open. He continued, stating that this restaurant wouldn't even exist if not for her. Completely shocked, Carla's jaw dropped as she stared at him. Then, composing herself, she offered a heartfelt, smiling thank you. After her master, he was the first person to ever truly acknowledge her skill. The protagonist told her not to worry. Soon enough, all the critics would be singing her praises. Carla's eyes shone with determination, promising she would make it happen. Shay, who had been watching nearby, smiled, overjoyed at the beautiful scene. Soon after, the grand opening of Gamoa finally arrived. People flooded into the restaurant, their faces beaming as they stared at the steaming, delicious food before them. The waitresses served with warm, welcoming smiles, rushing over. The moment a customer raised a hand, one man took a bite and his eyes widened in disbelief. "This is incredible," he shouted, so overwhelmed by the flavor that he couldn't stop himself from drooling. His friend beside him could only eat in stunned silence, while the man kept raving. Who knew an iron blaster could be this tender and juicy? Will watched from outside, leaning against a nearby tree. He crossed his arms, observing the endless stream of happy customers. This was, without a doubt, a monumental success. With this victory, he had solidified his reputation. Now, he thought with a confident smile, it was time to save the characters of this world. His true mission was about to begin. He knew that to save them, he first needed to contact Alan. As he walked toward the forest, his mind raced, recalling the legendary figures he had to rescue. He arrived at a transportation shrine, a small smile on his face. These were powerful souls who had fallen in the original story. The prodigy of the city of magic, Mick, the descendant of the ancients, Leo, and the fearsome chief of the frozen wasteland tribe, Tos. These three heroes were destined to appear. One by one, his expression hardened with focus. He pressed his lips together, stretched out his palm, and began the teleportation sequence. He remembered that Meek would be the first. In a flash of light, he was transported to the city of magic, Elgia. As he walked its streets, he knew he had to come. Alone, this part of the mission required absolute secrecy. He recalled that Alan originally came here seeking new magical knowledge, and it was here that he first met Mick. The protagonist pictured the illustration from the book, the start of the tragedy. The conflict between Alan and Lux. Magna was about to escalate, with Elgia as the stage, and the first victim of their clash was Mick. As this thought crossed his mind, Will recalled another, more grim illustration, Mick, lying lifeless on the ground, with a horrified Alan standing over her. According to the story, Alan learned the very foundation of magic from Mick, which awakened his true power. Will's plan was simple: eliminate Mick's death flags without altering.
The main storyline. He clenched his jaw, striding purposefully through the city. He had followed Alan to Elgia, and soon he found him. A wide grin spread across Will's face. "It's been a while," he called out. Alan turned, his face lighting up with joy. He was thrilled
to see his friend again. Mick, however, looked at Will with caution, asking who this stranger was. Alan explained that this was Will, his benefactor and a dear friend. Mick's eyes widened in surprise. Is that really true? As Will looked at her, he knew what he had to do. To save her, he had to suppress her unique abilities. Otherwise, Lux Magna would trigger a magical overload within her and steal her heart. A heart consumed by a magical riot, into a power source tens of times more potent than any expensive magic ore. This was the very reason the Lux Magna gang had targeted him. Will considered his strategy to save her. First, he needed to alter M's schedule. She and Alan were planning a field study to investigate the energy source known as the Magic Furnace. But Lux Magna planned a deadly trap, intending to lure M into a magic seal themselves. A smirking assassin would draw his dagger and end her life. Will imagined himself ripping that very page from the Book of Destiny. His face hardened with resolve. He would save M. This future would not come to pass. A little later, after saying goodbye to Alan and Ems, he closed his eyes and summoned his shadow. "Phyllis, show yourself." Instantly, she materialized behind him. "What is it?" she asked. He turned to face her. "Did you investigate the Lux Magna Guild, as I commanded?" She replied that her reconnaissance was more or less complete. "In that case," the protagonist declared, "I want you to track every move the gang members make in this city." Phyllis's face twisted into a frown of annoyance. Stretching languidly, she asked with irritation, "So, still no one for me to kill?" Will's eyes narrowed. He could sense her pent-up bloodlust was reaching a dangerous limit. She was a difficult weapon to control. "I will consider it," he finally promised. "For now," he commanded, "be silent and obey." Her eyes still closed, she finally relented, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Will stood for a moment, then set his own plan into motion. While Phyllis was occupied, investigating Lux Magna's activities, he would personally watch over Alan and M. He pictured their three silhouettes, deciding he would bide his time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to intervene. Sometime later, M and Alan were gathered around a table inside a house, where ancient parchments were scattered. As they discussed the principles of magic, Alan worked diligently to deepen his understanding. He studied what M showed him, his hand stroking his chin in deep concentration. However, the speed of his learning was far beyond what Will had ever expected. As he watched, Alan's brow furrowed, and a magical fireball ignited in his palm. Surprising even its creator, Alan held the magic steady. Observing this, the protagonist realized Alan was awakening his powers far earlier than in the original story. "This is incredible," Alan exclaimed, his voice filled with pure excitement. "I feel like I can finally use real magic." Em stared at him, her eyes wide with astonishment. "I never dreamed this was possible," she confessed. As Alan let the magic fade, she broke into a warm smile and congratulated him. He thanked her, and their happy chatter continued. But the protagonist, watching them from the window, was lost in thought. In the original timeline, Alan only mastered magic after M's death. So what had changed? He wondered if it was because of that first piece of advice he'd given him. Will saw Alan's joyful face, but dismissed the idea. The changes to the original story ran deeper than that. He now understood that their friendship had deepened, accelerating Alan's entire leveling process. Will watched them a bit longer. With their bond strengthened, crushing Lux Magna's plot would be simple. Soon after, he received a report from Phyllis. So, Lux Magna was finally making its move. His expression hardened, his lips pressed into a thin line. One of their top executives was preparing to disguise himself as Alan to make contact with M, but their plan was about to be stopped dead in its tracks. Later that night, deep within the magic library, Kane, having slipped past the defenses, paused in a hallway. He had successfully infiltrated the archives. All that remained was to assume Alan's form and approach his target. But before he could move, a calm voice cut through the silence. "And where do you think you're going?" It was Will, leaning casually against a bookcase with his arms crossed over his chest. He sized up the intruder. The head of Lux Magna, the one they call the transforming fighter. Will then spoke his true name. Cain, stepping out from the shadows. Cain's face contorted in a deep frown as he recognized the protagonist. He strode closer. "Still trying to interfere with our business," he spat. "You really love getting in our way." But Will remained perfectly calm. "Your entire plan is exposed," he stated, pointing a finger at his foe. "And I'm going to put you down right here." "Don't make me laugh," Cain sneered. "That's my line." In a flash of movement, he vanished from sight, shouting, "Die!" He reappeared instantly behind the protagonist, aiming for a fatal blow from the back. But as his dagger descended, Will's sword intercepted the attack with a sharp clang. Cain froze, his eyes wide with disbelief, shocked at how the protagonist had blocked him. The sword was held behind his back, effortlessly catching the dagger's blade. Without even turning, Will calmly told him, "Relax, you aren't even worth my full attention." The next moment, a blast of magic erupted from Will, slamming into Cain. He cried out in confusion. "What did you just do?" Blood sprayed through the air as Cain was hurled across the room. "I have no reason to tell you," Will said coldly, then called a name. "Phyllis." She appeared beside the fallen Cain in a heartbeat. Will turned to her, his tone deadly. "I'm letting you off the leash. Kill him." A wicked smile spread across her face. Her eyes curved into joyful crescents as she let out a happy shriek. Grateful for his offer, she drew a wicked-looking dagger. She glided towards Cain, and he screamed in pure terror. He begged her to stop, his pleas echoing in the air. But ignoring the desperate cries, our protagonist simply moved aside. He calmly plucked a tome from the shelf and began to read. A faint smile touched his lips as he closed his eyes, ignoring the spray of blood that painted the air behind him. Phyllis had begun her work. This time, Will would move from the shadows. He now understood. Leaving his companion behind was the correct play all along. After this realization, he materialized in the Valley of Dragons, a grim memory surfacing. This ancient land belonged to the half-dragons, the Racial. Their sacred duty was to guard the Book of Prophecy, a tome that chronicled the world's entire destiny. It was a gift from an ancient dragon. Velius, an image of the great beast formed in his mind. Velius was a rare breed, blessed with foresight, magic, and the gift of speech. It foretold disasters, maintaining the world's delicate balance. But even Velius could not defy nature's law. As its long life drew to a close, it left two things behind: its own offspring and the Book of Prophecy, a final act to protect all life from the calamities to come. And the one he was here to save was Leo, a direct descendant of Velius. Will pictured the warrior's face, crossing his arms as he stood in silence. He listened to the whispers of the wind. This was it, the village of Raquel, the very place Alan came to discover his birthright and his mission. Only key figures named within the book could even enter this sacred village. Will shuddered, hearing the sound of Alan sprinting across a rope bridge high in the mountains. Beads of sweat dripped from his face, but his expression was a mask of pure focus as he charged forward. The protagonist knew. The Racial wouldn't welcome him here, but he decided to wait at the village perimeter, holding his ground. Moments later, he sensed Alan passing into the village without any trouble. Leaning against a rock, Will propped a foot up against it. A powerful barrier surrounded the village proper, making it completely invisible from the outside. Closing his eyes, he entered a state of waiting, ready for fate to make its move. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. Someone was flying toward him, fast. Before he could react, Leo landed directly in front of him. Will straightened his posture, realizing he'd been found. But how his presence should have been perfectly concealed. Leo's gaze was serious. "You must be Will," he stated, deciding then and there to lead him into the village. Utterly confused, the protagonist asked why. Why was Leo allowing this? "Because you have the right to enter," he explained simply. "Now, follow me," Will agreed, his jaw hanging open in sheer astonishment. Frowning, he repeated the words in his mind. The right to enter. That could only mean one thing: His name was also written in the Book of Prophecy. He didn't understand what it meant, but he followed Leo without question. Leo led the way with a focused frown, while Will's lips pressed into a tight line, his mind racing. He recalled that Leo possessed the highest grade of dragon blood. Combined with his immense physical power and his ability to see the future, he was the strongest warrior in all of Raquel. Soon, they arrived at the dragon shrine. Inside, Alan's face lit up, and he cried out in relief, clenching his fists. "I never imagined I'd see you here," Alan exclaimed. Moving closer, the protagonist admitted. Neither did I. He knew this was where Alan had learned everything from Elder Raquel. Now, they both stood before the Elder, who sat upon a raised platform. The Elder gazed at a scroll in his hands. "Alan," he began, "you are a crucial being, one who holds the fate of the world in his hands. As for your parents, only your father remains alive, and you have already met him." Alan's eyes widened, his mouth agape. "Met him?" he asked in disbelief. "I've already met my father." Will froze beside him, equally stunned. He knew that was impossible. Alan was a demigod. His father was a divine being who had never once set foot on this mortal plane. He pictured a god floating high above the world. How could they have possibly met? Alan looked at the Elder with pleading eyes. "Please, can you tell me more?" But the Elder shook his head. "I cannot. There are restrictions on what I can reveal. Our laws forbid any action that might alter the prophecy." The Elder apologized, his voice grave. He continued to read the ancient scroll. Alan turned to Will, his disappointment clear. "That's a shame, but I guess nothing can be done." The Elder then turned his attention to the protagonist. "Allow me to tell you a little about yourself." In that moment, Will's suspicion was confirmed. He was, without a doubt, mentioned in the Book of Prophecy. The Elder placed a hand on his chin, scanning the ancient text. "Will," he declared, "like Alan, you too are a crucial being who holds the fate of the world in his hands. You must understand the weight of this truth and prepare yourself." The words hit Will like a physical blow. His lips grew tighter. His eyes widened. "Are you saying," he stammered, "that I'm equal to Alan?" The Elder calmly held up a hand. "Be silent. I mean that you both play an equally important role."
"Of course," Alan exclaimed with a brilliant smile. "That's just what I'd expect from you. Will, you're even more amazing than me."
But the protagonist felt no joy, only a cold dread. He frowned, a horrifying question echoing in his mind. What is happening here? Had their actions already warped the course of history? Later that night, he and Alan lay in the room assigned to them. Alan was fast asleep, but the protagonist just stared at the ceiling.
With a deep frown, he replayed everything in his mind. The Book of Prophecy, Alan's father. None of it made sense.
Something was unfolding in this world. Something even its own creator couldn't comprehend. Will thought it should be interesting, but the overwhelming uncertainty was anything but. Sometime later, as dim light began to filter into the room, Alan spoke without turning over. "Are you awake?" "I am," he replied. "I can tell something is bothering you." Alan said, "Is that right?" Will admitted his head was spinning, trying to process all the new information. "That's about the size of it."
"We're in the same boat then." Alan sighed. "We're supposed to change the fate of the world. Just thinking about it is enough to make anyone's head spin."
The protagonist agreed. "But," he added, "as long as we're here to help each other, we can overcome anything. Every obstacle in their path." His brow furrowed, a testament to his iron resolve. Andel simply smiled, glancing his way, admitting Alan was right. Alan then revealed the truth about his father, confessing he never imagined they had already crossed paths so recently. Lying back, a faint smile graced his lips as his eyes closed. The protagonist had to ask if he truly remembered nothing of that fated encounter. Alan confessed. He remembered nothing at all. Will closed his eyes, accepting his words. But Alan was certain destiny would reveal the truth one day. Our hero confirmed it without hesitation. Time passed, and as morning dawned, he and Alan stood with Leo and the other villagers. They gathered at the village gate, but as they prepared to depart, everyone froze. Figures cloaked in shadow were rapidly approaching them. Will watched them, a knowing look in his eyes. He had been expecting this, A vortex of raw mana tore open the air, and as it faded, Galler appeared. He emerged from a cloud of swirling dust, his voice cutting through the silence. "Is this the village of Ranel?" Will demanded to know who they were. Galler announced they were emissaries. "Of Lux Magna." His face hardened as he stepped forward, his voice booming. They had come to reclaim the Book of Prophecies. A high-ranking official. Leo's hands clenched into fists, raw fury in his eyes. He snarled. "Do you really think we would just hand it over?" Galler let out a dark chuckle. "Of course not," he sneered. "That is precisely why we've come to take it by force."
With a simple forward thrust of his palm, he gave the command. His underlings charged without a moment's hesitation as Leo steeled himself for battle.
He roared for Will and Alan to escape, believing his people could handle this alone. But Alan's jaw was set in pure defiance.
"We can't do that," he shouted, declaring they would fight together. Will nodded in agreement. It was time to show these fools
the true difference in their power. His expression hardened. He remembered this moment. In the original story, Leo was supposed to die here.
But Will refused to let that happen. An overwhelming wave of mana erupted from his body. He would annihilate the Lux Magna thugs, right here and now.
He gathered his power, then shot upwards. An immense torrent of energy exploded outwards, sending several charging attackers flying backwards. They were tossed aside like ragdolls. Galler's eyes widened in shock. Will's lips pressed into a thin line, and in his mind, he made a vow. To erase Lux Magna from existence. He settled into a battle stance, enveloped in a storm of untamed power. When the swirling magic subsided, Leo stepped forward. He looked at the main character and Alan, his voice filled with gratitude, then turned to his own warriors.
"We will protect the saviors of this world," he roared. With a battle cry, he and his comrades charged into the fray.
The warriors of Ranel clashed with the mages of Lux Magna. Alan, his face a mask of determination, sprinted forward, calling for Will to join the assault. With a determined nod, Will agreed, and together they surged forward. But suddenly, Leo caught up, shouting for them. To stop their commander, he warned, was the most dangerous foe on the field. Leo was confident he could take the man alone, but Alan and our hero said nothing. They just kept running. All the while, Galler stood with his arms crossed, observing the chaos. As he watched the bloody battle unfold, Alan locked his eyes on the commander and roared, "That one's mine!" Channeling magic into his legs, he shot forward like an arrow. Will paused, stunned for a second, as Leo yelled in confusion for him to wait. But Alan was already closing in on Galler. Our hero realized that while Alan usually followed Leo's lead, his impulsiveness was actually working in their favor. Taking down the commander was the key to victory. However, Galler possessed two incredibly dangerous artifacts. The first was a staff of amplification, capable of magnifying the power of any spell. Will's gaze locked onto the weapon, then shifted to the ring on Galler's finger, the ring of spatial domination. It granted its wielder complete freedom of movement in space. They had to overcome both of these legendary items. Springing into action, Will decided he would back up Alan's reckless charge. At that moment, Alan, his blade drawn, swung his sword in a gleaming arc, declaring, "We will never surrender the Book of Prophecy." His words meant nothing to Galler. The commander sneered, completely unimpressed. "For that," he promised, "you will die here today." With a grim expression, he thrust his staff forward, unleashing hellish radiance. A terrifying wave of destructive energy erupted towards Alan. Alan's eyes went wide in shock as the blast hurtled towards him. But just then, Leo dove into its path, roaring, "I won't let you touch him." He thrust his palms forward, his face strained with effort, and unleashed his own technique, Dragon Breath. The two forces collided in a brilliant explosion. Leo gasped, clutching his chest. That single spell had consumed a massive amount of his strength. Galler turned his gaze to Leo, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Impressive. He had actually blocked the attack, but Galler knew. He couldn't possibly do it again. He watched as Leo's arms fell limp from exhaustion. However, the others were confident. That once was all they needed. Seizing the opening, Alan charged in again. "This is the end," he shouted, swinging his blade. With an annoyed sigh, Galler threw his hands forward, instantly erecting a magical barrier. "Do you really think," he asked with utter contempt, "that I am so easily defeated?" But despite the shimmering shield, Alan didn't hesitate. He leaped forward, bringing his sword down with all his might, model. He drove his sword deeper into the arcane shield to him. This level of defense was nothing but a trifle. Lips pressed tight from the sheer force. He frowned. And at last, the magic. Cracked! The shield exploded into a storm of crystalline fragments, smashing through the barrier. He surged onward without pause. Galler stood paralyzed, his mind reeling in absolute shock. With a frown, he wondered what this was. If it came to it, he'd retreat using the Ring of Spatial Domination. He had already activated its magic. But in the next instant, the ring shattered into two, unleashing the seal of the dimension. He fixed his cold gaze on Galler. With a piercing glare, he sent a mental message. "Did you really think I would let you escape?" The man froze, drenched in a cold sweat of pure terror. Alan seized the opportunity, lunging forward and swinging his sword in a deadly arc. A spray of blood filled the air as Galler collapsed. Alan turned to the protagonist. "That was amazing. We defeated their leader, right?" "We did," he confirmed. "All that's left is to clean up the rest." But as he watched Alan, his eyes narrowed. They had protected Leo, yes, but Alan's abilities were far beyond what was written in the original story. He realized he wouldn't need to wait for scripted events to make the characters stronger. Gazing at Alan's focused expression, he asked himself, what was going on? His thoughts were cut short as Leo landed nearby, thanking them for their help. Alan immediately turned to him, but the protagonist just stood there, observing. Leo then rallied the others with a powerful command. Destroy every last survivor from Lux Magna. With a unified war cry, the warriors descended upon the magicians. Having lost their leader, they were paralyzed by fear. In moments, they were completely wiped out. With that, the battle was won, and Leo was safe. Afterwards, Alan and Will decided to travel together, imagining countless books floating around him. The main character knew there were too many mysteries, things that even he, the author, couldn't comprehend. Teaming up with Alan seemed like the best path forward. He suspected the key to this entire enigma was held by a higher being, picturing Alan, and then the silhouette of a deity looming above him. Will knew their next destination was perfectly timed. An image of their next location formed in his mind. Soon, they arrived in Froim, dressed in warm clothes and walking through deep snow. Froim was the homeland of the Ista tribe, a people guided by the revelations of the gods. As the protagonist pondered this, he watched the path ahead carefully. Alan walked beside him, his expression just as serious. Will continued to think, remembering that, in the northeastern reaches of Froim, past endless snowfields, lay a sacred mountain called Mount Celeste. He pictured the peak. In his mind, at its summit, one could communicate directly with the gods. Whoever reached the top would become chief of the Ista tribe. As he considered this, he imagined a statue of a god and a man kneeling before it in reverence. He and Alan would reach that peak to meet the gods and finally get to the bottom of this mystery. His lips tightened with grim determination, but he was pulled from his thoughts by Alan's joyful shout. He pointed off to the side. "I see a village," and immediately ran forward. Will followed, thinking that this was where the original plot was supposed to end. A faint smile touched his lips. As the story's climax approached, he had to devise a new scenario, one that would lead to the perfect happy ending. At last, they entered the Ista village. "You came all this way to meet the gods?" a man asked in surprise. They were sitting inside a small house when Alan exclaimed, "That's right." The leader of the Ista tribe, Torres, rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head. She was half human and half spirit fox. Not only that, she was the reincarnation of the god of war. In the original story, she'd deceived them. But now, the protagonist wouldn't allow it. Torres smiled slyly. "Let's see if you're qualified for an audience with a deity. I shall test you," she announced. But Will cut her off. "There's no need for that." Confused, she asked what he meant. He replied sternly, "There are no qualifications. Are you just having fun playing tricks on us? Hearing this, Alan
looked at Will in shock. Is that really true? The protagonist just crossed his arms with a slight smile, and Torres shot to her feet.
I would never do such a thing. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell. The protagonist knew his psychic attack had hit its mark.
Placing a palm forward, Torres activated her magic. A divine light pulsed from her hand. If you intend to insult me, you won't leave here alive.
As she began to rise, magical sigils flared around her. Do you understand? But the protagonist simply stepped forward, his hands outstretched. We didn't come here to fight you, Torres. We just want to meet the gods. By now, she was on her feet. And I already told you, I must check if you are suitable or not, Will replied. Then simply burn us with the fire of your soul. That will prove our strength. Wait a minute, Alan cried out, bewildered, his mouth hanging open. But the protagonist ignored him, his gaze locked intensely on Torres.
She was stunned. How did you know about my ability? But without waiting for an answer, she decided it didn't matter.
You want to try it, fine. She launched blasts of magical energy toward him. Noticing the attack, Alan cried out that she was actually hitting them. Don't dodge, the protagonist ordered, his voice unwavering. Alan looked at him, frowning, but still remained in place. The next moment, the torrent of magical energy crashed into them, exploding with immense force. Sometime later, the magic dissipated. Clouds of smoke still filled the air. Seeing this, Torres smirked. But moments later, as the smoke cleared, she saw both Alan and Will, standing unharmed. Will gazed around in awe. Nothing was damaged. Torres flinched back, demanding to know what that was. The protagonist just smiled. He explained that the soul fire was a devastating spell, powerful enough to turn anyone with weak magic to ash, but against an opponent with greater power. It was completely useless. As Will smirked, Alan stared at his own hands in shock. A powerful magical aura now enveloped them both, gazing at the stunned Torres, whose mouth hung open in disbelief. Will asked if she still doubted their qualifications.
Torres pressed her lips together and let out a heavy sigh. She supposed there was no denying their strength now. She warned them the path to Mount Celestia's peak would be a perilous journey. She had to know. Were they truly prepared? Alan's voice was firm. We are. Will added that they wouldn't have come this far otherwise.
Very well, Thoris conceded. Pointing towards a treacherous path, she made a promise. In that case, I will be your guide. It just so happened that the time for her to receive a divine revelation had finally arrived. Sometime later, their ascent began. On Mount Celestia, Thoris led the way, with Will and Alan following closely behind. To conquer this mountain, her guidance was absolutely essential. Only a member of her tribe, the sole recipients of the gods' revelations, knew the one true path to the summit. Even Will, with his knowledge of the original story, was blind here. He frowned, his eyes fixed on the path ahead with a grim intensity. This was why he had to protect Thoris, no matter the cost. Her death would trigger the catastrophe. That would spell doom for the entire world. He pictured her lifeless body, remembering the one responsible for her fate, the leader of the Lux Magna. His name was Zago. As Will's mind churned, he pictured the man's face, a confident, sinister smirk etched upon it. Zago, the former god of destruction. He once wielded power rivaling the supreme deity herself, but his wicked heart led to his downfall. He was stripped of his power and exiled from the divine realm forever. Shaking himself from the dark vision, the protagonist scanned his surroundings, but his thoughts remained on Zago, his ultimate goal to defeat the supreme deity, reclaim his lost power, and seize control of the heavens. A serious frown creased Will's brow. He sighed, his breath pluming into a frosty cloud in the biting cold. His memories continued to surface, recalling that Alan was the hero destined to stop Sargos. That was the scripted ending of the original tale. It was the very reason he and Alan had pushed so hard to reach this final, fateful battle. Suddenly, Thoris stopped, shattering his train of thought. Breathing heavily from the climb, she turned to them. Catching their attention, she announced, "We've arrived!" Before them stood the statue of a deity, nestled in a mountain shelter. For a moment, Alan and Will could only stare in silence. Alan's jaw dropped in sheer wonder. Thoris, however, knelt immediately in reverence, instructing them to pray. As she prayed, the two men stood for a moment longer, but soon they too knelt, mirroring her posture. For a long while, the three of them remained frozen before the statue with their eyes closed. Will meditated in the silence for some time, but when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in another space entirely, a realm of nothing but blinding, brilliant light. A goddess stood before him. Recognizing her, his mouth fell open in shock. He couldn't believe it. The goddess of fate stood before him. This must be the divine realm. She smiled gently and corrected him. This is what the creator of this world is meant to see, Will asked in confusion. Isn't the supreme deity the creator? But as the thought crossed his mind, another truth hit him. He was the author of this story. Perhaps the goddess wasn't mistaken after all. Hearing his unspoken thoughts, she asked in wonder, "What are you?" Trying to say, without waiting for an answer, she declared it. "You yourself are the supreme deity." Will froze, unable to process the words. His eyes widened, his mind reeling in bewilderment. Spreading his arms wide, he stammered. This had to be some kind of joke. "Is that true?" he asked. But her voice was certain. "It is." She told him he had once reincarnated on Earth, just to destroy Zago. After that, he was reborn as a human on AIM. In her mind's eye, she pictured Will's previous life on Earth. And then the moment he awakened in this new world, the protagonist was still reeling, trying to grasp this impossible truth. In his mind, an image of his past self stood beside his current one. The tension was unbearable. A bead of sweat traced a path down his temple. His brow furrowed in deep confusion as he finally asked, "What does any of this mean, model?"